Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, chuba jodiri ndemo, eguma wego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma, chuba jodiri ndemo, eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo, obiego.
It is everyone, befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa hega ponto mo. Yeah, they go get me. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. So, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby, subramia.
Ask what they for your brand yourself when I knew you since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna motan wakuna koga book.
Thank you. Hold on. So there it is. So there it is. There you are. And here I am. We meet again. We meet again. We must stop meeting this way, but not really. We must meet this way. Otherwise, we won't have a session. So good day. Good day to you. As ever, the surge of nerves, it just, I'm surrendered to it that as soon as I just, my ugly mug lands on my screen, then the nerves surges. So good day to you. Good day to you. Hope you've had a wonderful day. Always a delight to welcome you here. And especially you'd like to start a show with how Alexander Gomez is starting this one with a nice chunk of super chart. Looking forward to another riveting and engaging conversation. Junior, love your enlightening platform. So that's exactly the sort of, that's why we say Alexander is the CEO. He knows when to insert that part on the back. So the part on the back, so now Alexander has put us under pressure to have a riveting show. But of course, as soon as you guys turn up, that's almost guaranteed. So welcome. So thank you for that, Alexander. So welcome. Good to see you. So now, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, this hyperlink that says StreamYard, this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard, hold on, somebody else just sent something and is blocking there. Yeah, so this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard is your open invitation. And we are desperately looking for new voices. I'll tell you the voice that we're looking for. We're looking for that elusive northern female voice. So either you are Aisha 2, Aisha 3, or Aisha 4, or whichever Aisha number you are, we're looking for you. Whether you're Memuna or Laraba. So if you are of that ilk, then come join us. We would like to have a chat with you. So, but all voices welcome as well. So the invitation, of course, is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on that. And then, of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So the example being said by Alexander Gomez, open for everyone else to follow, are different ways to nod in the direction of the platform. So you can either do as Alexander Gomez just did and use the $ in the comment section, or you can click on the hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, 3 easy steps, and away with you. So 3 easy steps and to your heart's content. So 3 easy steps and to your heart's content. So what are we talking about? Let me remove that. Like I said, anybody that wants to use it will use it. Nothing I say really influences that. So what are we discussing today? So we're discussing, let me just show you the headline, then you see why I am stumbling for words. Let me show you the headline. So this is where we are. This is what, look at that. This is almost a crime against humanity. This headline, it is almost, in fact, it is actually a crime against humanity. Reps revisit Buhari's request, approves 23.7 trillion extra budgetary spending. So there it is. Today is the 4th of today is I'm counting the months in my hands. Today is the 4th of May. So which is to tell you then that the Buhari administration has less than 3 weeks left. But within those 3 weeks, they found the need to spend 23.7 million naira. Last minute looting. Reps revisit Buhari's request, approves 23.7 trillion, not billion, no. So pay attention, no. 23.7 trillion extra budgetary spending. So quite what, if somebody can do the quick conversion into dollars, I'm pretty sure we're talking about what? 10 to 15 billion dollars right there that they want to wipe away within 3 weeks. So if I say a crime against humanity, I want to hear a counter argument to tell me that it is not. This is an ungodly act. But then, of course, the whole of Buhari's administration, the whole 8 years experience of the Nigerian space, completely ungodly. So it's just it's so painful sometimes when you see these things. And they do it in open glare, almost in defiance. What can you do about it? What can you do about it? Tinubu certainly intend on doing something about it. This must be somebody, it must be having a laugh. This is what they say. If you say something so incredulous in the United Kingdom, they say you must be having a laugh. So you must be having a laugh. Will make corruption unattractive, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So if there is one public face, whether evidentially or not, whether it is evidenced and documented, and there are if there's one public face that Nigerians attribute to corruption, it is the face of the man on your screen. So he must then be having a laugh. It must be poking fun at us somewhat. Will make corruption unattractive, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So unbelievable, but there it is. It's a wonder. It's a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian state. You're in befuddlement and wonderment if you're a Nigerian. You know, there was a psychological report about 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago, a few years ago, that told us that 90-something% of Nigerians have mental health problems. So if you look at headlines like this, why would you not? No sane person can live in the sort of environment we live in, can they? No sane person can live. You cannot be. It's an oxymoron. Sanity and Nigerian, they are oxymorons. They are two words that cannot occur in the same sentence. You have to be mentally somewhat off the loop to be a Nigerian. Will make corruption unattractive, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So there it is. It must be taking the pace. That's just all I can say to that. He must be taking the pace. This next headline now is somewhat a cleansing of the deck. It's a clearing the deck somewhat of a headline, this one. But a lot of people will even argue that this should never have happened in the first instance. Justin, court gives verdict on Eze Ndigo that threatened to bring IPOB to Lagos. So they've given a verdict, and maybe in my monologue I may have hinted somewhat, but we'll find out now what the latest installment is in the travails of the man that threatened to surrender Lagos to IPOB. Court gives verdict on Eze Ndigo that threatens to bring IPOB to Lagos. So what are going there? What's the latest installment in that one? Very quickly, we'll find out. So now very quickly, we find out. So this next headline, I'm conflated as to how to look at or digest this one. I am conflated as to how to look at and digest this one. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Do you look at this with sympathy, or do you look at this with rage? So this headline, do you look at it with sympathy, or do you look at it with rage? We are dying of hunger. We depend on arms, bribes, extortion to survive. Newly recruited Nigerian police constables cry out over unpaid salaries. So that is just, it's a gift that just keeps on giving the country that we come from, but not good gifts, so gifts spiked with all sorts of debris. It's just, how do you go at this one? Okay, so you're outraged that the policeman, somebody that is meant to enforce law and order, is susceptible to bribe. So that already defeats the remit of his position. So that, anyway, let's not get into it first. We'll probably get into it later. Yeah, I am conflated. But then, of course, if they're not paying them their salary, anyway, we'll see how that goes. We are dying of hunger. We depend on arms, bribes, extortion to survive. Newly recruited Nigerian police constables cry out over unpaid salary. So where do you even go with that one is the problem. Where do you even go with that one is the problem. So now, at risk of being accused of tautology, I repeat again, Nigeria is a gift that just keeps on giving. Here is what it is giving you next. I can't account for 6 trillion naira ground rent. Ask Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Fashola tells Senate. So it's just eye-popping the amount of monies that they just waft away with the flick of a hand. And by the way, we're talking about 6 trillion naira. What? That's countless billions of dollars. So, and with this simple headline and this quaff of a wrist by Fashola another 6 trillion naira is gone, no, because nobody is revisiting this. After this headline, another round of outrage will come. And well, have we found what Babachir did with the 500 million naira? He will probably so this is just how it goes. You know, it's a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian state. I can't account for 6 trillion naira ground rent. Ask Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Fashola tells Senate. So we'll explore that to see exactly what's in play there. This we may have a look at as well. Maybe we'll just leave this one at the headline. Sudan crisis, Egypt giving priority to Nigeria in evacuation approval. So it looks as though our relationship with Egypt has held true in that instance. Tinubu bankrolling Labour Party chairman, fresh facts emerge. So this is the Apapa guy now that has been sent in then to go and do, pardon me. So this is the Apapa guy then that has been sent in to go and do a Dabaru job on Labour Party and scramble their brain. Is this message though sent in the direction of Peter Obi? Is the question. Cryptic messaging from the erstwhile war president. 2023 presidential election. Accept tribunal's verdict. Go on, tells Nigerians. So accept tribunal's verdict, go on, tells Nigerians. But is that a cryptic messaging to the obedient space and Peter Obi, their principle, that enough is enough and shut up with your mouth? Is that a shut up with your mouth from our man from, where's it from? Is it from Benue State even? Where is there go on from? From a man from Benue State. 2023 presidential election, accept tribunal's verdict, go on to Nigerians. So there it is. So plenty to go through. Of course, there's always plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it to relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button, click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee as Ayo joins Alexander Gomez in the super chat space. Welcome to the legendary one man. So that there it is. I am now a legend, as confirmed by Ayo. So thank you for that. Keep them coming. But as you keep them coming, then, and especially want the room populated, so just come in quickly if you are intending to come in at all, just so we can quickly start to build our conversations. So as we wait for all that to happen, let me take a micro break, and then when we get back, we get in the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, of course. Egbe Lemu, the K Guide. Okay, guys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, amen to that. Pardon me. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So there it is. Ikuko Niru Agbeshe. So, Ikuko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Reps revisit Buhari's request, approves 23.7 trillion extra budgetary spending. So that's extra budgetary spending. So pay attention. The House of Representatives on Thursday approved Ways and Means advances obtained by the federal government from the Central Bank of Nigeria to the tune of 23.7 trillion naira. The House made a U-turn on the request made by the President, Major General Muhammadu Buhari, retired, since December 2022, for the National Assembly to approve the domestic borrowing from the Central Bank, which the lawmakers abandoned in January 2023. The approval by the House came about 24 hours after the Senate granted the presidential request, which generated outcry, especially from the private sector. So there it is. It's you almost want to weep. So somebody has done the conversion, as you can see on your screen. So 6 trillion naira is about $13 billion. So but what we're talking about in this instance, the mind just boggles. The mind boggles. Outside of spending money for the inauguration, there is no more spend that the Buhari administration should be spending. I mean, it's unbelievable, but this is the sort of country that we have. And once they get that, and by the way, Emefiele is in charge of the CBNO, so as soon as it's been signed off by the parliament, he will quickly issue out the checks. The money is out of the country within 24 hours, and you can whistle in the wind for it. How do you fight nearly $30 billion? How do you fight it? You'll be sending the FCC to the Seychelles, Abi to Dubai to go and be. When somebody comes in to Dubai with about $2-3 billion, you think the Dubaians will tell them to take the money back to? So there it is. That's another round of whatever. It's just anyway. Let me not lament, but it makes the heart sink. You know, it makes the heart sink. But the heart. Actually, let me just give you this one. This one now will make corruption unattractive. Tinubu assures Nigerians. So let's see now. President-elect Bola Tinubu, actually, let me share the screen for this one as well. And let me bring the sprinklings of the people have turned up so far. Hassan joins us, Bishop joins us, and Akim joins us. So still spaces to be occupied for people who want to occupy. Will make corruption unattractive, Tinubu assures Nigerians. So let's see now. President-elect Bola Tinubu has said his incoming administration will put incentives and policies in place that will make corruption unattractive for judges and other Nigerian workers. In a statement by the office of the, so he already has an office now, of the office of the president-elect, signed by Abdulaziz on Thursday, quoted Mr. Tinubu as making the pledge in Port Harcourt, River State during the inauguration of the Magistrate Court Complex. The event was part of Mr. Tinubu's two-day visit to the state to inaugurate projects executed by the Yemson Wike administration. Tinubu said with the right incentives that guarantees a conducive working environment and policies that make it easy for workers to acquire credit facilities for essential needs, the temptation for corruption will reduce. You don't expect your judge to live in squalor, to operate in squalor, and dispense justice in squalor. This is part of the changes that are necessary. We must fight corruption, but we must definitely look after the other side of the coin. If you don't want your judges to be corrupt, you got to pay attention to their welfare. You don't want them to operate in hazardous conditions. So I'm not sure what to make of that, but that is what he has to say. So that sounds somewhat like gibberish to me, but then maybe I don't have the expansiveness of brain to understand what is going on there. Frederick Nwajagu, age 67, the leader of the Igbo community, the Igbo of Ajao Estate in Lagos, has been granted bail by a magistrate court sitting in Sabo area of Yaba in the state. The Igbo leader was arraigned before the court over his alleged threat that he would invite proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB correspondence report. The defendant was granted bail by Peter Nwaka, the chief magistrate. So, of course, his clansman. By the way, anyway, I suppose that is a testament to the sort of country that we're building, that the magistrate in Lagos State is Peter Nwaka. The defendant was granted bail by Peter Nwaka, the chief magistrate, with the sum of 1 million naira with 4 sureties. So it was essentially set free, if they are granting him bail to the sum of 1 million naira. The court added that all the sureties must be Lagos residents. So they don't, and usually the sureties, when bail is granted, is usually property owners, not residents, but property owners. Because residence is quite specific. If you are renting one room in a boys' quarters in Ikeja, you are a resident of Lagos, so and then so they've set him free. Exactly, it's essentially what he's saying there. According to the court, the surety. Okay, sorry, it goes on. Sorry, I take that back. According to the court, the sureties must have properties in Lagos that must be registered with the State Land Bureau, and the document must be submitted to the court. Before the bill was granted, so essentially, I will invite IPOB to Lagos. Igbo man, he has been granted bail. So I'll make this one the last readout, and then I'll kick off the conversation, such as it is. Let me make this the last readout, and then we just go with the headlines then. We are dying of hunger. We depend on arms, bribes, extortion to survive. Newly recruited Nigerian police constable cry out over unpaid salaries. Thousands of constables who were recently recruited into the Nigeria police force have not been paid salaries for the past 4 months. The recruits passed out of the police training institution on December the 29th, 2020, and have not been paid since then, despite resuming their duty post across the country. Correspondents report, speaking to correspondents, one of the affected officers said that the situation had demoralized many of them, as they were finding it difficult to meet their responsibilities to their families. He added that most of the constables were surviving on bribes and extortion due to the delay in the payment of salaries. According to him, they have been reporting to their respective duty posts without pay since January 2023. The police constable appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari and the Inspector General of Police Usman Alkali Baba to come to their aid and save them from their dependence on others for daily bread. Please, something is happening. Please, something is happening concerning Nigeria Police Force new recruit constables that passed out on December the 29th, 2022. Is that 20? Oh yes, is that? Yeah, 2022, of course, yeah. We spent 4 months now, and the police authorities, Police Service Commission, and federal government have refused to pay us. And we are working 12 hours a day for the whole week. No time for any other thing. Please, we are suffering and dying of hunger already. They are indirectly teaching us corrupt practices, one of them said. We now beg for food and transport fee to work, transport fare, that should say, to work. And we cannot protest because it is against the police regulations. And the worst part of this is that we are being posted to various special duties like we were already being paid. And we must go because it is an order. So there it is right there. So the travails, almost impossible for you not to expect these people to take to bribery and corruption. Hassan's bishop Hassan and Akim. That's why I'm stumbling. And then, of course, Thomas. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off with you, Bishop, if you're ready to go. So, Bishop, are you there?
Good evening, gentlemen. How are you?
Yeah, good to have you, Bishop. Good evening to you. So, good evening to you, but not a good evening to the Nigerian police force. We are dying of hunger, depend on arms, bribes, extortion to survive. Newly recruited police constable cry out over unpaid salary. So, you give these young men guns, ask them to go onto the streets. You don't pay them a salary, but then you expect them not to extort. How does that work, Bishop?
I don't believe in that report.
You don't
start. Yeah. Maybe there are hitches with some of them. The report is just maybe one person said this, and the reporter jumped at it as social sensationalism. I don't have the facts, but I have my doubts. Very strongly. They were paid when they were in training. Yeah, they were paid when they were in training. So maybe some of them have issues. Issues with their payment state or status or data or what have you, or information. But I want to get more before I can make something out of it.
You would do anything. You would say anything to exonerate Buhari, and won't you?
I'm going to make a point about trying not to jump to over-sensationalized issue. I think we should dissect things dispassionately and look at the facts in between. There are quite a few things you said today in your readout that, honestly speaking, if you give me the permission, I want to take them one after the other. And I think as an umpire, as a moderator, try and be dispassionate when you are giving out the information.
No, don't worry about that. Let me do my bit and you do your bit. But I thank you for the big feedback. But whatever it is you do disagree with, let me hear it.
Okay, go ahead. So on the police, I think it's over-sensationalized. And since I have not read anything about it, I think it would be too hasty for me to make a statement. But I don't think, because which command? Is it one command he's talking about? Because it's not the same command that paid all of the salaries in the nation, nationwide. They are recruited in different, so maybe it's a particular state command or a particular, area that have issues. So to just generalize that the constables that were recruited nationwide have not been paid, and it's too. I want to read more of the news to know what actually is playing out there. So for me, I would like to skip that.
All right. Let me take you. Let me take you to this one. So this one, I would want your take on this one, especially. Reps revisit Buhari's request, approves 23.7 trillion extra budgetary spending. So with the 3 weeks left for the Buhari administration, that's very difficult to. That's difficult to compute in the head.
That's another sensationalized news item. The money they're talking about is not money to be spent. It's money that has already been spent in wages and means, which is a form of assistance from the central bank over the years, maybe the past 3 or 4 years. Wages and means are the money that is not backed by foreign, what do you call it, that you made the central bank to meet out. So it's not like they want to collect it as a loan fresh. It's money that has already been spent. That's what the law requires. They will support it. They will now present it to the National Assembly, which will now approve it. They will now, there's a name they call it, there's a name they call it, and that name just got off my head now. To make it like, if I remember, I will put it. But it's not like it's requesting for a new loan to be approved by the National Assembly. So it's not a new law, it's money that has been spent through wages and means. Ways and means. So there's a way they back it up. Why am I missing this one? So it's not like a fresh loan. The way most of the media are presenting it is like it's requesting for a new loan to be approved just 2 weeks before the expiration of his tenure. It is not.
The report says the request was made in December, which is just about less than about 6 months ago. That's not what.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That when it was presented in December, it was not a loan to be approved. It was the wage that means that have been spent over the years. That they want to. There's something.
No. What do you mean over the years? Over which years?
Over the past years, maybe 3, 4, 5 years.
No, that's no. What are you talking about?
I know what I'm talking about, sir.
I'm not sure that you do. What are you talking about?
It is ways and means that have been printed by the CBN. It is not a new.
Do you know what ways and means is?
I know what it is. Except you want to tell me.
No, what is it? What is ways and means?
That is sourced from the central bank, that is printed, but that is not backed by what do you call it? What do you call it now? It is the money that is printed into the circulation by the central bank and released to the federal government. It's not money that is released in exchange with banks, other commercial banks, and other things. So it is the money. This was in the news about 6, 7 months ago. So the way it is being presented now is like a fresh loan. What I'm saying is that
hold on. Ways and means is it's a form of advanced short-term loan provided via the reserves. That's just the loose understanding of it. And yes. also it is not for spendings. You know the Nigerian financial cycle runs on a calendar year loop, and they are telling us that this is extra budgetary borrowing. So this is in addition to monies already approved for the budget. So this is not from this is last minute looting that we all know. What are you?
What I'm saying is that these are not fresh loans. So do your research and come up with it. I listened to one of the government something spoke about this. I think it was with Shewa Kibaloye. I think it was what's this man, the director, debt management, the DG debt management office. This Igbo man from Lagos, not Igbo, Akabweze. I think it was with Shewa one day, and he spoke about this. What does that mean? It is not like they are requesting for a fresh loan to be approved. The money had already been spent, had already been borrowed from CBN before now. It has been spent for things in the past.
Woman, can I come in?
Yeah, come in, rational mind.
I think Bishop is right in this instance. And what is it?
You think so?
No, yeah, well, he's right in the sense that that money has already been spent. National Assembly is just approving what has already been spent. But the question is it legal? That's the question.
The money was spent without the approval of the National Assembly. So but what about this last paragraph? It says the approval by the House came about 24 hours after the Senate granted the presidential request, which generated outcry, especially from the private sector. So if they were just balancing the books and it wasn't new monies being released, then why would it generate outcry?
Because
go on.
Okay, go ahead.
You go on.
Okay, because the way sometimes it is being presented like it's a fresh loan. That's the way the readout sounded. And I read about this. I know the amount. There's something, there's a name I wanted to give to it. There's a name. They securitized. Yes, securitized it. That's the word I was looking for. So it is not, essentially what I'm saying is that it is not like a new loan. And the details of essentially whether it is right or wrong, whether it is loan, I'm not going into that because that's not the subject for discussion. But what I just wanted to point out that it's not like it's a new loan that is being requested for. That's the line I want to point out. So sometimes information, when it's passed out and the way it is being, worded could distort the real meaning. Yeah, the request has been with the National Assembly since last year. And they left it for several reasons, politics, their break, their recess, and the rest. But now they have come to, because they were requesting for more documents then from the executive. The National Assembly were requesting for more documents there to back it up and to I believe they have supplied those documents now, but essentially it is not a new loan or new money. That's my submission on that.
Woman, what you just highlighted there, and then you were asking us about. For me, I think it's just people are, should I say, they are surprised that the government has already spent this money, and you're asking for approval. I think that's where the how do I use, what's the word I'm using?
So whichever way you square it, an illegality has taken place.
That's illegality. That's illegality. That's what I'm saying. It's not legal. You cannot spend money that the National Assembly has not approved.
Same time. Hold on at the same time, please. Let's get the facts. Illegality means that a law, a certain part of the law has been violated. The law provides that they can get the ways and means and now go to the National Assembly for approval for it. That's what is in the financial whatever. If there's a limit, if they have now exceeded the limit, that's where the question comes in. But the law permits that there's a certain amount outside the income that they can actually spend and now go for the approval. So the question is, have they violated that law? I'm not saying whether they have or they have not. If they have, the National Assembly know what to do. If they have not, then if it is part of, if they have not, even if they have, and it is just procedural, not that they are necessarily, like a criminal infraction. Maybe it's a procedural infraction. I don't know. It is for them to decide. But like I said, what I wanted to is the way the news was presented in several of the media spaces is not totally very correct. It sounded like, just like where you presented it, like they wanted to collect just 3 weeks to go. BUHARI is asking for 23 trillion naira loan. That's the way it sounded, and that's what I wanted to correct. Hello, am I, is anybody hearing me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Where's my woman?
Oh, one man. So
One man went for the fridge. He went for the fridge. So
yeah. Sorry about that. I did go for the fridge, but I went away. Yeah. So yes. But was there anything else that caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Go ahead, go across the list. I'll be very quick to just give my penny-worth opinion on them. I did not have them down, written down or something, but go over them once again. Just mention them one after the other.
All right. Court gives verdict on Eze Indigbo that threatens to bring IPOB to Lagos. So it looks as though he has been set free. So 1 million naira shorty. So essentially, they let him go.
I told you the last time, I think it was too late. It took too long. She didn't have taken this long for them to have arraigned him and granted him bail. I mean, it was a bailable offense. They just wanted to send a message that we would not fold our arms, and they should have done that long ago. That was one of my submissions in one of our something here. They should have granted him bail and just be of good behavior and let him die there. There's nothing they want to prosecute him that. That's my view. That's my opinion. So let's move on. On the Tinubu will fight corruption.
Yes.
Now, like I want to say also, the presentation earlier, don't let me go about it. Now, what Tinubu was saying, they built house for magistrate. Magistrate is about the lowest rung of the ladder in the bench, which many, except for Lagos State, that used to pay attention to their welfare and well-being. Their salary is not very fantastic. The salary of magistrates is just Lagos is the only one that treats them a little bit fairly well. Most of the state. Now, what the president-elect is saying is this, and I want to look at the positive side. Now, look, if we want this kind of initiative to, you are not just building out for high court justices or judges or appeal court or Supreme Court. Let's take care of all judicial officers, especially on the bench. And if we do that, we would have reduced corruption by some inches. Because if people have of course, people will still steal, of course, people will still be corrupt, but you can reduce the tendency if people have what they need. A judicial officer like a magistrate can get a house loan on credit facility to buy a car. He has a house that is living. You know, he can send his children to school. He can take care of his family. That if we improve the welfare of judicial officers and other officers too, will reduce corruption. For me, that is the perspective for which he's saying it. So the message is more important than the messenger, than the man that is saying it. If you can, one of the big things that Tinubu is bringing on the table is this credit facility, this easy credit facility. Today, I mean, for people that are here in the US, I can walk into a store today and drive out a 2023 Toyota Highlander or BMW with at least as $1,000 in my account. Today, it's possible, and I'll be paying maybe $600 or $500 a month, as depending on how good my credit is. So that is what essentially Tinubu has been big on. That look, we will make facilities available. That you don't need to look for money, and if we can do that, the tendency to want to steal, to be very corrupt, would have been, you know, even if it is just by 10%, that will have been taken care of. So that is the angle, that is the direction which is coming from. Not like some kind of Superman that is coming to reduce the corruption. So I would take the importance of the message above the messenger in this case. So for me, it's a good thing. It's actually a plus. It's something that should be celebrated. That we pray that he implements and is able to implement it, and we can move on from there.
All right, brilliant. So stay with us. Let me move the conversation around a little bit, Bishop, and let me bring Rational Mind into the conversation. And Rational Mind, I want to bring you to this headline that is on the screen here. So let me just give you a brief feel of it. So you were able to rationalize the 23.7 trillion naira that was stolen. So rationalize this. I can't account for 6 trillion naira ground rent. Ask SGF. Fashola tells Senate. Works Minister Babatunde Fashola has urged the Senate ad hoc committee investigating the 6 trillion naira unpaid ground rent to seek information from Boss Mustafa, Secretary to the Government of the Federation. Mr. Fashola said this when the Senate ad hoc committee, chaired by Adamu Alero, PDP Kebbi, visited his ministry on Wednesday. The Senate had, on March the 29th, set up an ad hoc committee to investigate and recover the over 6 trillion naira accrued from the non-payment of ground rent from property owners across the country. The motion was moved by Yusuf. Mr. Fashola, during the meeting, told the Senate committee that the Presidential Implementation Committee that issued receipts on the property was under the purview of the SGF and not his ministry. The minister explained that he only knew about the activities of the PIC after requests were forwarded to him to sign a certificate of occupancy on the property. About 2 years or so, when they started passing C of O's to me to sign, and I said, where is the delegation? Because the power to sign C of O's is vested in the president for land belonging to the federal government and to the state governments for land belonging to the states, the minister explained. In the process, I saw a body called the Presidential Implementation Committee, the body that was supposedly issuing receipts and all of that. Anytime I sought to find this body, nobody showed up. He added, as we are getting close to the end of the term, I now formally wrote. I asked the director of lands to write to them to ask to tell me what they are doing. The PIC replied that they are not accountable to our office and they are in the SGF office and that they report to the presidency. So, as far as your letter seeks to ask us to account for the PIC, they don't report to us. I will advise you to direct your inquiries about the PIC, about what the PIC does to the SGF, since the organization does not report to me. Mr. Fashola noted that most of the CFOs he had signed were pending requests dating back to 15 to 20 years. Mr. Alero, whilst briefing reporters after the meeting, said that his panel would engage the PIC over the disposal of federal government ground rent next week, and that about 18 billion naira had been recovered, and that efforts are being made to collect the balance. They explained to us how much has been collected so far, etc., etc. So there it is, right there. Another one bites the dust. So how do you explain this, Rational Mind?
Yeah, it even sounds convoluted because the way it sounded, it's I don't even understand what you. I mean, I'm not you reading it. I mean, what was just said there. He said on one hand that the president signs up on federal properties, but then he said there was one that he himself, the C of holes that the president signs up on. And there are some that he signed about like. Oh, like
let me give you the summary of it. So you know, there are federal lands and there are state lands. So if the COOs for federal lands are signed by the president, and the COOs for state lands are signed by the state governors, of course they can delegate that, but essentially that's where it's vested in. For the federal lands now, they've now vested the federal lands in a vehicle called Presidential Implementation Committee. The person that then oversights this is the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa. So the total of the earnings of that space runs to the region of 6 trillion naira. So now the Senate is now asking Fashola to account for it, but he's saying it's not under his purview. So 6 trillion naira lost in the paper somewhere.
Well, man, I understand what you're saying. I get it. I'm just coming from a different angle. I know the state government, which is not even supposed to be, government supposed to be signing CFO. It's not done in any federal system. If not, Nigeria is a backward country. And now he's talking about a certain CFO that federal properties or federal lands that are being signed off by the president, which is not supposed to be that way. Maybe the minister or maybe some other delegates within the Ministry of Works and Land or whatever should be doing that for the federal government, not the federal government. That is where the bureaucracy comes in there. So the angle I'm coming from is that he said on one hand, he signed some CFO. On the other hand, the president signed some CFO that belongs to the federal lands or federal properties. I mean, I don't even know what he's talking about. If the federal, hold on, let me land. If the power lies solely on the president, so why should he be signing off on CFOs that the president should be doing? So that's the angle I'm coming from. Then let me go to the topic. I mean, to the main question, the 21 trillion. So you see, now look at it. We're getting this revelation now that the secretary of the federal government gets this money, and this money were never accounted for. We have this single treasury account. So is the money in the single treasury account? Where is it? Is it some people pocketing this money into their pocket? You see, there's a lot of shenanigans going on in Nigeria. And I remember when Obasanjo was there, somebody was advising him that those federal properties in Ikoyi there too should be. I mean, the last time I was there in Ikoyi, 2019, when I went there, I saw the whole ruins of that federal secretariat there. So, I mean, these are things that could also that could make money for the federal government. But my point is that 21 trillion, 6 trillion naira rather. For how many years? For 2 years, you said, right?
Yes.
Oh my goodness! Just look at the graphs. Look at the fraud in that country. I mean, and we're talking about 21 trillion naira that they spent, and they're now asking the federal. They are now asking the CBN. I mean, they're asking the what's it called, the National Assembly to approve it. Already spent it, and this money. Where is this money coming from? Is it part of the 60 trillion naira from the federal properties and land that they rented out or they sold out? You just won't, and this is just for 2 years. We're not talking about if you look at the previous administration, even when BUHARI was. Okay, go on, please.
Number one, it's not 2 years. It's between 15 and 20 years. Just to get the information correct.
Okay.
15 and 20 years is not 2 years. That's number one. Number two, Fashola never said he signed any CFO. He said they brought to him and he wanted to trace that where is the delegation power, the power that delegates the signing to him. So he refused to sign. He wanted to trace, to know the details of who is supposed to do what. Number three, the power of land. The land belongs to states, and it is vested, it is held in trust by the governors of those states. That is all the state land in the federation. That is the position of the constitution. Today, you know, because we used to have this Land Decree Act of 1977 that caused a lot of trouble. But today, land is vested in the state. So the only land that belongs to the federal government are the ones that are acquired for certain purpose. Now, some people are on them. I'll give you one example. Railway lines have right of way on both sides. A lot of times, some people take it and they build shacks. This is their shop. They are supposed to be paying rent. This is the kind of money they are talking about. In the real sense of it, it is people in that state, the director, you know, it's just to put the record straight that, number one, it is not 2 years that we're talking of 6 trillion. So this 6 trillion is the summary of the amount they would have made if they have been collecting that money. The problem we need to find out is how much exactly have been collected or have been, and how much have been remitted within the space in question. So it's not like some people have collected the 6 trillion. It's possible that they have collected, but in this situation, let us deal with the facts of the matter. The president has the power over the federal lands that have been acquired, and the state government, as represented by the state governors, hold in trust the land in all the state for the people of the state. Thank you.
All right. So if I understand what you just said, 15 years is the rental for any federal land or properties. Is that what you're saying?
No. What he's saying is the outstanding amount is actually over a period of 15 years, not 2.
Okay, so yeah, because I'm surprised to hear that 6 trillion naira within 2 years. I mean, that's a lot of money within 2 years.
Well, it's still a lot of money.
It's still a lot of money. So for 15 years now, so that would date back to like Obasanjo's time, right? Start from Obasanjo's time, because 15 years.
Yeah, just the tail ends of Obasanjo.
Yeah. So we should be able to question these people and ask how.
Oh no, they shouldn't go back to Obasanjo. 8 plus 8 is 16.
That's
Yadua.
So I mean, so that tells you a lot that that is going on that we don't know. And yeah, they are talking about revenue, their shortfalls in revenue. They don't have money. I mean, but then let me ask this, because I think I heard you say he said he signed off on some CFO. I don't know if that's what I heard, or maybe I just missed.
No, is that he was invited to sign some CFO, and he was asking where the delegation was, because the power to sign the CFOs it was vested with the presidency.
Okay. I thought you said he signed it, and then the president signed one, and he was declining not to sign anymore because it was the president. I thought that was
no, he didn't sign it.
Thanks for that clarification. So my point is this: 6 trillion naira is a lot of money. I mean, even if we can even get like quarter of that amount of money, you know, we can pay off some of the like we're talking about the police here that striking and all of that. We can pay off some of those, even buy military hardware from there to fight prosecute insurgency and all of that. So well, that's to tell you the sheer amount of corruption that we are faced with in that country. Nigeria is sometimes I lose it. Sometimes it's beyond me to understand the level of corruption, the level of fraud going on. I mean, what's the point of the single treasury account if somebody can get money on federal property or federal lands that are being rented out and the money is not being remitted into? Let me give an example. I used to work for the Fed here. Every single money goes into a particular account. It's a federal account here in America. If I give you a link now, you go to that website. You can see the debt America is owing versus the amount of money they are raking in. Life. I mean, in real time, you'll be seeing it coming in, going out, coming in. You'll be seeing it. I have the link here. So what I'm trying to say is that what happened to this kind of transparency, whereby you can see the money coming into the federal account, who is paying in, what is going in, what federal agency is getting money, and all of, you can see it in real time. Whatever happened to that? And then you're talking about you want to fight corruption when you were a Lagos State governor for how many years? All your stooges that were there. How many times have you heard that they prosecuted one councillor or one House of Rep member, even the one that was said to have stolen money, the chief, what's it called, Speaker of Lagos State, Governor, House of Rep, they do dilly-dally everything, they sweep everything under the carpet. Is that how clean people are in that Lagos State government, that you can't even prosecute one person, and you're here telling us you want to fight corruption, when you yourself, you're the epitome of corruption. You don't give what you don't have. So for me, let me go back to, I'm digressing to, you know me very well, I'll throw shade at Tinubu. So
no, he opened himself up with that sort of headline anyway. I don't think Tinubu should be making commentaries about corruption. I don't think he should.
In fact, one thing that even brought me here was what you read when he said something about the judges. Oh my goodness! When I heard it, I was like, "Here you go. That is pretty cool." I was saying pretty cool. What did they say it is?
Quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's already setting a stage, telling them that look, you better listen to me. I'll do you well. That's a form of how do you say it now? I don't know. I can't even talk. So
quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo. Yeah. That's a point. That's the angle I'm coming from. But why would you be making it when you know you have a legal case of a national proportion that will determine where the country goes? And already, hold on, my dog. I know you're coming from me. Hold on. Let me make my point.
For you, I just to put it in proper perspective.
What is the perspective?
He was commissioning a house built for magistrates.
Okay.
That invited. He did not build the houses. Rivers State government built a house and a complex.
I did not say he built it. It's just the comment he made. That's the
comment was that this is how.
Dude. I know you would justify your rationalizing anyone. I know you said let us have a that's your hold on, my friend. Hold on. That's your own perspective, and you have your right to hold that perspective. I see your point. Yeah, it makes sense to believe that yes, he was commissioning magistrate quarters or judges quarters or whatever you say. This is not the first time. We see Ariwola the other time when he went there, he goofed there. Something that he's not supposed to have been saying. He was saying that there, which for me, I think he should recuse himself from this case. This if ever that thing goes to him.
No, why should he? Why should he recuse
himself? Because he's already showing his partisanship here. We're already seeing
how? What did he say or do?
You went, woman. We read it here. You read it here. When he what's his name? Wike invited him over to come and commission.
You mean that one? Yeah. Okay, yeah.
But that's where that is just the beginning. And looking at all these things, looking at all this series of events playing out right now. The same Wike that invited him over, the same Wike now is body now with Tinubu. The same Tinubu, see, look, dude, look, guys. I mean, our mental health is important. That's why I came on your platform today, one man, saying your mental health is important. That country will beat you down. The kind of news we're hearing from that country is enough to make you weary, to just drag you down and start thinking in a way that doesn't even make sense anymore. You just start excusing crap for people. How do we build a nation like this when you have crappy people leading that country? And
do we have crappy people, or do we have crappy institutions? Because people will take advantage of where advantage can be taken, but really we don't have structures, to ensure that these things do not happen.
The politicians weaken the institution. We just talk about now. We're talking about 6 trillion naira over time of 15 years, span of 15 years. What are we
unaccounted for.
What is it? Okay, fine. Let's say for maybe I know this guy instituted it. Good instituted it, single treasury account. Every money that belongs to the federal government goes into that account. Any federal agency, whoever you are, whatever federal department, whatever money you make, you issue check or whatever your people or voucher, the money is going to that account. So, but we don't see that playing now. We're talking about 6 trillion over the period of 15 years now. Let's say towards the latter part of this guy, Jonathan's presidency, where he started this single treasury account.
They completely ignored that single treasury account.
They did.
Especially the Nigerian Port Authority, who we heard they were running several accounts in.
Carry on, yeah.
That's
what I want to say. You see, you start wondering what is going on. I mean, you're talking about an institution. The single treasury account should be a separate, managed by a separate institution. Should no doubt should be under the federal government. I mean, maybe the AG, I mean the AGF, Accountant General of the Federation, or maybe the Secretary of the Generation. I mean,
it should really be under the Ministry of Finance,
or maybe Finance too. Yeah, maybe that too. I don't know. I can't even think straight. We should manage that. But the point is this: they've weakened these institutions. So how do we account for this? And so somebody's going to River State and is making comments when you know you have a case of a national proportion, and then you're talking about building houses for judges. And for me, that is I don't forget that legal time. I mean, want to hype me out.
Yeah, but he's only going to commission it. By the way,
avoid comment. Yeah. Just commission it. Thank you, Mr. Wike, for building houses for judges. We hope our judges enjoy it, and just leave it at that. But you're making this comment for me. That's how I see it. You should not be making comments like that. And we know this when they say go to court. We know what the same script that Bubu played in 2019 is not what they want to play again. We know how it's going to end because already we know how it all ended, how they use the courts. So I mean, how they make a nonsense of Atiku's case, even though Atiku had a case against Buhari. But then,
rational mind. There's nothing wrong with that comment. There's nothing wrong.
You can say it. You can say it. But
it's not a matter. It's not a matter whether I can say it. See, someone is talking that the government, the governor should do more in providing infrastructure for one of the arms of the government. There's nothing bad in it because it's just like here too. Government build all the institutions. But the institutions stand on their own, despite the government will build the institution. It should not be the thing that should impede whatever the institution is doing. So to me, that comment is just being made too political. I don't see anything bad in that comment.
If he has no legal case, like the one we're saying going to play out as from next week, then we can say there's nothing wrong with that. But he has a case. Anything that he say, knowing that,
are you suggesting that he's sending a dog whistle to the?
It is what I'm saying. That's what I use the word prequel. You have call whatever you have what that's what I was meant. That's the angle I was going with that because, like I'm trying to tell you, we saw. I mean, I don't know. Did you listen to Archbishop Oyaneka?
Yeah, it's been attacked at the moment by Festus Keyamo.
If you look, good. I mean, I've seen that, or maybe on NigeriAN or whatever other platform where I saw that. Now, if you look at what he said, if you listen to what he said, it makes sense because, I mean, justice should be on equal ground. Whoever is going to, I mean, you're bringing somebody who is going to have some sort of immunity, which is that's another thing that we're going to talk about maybe very soon again. Because this guy is going to have some kind of immunity. I won't be surprised if he has to play on that immunity. You have to bring that immunity up. And say you cannot prosecute me on this case, and then they throw out this case out of court on the grounds of immunity. So now my point is this: that it is not fair anymore because one is higher than the other. One is now the president, and the other one is just an ordinary person, an ordinary citizen. You're not fighting the president, who is the most powerful person. When he has a FEC, is a Federal Executive Council, maybe whatever, and then the chief judge of the federation is also, I mean, the judge of the Supreme Court is also present in that. I mean. He can sit down with him in private and have. I mean, it's not fair anymore.
Yeah, but the case is not going anywhere anyway. Because if you look at the body language of the country, the country is already moving into the. Is the country not already moving? Yeah,
it looks like that's what I'm saying. It looks like everybody is just anxiously waiting to see what, because all this noise making, this hula bar, whatever they call it, that people are making, and they said Tinubu and his attack dogs are all saying that keep quiet. They want us to keep quiet. They don't want us. That's what they want. They want the silence of a graveyard. That's what they want, and I think they are getting it because they've been threatening people with DSS. They've been threatening people that you will see. Let us get into government. We will close down your TV station. We'll review your license. We'll do this. Already, people are getting scared of what this guy might say. Look at what he's even saying in River State. That tells you the body language that this guy is bringing into this presidency. It's going to silence opposition. So people are...
I'm not sure that he's going to silence opposition. No, you see what is happening with the media space is that as the swearing in ceremony starts to come closer and closer, they are having to calibrate then that they will still have to function under a Tinubu administration. So they are recalibrating their. If you notice now that even at Rice TV, they are not as aggressive and as punchy as
Exactly.
and very soon they will phase out that Rufai Oseni and replace him.
Okay.
I think they are already replacing him with some dapper looking old boy like that. So they have to rebalance to remain relevant.
Should it be one man? Question to you: should it be like that?
Yes, but not unguarded though. Because
no.
Where you're right,
you have to tell me what is unguarded, one man. You cannot say there's a freedom of speech.
Yes, but it's not an absolute though. People always say there's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not an absolute.
I agree.
Your freedom stops where someone else starts. You don't have the freedom to cast aspersions or defame someone or all of those things like we saw with David Udeyi.
I say Tinubu is not my president. It's not my president.
But he is your president.
I have the right to say it's not my president. You cannot.
Yeah, yes. Well, you have the right to say anything, but
you don't want me. Well, go on. What is it?
It doesn't. You have the right to say anything, but it doesn't alter the fact that he is your president. So that's just tautology now. That's just talk.
So allow me say it. Allow me say it. That's what I'm saying. Allow me say it. Don't stifle me. Don't shut me down. Don't tell me to keep quiet. All because you knew if I continue saying it, the international community or the whole world will perceive it like, okay, let us look into what this guy is saying. Why is this guy saying this guy is not his president? Okay, this guy is a drug baron. This guy is this. He has so many corruption. Look at his family. They are very corrupt. Look at him himself. He has a state capture. People start looking into this. So, this guy might have a point. And then that might start bringing questioning his legitimacy. So that is what they don't want. They don't want talking about all of this.
No, I think it's the
I'm not here for this crap today.
No, I know. No, you know the nature of the space now. I think it's the unnecessary distraction that because if we're using the Obi narrative as an example, the Obi narrative is almost holding the Nigerian state is holding it in abeyance, is suspending it in animation somewhere without any motion. So that was where they were inviting him to shut up yesterday. You know that you are in court, so just shut up and let nature take its course. Yeah, because of course it's not going to get anything from the courts. We all know that. But the noise, even Atiku came second. He's not making anywhere near the noise. So that's where the shut up comes from.
Well, woman, you see, I've said it earlier at the time when this guy was announced as a president. I said we're entering a new phase, a dark one. It's going to be very dark. And you're already telling me now. You can see the loudness, the seeming silence. We don't see that boisterousness that people were displaying after the election was before the election and some weeks after the election when it was rigged and people perceive it was rigged. We're not seeing that anymore. It's because there's this fear, and some people are anxiously. People like me were anxiously waiting to see what the judiciary is going to pronounce as judgment. And all those cases that we have, is it the one that Shetima had a double? What are you going to say about that? That Tinubu is he was fined. What are you going to say about that? That what we're saying on the IREV is different from what INEC declared. What are you going to say about that? So people are actually waiting to see what the judges are going to say.
You know what the judgment is going to be based on will be on the substance of the election. And does it substantially represent the will of the people? Which factually it does. It
does not. That's the INEC manufactured evidence you're talking about, or facts that you're talking about there. I don't believe that, because what we're seeing on the IREV, because the IREV is telling us a different story. I mean, sometimes technology does not lie. Sometimes, anything. I mean, facts are facts. I mean, when I say facts are facts, we know people can invent their own facts. But what we're seeing playing out on the IREV, we can see that there's a huge manipulation that Tinubu never won this election. But we're going to see how the judges are going to put. I mean, they said they're standing trial on their own too, because we're going to see how they're going to play out on this. So for me, one man, you see, on the 6 trillion and all of this, it's just tell us that Nigeria is a failed state. I mean,
sorry. Are you holding out hope that that something seismic is going to happen at that tribunal? Are you holding out hope?
Well, you see, I want, like you say, hope. I like the word hope. I'm hoping, but on the one side, I mean, that was why I came in. I said my mental health is important. I've already had my mind made up that I don't expect much. I think maybe I should use the word hope and expectation. I hope that the judges will do what is right and look at these cases based on their merits and whatever was stated as were the grounds. But do I believe, or do I really expect them? I mean, with the way Tinubu is going to become the president, because if you listen to Archbishop Oyenikon, he said it. He said, look, this case should be finished before this guy gets it, because all these people are not coming there on equal ground. One is higher than the others because he's the president. He's been sworn in. So he has the power, he has the state power to influence anything. Like you're already talking about the media spaces now. This guy has bought the whole media spaces. Even those ones that are seeming to be opposition before now, they are cowering before him now because they don't want their license. They don't want to be slammed, fined or whatever by NBC because of something they said or allow people to say on their station. So where are we going now? We are entering a very dark time. If this guy becomes president,
No, not everybody.
One man. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah. Please, can I speak?
Yeah, go on.
Can we all just calm down and take it?
By we all, you mean rational mind, but
yes.
Yes.
Why are you telling me to calm down? What is the calm down you're talking about?
Hold on. You see, it is sad to see well-educated Nigerians have lost their mind because of an election. If you step back and take a breath and look at the election, it was not rigged. It was the failure of the opposition to unite together. It is impossible to defeat an incumbent whereby
what are you talking about?
Hold on. Whereby the incumbent government, whereby the opposition is divided into 4 places. It is impossible. You understand me? If you look at, okay, let's go back to 2015. I followed that election. The APC was united. They went into that election with about 10 governors. You have Atiku there. You have Constable. You have Bukola Saraki. You have all the top leaders. They all united as one because their goal was to remove PDP. But in this election that passed, the goal was not to remove APC. The opposition was fighting for their own interest. They didn't put their focus on, let's remove APC from power. That was not their goal. They were fighting for their individual interests. So you cannot blame the incumbent for retaining power.
So let me ask you a question. Hold on, my friend. You see,
right.
It's very good for you. Some of us to do revisionist revise the history. What you're seeing playing out now, when 2015, when we saw how they attacked Tinubu, they attacked Jonathan, all of that. Did Jonathan tell them to shut up? Did he tell them not to use the media?
No one is saying you should not use the media.
No, that's what they're saying. Look, did you see how this attack?
Whatever you want, but this idea,
hold on. Kiyamo and his what's his name? FFK. Do you see how they are attacking the cleric? Can they attack? Hold on.
They are responding to
one Muslim. Hold on, my friend. Can one big Muslim cleric from the north talk the way he talk? Maybe talk against Tinubu, and can they attack him like that?
They have the right to. They have the right to. Hold on.
It is
a free speech. They have the right to reply to that.
I cannot attack Tinubu. Hold on. I cannot attack
Tinubu. Their
opinion. I come here, I attack Tinubu. You people are all jumping on me here, stomping on me here.
No, you cannot. No. You can insult Tinubu.
Oh, God.
That's okay.
Give me a
but
break.
This idea, we are reliving the election. That the election was rigged. It was rigged. It was not rigged. It was not rigged.
That's your own. That's your own.
Listen, you guys said you want to you want to change, you want to build new Nigeria. If you are not being honest, how are you going to build a new Nigeria? If you are not being honest with yourself.
What are you talking about? What is the honesty?
Because you guys are not honest with yourself. You didn't win. Okay, can you tell me the state which you win that the APC ranked? Can you name any of the states? Just one. Tell me.
I'm not here
you won that.
Hold on.
Which of the states you won that the APC rigged the state? Can you name them?
Sorry.
Rivers. I can name one. Rivers.
Okay, fine. Even me, I will say that because fine.
Add Benue to it.
No, they didn't win Benue.
Who win Benue?
I think APC didn't win Benue State. No,
they won Benue.
Except governorship.
They won Benue.
No, they didn't. No,
they won Benue.
All right. We are litigating that space. I think we've gone over that space. But rational mind, as much as you may hold the contrary view, a lot of people, the majority of people, they actually feel that what transpired February the 25th, it represents the popular will of the people.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, what's majority again?
What's majority
again?
Yes, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Did you check the people that voted against APC?
What are you talking about?
Hold on. Wait, please, hold on. Article. Even Tinubu said it. He said it in his acceptance speech. He says, "I know the majority did not vote for me."
Yes, because if you put Obi votes and Atiku's vote together,
hold on, UFC.
Good. You've just answered the question. If you put those votes together, it tells you that the majority did not vote for him.
Then what did I say about
who got the most votes in the election? Who got the most votes?
Well, I understand one man, and I understand the angle you're coming from. That he won based on what INEC declared, right? He declared he had 8 point something million, right?
Not what INEC declared.
More people wanted him to be president than every other candidate.
He did not want the majority vote. He did not want the majority vote. I mean,
he did.
No, he did not.
No. Can I respond, please?
The majority of the vote, the majority of the voters who went in to vote in February did not vote him. Almost 14 million people did not vote for him.
Then
can I respond to rational mind? See, rational mind. One thing here for the purpose of the listener and those people that will be learning from us. Now, there are rules for you to establish majority. You can't conjure out a rule based on how you feel, but fact will remain fact.
Thank you very much.
You divide something into 3 parts, portion. How you want to know majority based on that thing you divide. And it's not only that the fact is representing majority here, the constitution is even backing up what is called majority. So quantitatively and qualitatively, we were able to establish majority, that Tinubu had majority in that election. And here we are still trying to have our own scientific way. We are doing reverse. We are revising science that, oh, this guy is not majority. So how do you determine majority when you have about 3 candidates that are very popular? So you want the thing now to skew towards someone so that
that's not majority. Dude, what are you talking? You know the meaning of majority? I mean, you know the meaning of majority.
How are you telling me that I don't know the meaning of majority?
I agree with you. He won the. I mean,
that's what I'm ideally data. You are asking me whether I know the meaning.
You can use it whatever. Well, this is
simple. Yes, no. It's only during this politics of Nigeria that I have another thing called majority for Nigeria. You are now bringing majority out of context. But you have to apply majority to the context. The majority to the context is
hold on. I just quoted what he himself said on the day of his acceptance. He
forget
said,
about
and I quote, oh yeah, you see, forget about
what
rational mind. If you are really being rational, the reason why he said that is that he contested against 2 other people, or let me say 3. So if you put their vote together, they are the majority. That's why I said a divided opposition cannot remove incumbent. Just imagine, maybe Obi, hold on. Obi supported Atiku or Atiku supported Obi, they would have won that election. But because of their greed and lack of foresight,
it's okay. We understand the stories you are. This is the story people are.
It's not this thing.
And it's sounding so
You are
redundant.
just, you are just pretending to be sleeping. You know the truth.
How do you know I'm sleeping?
Yes, you are, because you know the truth, but you are just want to admit the truth. You know
what the one they've giving you. What the one they've telling you.
All right. Let's establish what we do know as facts. From the results we have, Tinubu got more votes than every other contestant. So that's a better, yeah. So he got more votes than every other contestant.
I agree. Based on what INEC declared,
and based on those and those votes met all of the criteria to declare him president-elect. So that's the situation we're in.
Okay, now you're putting it right, one man.
What do you mean?
So you're putting it right.
agreeing with you now.
I'm agreeing with you, yeah.
Yeah, and in 3 weeks' time, he's going to then become the substantive president of the country and go on to govern for the next 4 years. So those are what we know as facts.
One man, do you know one thing that we push here that is funny to me is that the other time, National Man is saying, no, it's not my president. I have the right to see. You have the right to say it's not your president, but you don't have the right to reject him as your president. You should separate between the two. Rejecting him, when it's funny, you are rejecting him. You can say it, but you don't have right to reject him as your president, except you want to commit treason.
Reject him as
Bishop,
talking about.
Your word of mouth. Wait now, your word of mouth.
No! Don't play that with me.
I'm not playing it with you. I'm just telling you the reality. Rational mind.
I'm here today to talk about issues. I don't want to.
We are governed. We are governed.
You are there.
Wait, see. Now, see, look at it this way. We are governed by the law.
Do not insinuate what I'm not insinuating. Hold on, guy, please. You people, I mean, let me say you people.
You said it's not your president.
Some of you do that here a lot. You want to insinuate things I'm not
now, I heard
if
you.
I said I'm not
it's not your president.
as my, I will not go on the rebellion. I will not carry harm. Say I want to go and so that's what I'm
waiting
saying.
Now, rational mind.
To me,
you said
did not win that election.
Not your president. And I said what you are saying. What you are saying, you can say whatever you want to say, but it does not represent the fact. You just say it's not your president, but the fact says it's your president, and you don't have right to reject him as your president because the constitution
have no right.
Imposes.
What are you talking about? Do you know the meaning of freedom of speech? What are you talking about? Do you even understand what when they say somebody has the freedom of speech?
You can say something. You can say anything that you can say illegal thing, right? You can say illegal thing, and you can still be dealt with by the instrument of the law when you say illegal thing. Is that no freedom of speech?
Let the law come and tell me that I cannot say he's not my president.
No, you have the right to say that.
So what are you people pushing on me then?
Rational mind. The fact
let's move on. I don't want to do this.
For the purpose of education, not for arguments.
One man.
You are a Nigerian. Nigerian.
Yeah.
And the president of Nigeria today.
Because I notice most of you live in the diaspora. Please, one thing I want to beg. You guys that live in diaspora, whatever news you get from Nigeria, always try to verify those news. Because when I go through this YouTube, what I see Nigerians in diaspora trying to do, if we don't play carefully, what happened in what is going on in what they call it Sudan will take place in Nigeria. You understand? What goes on online is not what goes on at the street in Nigeria. Because online, it seems to be like Nigeria is burning. Nigeria is not burning. People are living their life, going to their daily jobs and taking care of their family. But online, Nigerians in diaspora always try to make it feel like as if the country is burning. It's not burning.
So you see how you people talk about things.
Hold on, rational mind, hold on.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside.
Thank you very much. Tinubu is our president. We should accept the guy.
No man when I say
don't tell me what to accept, not to accept.
It's just
I can't tell you
with
what to accept, not
semantics.
to accept.
And give him a chance, because okay.
Can I?
Let Crown, is it Crown?
All right, I have that interjection, Bishop, and then I want to take the conversation around to give people a 5-minute window to monologue to the space. Yeah, but come in, Bishop.
That's what I wanted to appeal for. Can we just move it on? I think we have gone past this topic. I think we should just move on. I appeal. I beg you in the name of God. Let's move forward, please. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let's move it on, but let's keep it still with rational mind. So rational mind now, setting Tinubu aside, what else agitates your mind in the political cycle today? So what have you been looking at? Just give us a 5-minute feel of where you are politically.
It's a lot. Past few days I've not been here. I've seen a lot of things happen. I can't just think of any right now. Well, actually, like I said, what brought me here was just that comment he made at River State. For me, I just feel like if you do not want people talking about things that are in court, I'm not saying he's talking about things that are in court already, but to me, I just look at it from that angle that it's sounding to me like the dog whistle there. So yeah, I mean, talking about that money that they already signed, I mean, they already spent. I don't understand much of finances, much like that to be able to say much. Maybe our the other guy, what's his name, Kulata, or other guys that finance guys here could come and tell us more on that. But then I know that the money has already been spent. But the question is, can you spend the money that has not been appropriated by the National Assembly? That's the question. And somebody was saying us here that you can do that because what was that? They said, is it by fear? I mean, what do they call it? What was that word again he used? We were asking Bishop the other time, one man. You were asking him what was that word? I forgot that word. You use one word. You were asking him what's the meaning. Does he know the meaning of that word? So my point is that
was it ways and means?
Yeah, ways and means. Like what the hell does that even mean? You know, like so. But the point is, this is what we're talking about. The weakening of the institutions in that country. When you don't follow due process, you know, is that part of due process? Is it legal that you can spend money that's not being appropriated? I mean, why do you even need the National Assembly to even have to sign off on a bill that you send to them for money, for finances or whatever, for the budgeting and everything? If you know you don't even need them, why do you have to just go just by fiat or because you are the use executive power? Just as the CBN governor, give me $3 trillion there, or I mean $3 billion there. I want to use it for this budget. And then like that, you don't even need to go through the National Assembly. But already you spend the money, you're now asking the National Assembly to now approve it. I mean, what kind of country are we running? And we say we want to. And I can go on one man because what brought me here was just, again, apart from that thing, was what he said in River State, what Tinubu said. But let me allow you to speak, let other people speak. Let me gather my thoughts on that. Then I will continue if you have time.
All right, brilliant. But preparations are going in full swing, by the way, for the inauguration. Watch this.
One man.
Yeah. There it is. So preparations going in full swing for the inauguration. So
one man, sorry, real quick. I think somebody said something here, and I agree with that person. You see, one of the reasons why I just have been really not being active with you, one man, maybe other people, is that because I get so sick. Recently, I started discovering that there's so many misinformation out there. Some of these, like he said, which is true, I agree with him that people were just heightening the tension in that country through Nigeria is burning, or people are protesting, those kind of things. I've seen so many of them in so many platforms. I don't go to such platforms. But what I'm trying to say is that the other time you played, I don't know, maybe on one of the media spaces, they were showing us that they were making preparation for Tinubu's inauguration, and it happens to be that it was Buhari's. Recently, Buhari did one. What's it called? recently that they did a parade with the military recently that was even wearing a camouflage. It was wearing a military uniform. That's what I found out later, that it was that thing that was being shown to us that, oh, it was Tinubu. It was actually a parade in preparation for BUHARI's that military parade that they were doing.
But rational mind, they are making preparations for Tinubu's celebration.
I don't doubt it.
They are making preparation, that's for sure.
Yeah, of course.
You say what?
They are making preparation already.
I definitely they will, because we're talking about 3 weeks from now. Of course, they should be making preparation for that. But my point is that we just want to be careful of some of this news that we get, because it's mentally, it's just it drains you, because you just can't understand what.
The reason why a lot of people are drained because of this election is that a lot of people they dedicate their mind, like they didn't they didn't have honor probability that they might lose the election. In an election, there will be a loser, there will be a winner. Always prepare yourself for the worst. It is an election. It's not do or die. If you look at this election, the way the election started, APC had the upper hand. Listen, what really affects Tinubu this election is that he would have won more than this. It's because of the Naira redesign and the fuel scarcity. That really affects the Tinubu's campaign. But if you look at it, before those things take place, the campaign was going pretty well. It was dominating the news. You understand?
Sorry, that's it. What took Tinubu's vote more than any other thing was the Muslim ticket.
Yes, you might say from the south Nigeria. Yes, I won't lie, because they're majority Christian. I get that, but in other area, the Naira redesign really affects the Tinubu campaign.
All right. All right. Let me take the conversation to let's take it to Simba, who joins us. So Simba, so you get the 5-minute monologue just to speak to the space. What have you been thinking about politically? What's agitating you in the news today, or what occupies your thought? More right, a better way to put it. Simba on mute. All right. Let's take it to Darati. So Darati, hopefully you're there. Can anyone hear me?
I guess they're sleeping.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. I was just inviting you to share your thoughts. Well, yeah, I was just inviting you to share your thoughts for about 5 minutes or so with the platform. What have you been thinking about in terms of the politics today?
Yes, a whole lot of things are happening. Just like day before yesterday, that we spoke about
we need you to speak up a bit.
We spoke about the $10.8 million house saga, scandal. Is it scandal or palaver? I think the thing got to another level. I heard it more today, and people were talking about it and stuff like that. But I think in whole, then I also the vibration of the Tinubu's visit also, in Port Harcourt. Well, I think Nigerians are beginning to kind of.
What are the outtakes? Hold on. What are the outtakes from that visit? What struck you? What came out of that Tinubu's visit to Port Harcourt?
Yeah, if you look at it very well, you see that it's like people embraced. They embraced in one way or the other. People like this guy Wiki. There's a way he carries his people along, and Tinubu himself also acknowledged that. When he was talking about the funds here, everything, the holiday that was declared, but it was just a means to seal their their friendship, to come out and say, come, this thing you are saying that we worked underground. I think we are, and Tinubu mentioned something. He talked about structure. I want to remember the name, the particular word he used. He said that is coming here today. Also open the kind of link, a bridge between him and Wike and River State, as well as he also thanked him for the structural support. Yeah, he said structural support that he gave him during the election. So if you look at it very well, you see that in picking some of these people, the hates, I mean the ministers and stuff like that, probably became my feature. And he also sent a what? He sent a message out that come, I have a grandmaster in this game. You know what Tinubu did that day? Do you know that I don't think it has really ever happened in the political firmament of Nigeria? An opposition. Probably it has happened, but it has not had that kind of collaboration. An opposition, inviting a ruling party, the president of the ruling party, coming in with fanfare. Not only with fanfare, there is a strategic relationship between them that will last long beyond the lifespan of the present government.
Are we not seeing political alliances being formed and political realignments taking shape? Because
that was what happened. Yeah, say something. Let me have your thoughts.
Yes, I was just saying that because what struck me in that interaction with Wike is that we're seeing a political evolution, and we're seeing cross-party alliances, and we're seeing synergizing because they say Nigeria does not have political ideologies. They say politics in Nigeria does not have political ideologies. But if you look at the sort of politics that Wike plays, and the sort of politics that Tinubu plays, and if you look at the style of governance of Tinubu and the style of governance of Wike, you can see that there's an ideological synergy between the two of them. They are both big personality politicians. They are both infrastructure sort of politicians, and they're both achievement sort of politicians. They are left of the center, they're right of the center capitalist sort of politicking. And that's why they were able to synergize so easily. Even though what's it called, Wike is outside of Tinubu's party, he's more Tinubu's politics than anyone else.
Exactly.
So, woman, can I, Dorothy,
Dorothy,
can we say, can we say that there is no political ideology then? Because if PDP, because I understand APC to be more of socialist Democrats, like they call themselves.
Yes, yeah,
and PDP is capitalist more. So now, what's the ideology there? If it means that being in PDP, then in the first sense, doesn't even know what it means to be a PDP, a capitalist. Then
Nigeria. We need to understand something. Nigeria is still in its infant stage of molding its we are metamorphosizing into into an ideological democracy. For a long time we had it in the past, but it died. The military sneaked it out of our political life, such that corruption also aided it. Now probably people are beginning to take it. And Lagos also played a role. The governance system of Lagos. Lagos? Probably people don't know. Lagos is like they operate that particular state like it's cosmopolitan, and they operate more like a semi-Nigerian. So there is a way, there's a link, just like one man said, a link between them. And if you look at it, Tinubu said it that someone will come and reply Wike, and that was also what played when someone also went to Rivers that time to kind of inaugurate or commission a project there. Also, they invited themselves. That was where the report. That was where they sealed that final deal, between themselves. Come, you are going to work for us, and then the London thing. So you see, it's a good thing that we are beginning to metamorphosize into a democracy that is ideological based. So that we know that this is what our people want. There's a tilting towards the left, but not too much to the left. Still, like I said, center left. Shock that
Where is that tilt? Sorry, where is that tilt? Who name the politicians that you think they are left of center? Who is left of center? Just give us two names that you think is left of center.
Well, I would say, naturally, most APC states that's not ACN going into APC, they have that progressive politics. Progressive politics is more aligned to the left. Now, when it goes to the extreme, that's where the reforms, that's what normally gives them problem. Now, but if you look at it very well, they still move towards the center. When I say center, they pick a bit of capitalism.
Yeah, they are center left.
Center left. That was why I use the word center left. Now, when you talk about conservative,
sorry, Darate. Sorry, can you hear me, Darate? What would you say the ideological? Yes. What would you say the ideological thrust of a Buhari is? Buhari, what's his ideological thrust?
Let me tell you. Buhari does not have any ideology.
He does. What are you talking about?
He's a nationalistic person.
Now, let me tell you. When I say it does not have a real ideology,
it does.
The reason why the South, I know. Any ideology is also an ideology. Do you know that?
Okay, go on.
Any ideology? No ideology.
No. He has a strong ideology, but let me hear your point first. Hold on. Can you hold on? Let him land. Yeah. Go on.
When the Southwest joined forces with the North to produce Buhari, the mindset was that the ACN having garnered more states in the Southwest, and they lean towards the center left, pick some a large chunk of mindset and ideology. They felt they may be able to forge a very good alliance, because they believe that Buhari also has that mindset, like probably he should favor people that are talakawas, the people that are not, and those things looked gel, like okay, progressivism, reforms, but not to the left, not to the right too much in terms of conservative terms. But you see, Buhari now picked the two. He wants to pick too much from the left, too much also from the right. And that was what accumulated into his nationalistic mindset ideology that really disturbed the economic and the political.
No. Darate, I think Buhari's ideological thrust is actually left of center. It's not a centrist politics, it's a left politics which leans towards socialism. And if you look at the administration of the Nigerian state, where the bulk of its policy thrust was social welfare, all that monies, it was almost giving social benefits out. In fact, it was under Sadiya Farouk's portfolio. So that was more. It was more wealth to the people sort of politics, which is left of center. It's not. He has an ideological thrust now.
I said it that is more. He took both on the left, politics, and also, by his tribal leaning and some other things. He's also nationalistic. Don't forget. So, and you know that those guys on the right, when they are conservative, they can move to the center right. They are also capitalist. Then when they move to the extreme of the right, that's where you bring in ultra conservatism, and you'll be talking about Nazism and some other, fascism and other extreme. So when you mix those things together, you see that was the reason why till today, every one of us, when we talk about the achievement of Buhari, I know where he did well, but there are a lot of other places where also he did not also perform. You cannot mix those things. That's why politicians that will really do well in office is either you hold on to that your leftist or your rightist policy, and you find a way to tend to the middle, a bit center, a bit. But by the time you are picking on two extremes, you will land yourself into trouble. You will confuse people that want to even defend you, and that's the reason why at the point, the ACM block was almost muzzled out. Even Tinubu was even given a cold shoulder. It was because of 2019 that he had to bring him closer again and say, come. Don't forget, Shehu Sani said it that, come, If the lion in Afro we win the election, he must go to the what? The lion of the lagoon. That is, he's talking about Tinubu. I saw the paper. I saw the paper live at that. I saw that, and that was where he threw the only lead to the only branch to Tinubu that come and he decided to appoint him, and so as to get his re-election. You see, that's one problem I have with him. He claims he wants to work, he still wants to work with him, but still, he's still not liberal. He's still not a what? A true, because you know that's one policy about. Look at the Democrats. They have their leftist policies. They still find a way to what? To be a bit liberal. They tend towards the center to be liberal, carry everybody along. That's why he has problem with what with the Southeast. Let me tell you, if not because of Oshibajo, that has a balanced view, I'm telling you, we would have been in bigger trouble than this. We have been in bigger trouble than this. He's the one that's been putting those checks into Buhari, even though they may not like him, and some other cabals within his space, within his presidency space. But that guy really helped. He was the one that went to South to go and talk to those guys, and these guys laid their weapons down. That the Niger Delta have been that. He was the one that went to the Southeast. That the little things that you see that they are even doing in the Southeast, that they did in the Southeast. Oshibajo played a key role in that. What he wanted was, come, we are decimating these guys. We are not giving them anything since they did not vote. And I think it shouldn't be in that format. It shouldn't be in that format. So Tinubu is bringing down a new brand of politics that come. Our politics should be played towards for the betterment of the people, and we must be able, we must be open to everybody. We must be ready to bring in every body into the game. See, there's going to be a realignment, an alignment and realignment. The political ideological space of Nigeria, we see a kind of growth that we have never seen before. Imagine how many governors have gone through that.
You're vesting a lot of hope in Tinubu, you know, because Buhari came in under an equal measure of hope, and we all saw how that played out.
Well, you know the issue with Buhari, everybody has that kind of hope that fine, this guy will do things the normal way. But I think Tinubu has a better chance to do well. And Buhari himself also, you cannot take it away from him. He did some reforms, although late, very late. Some of the bills he passed. I think Tinubu is smart enough. He will be very smart enough. Kolata have already spoken about these things. He will be smart enough to really use that as a means to win more Nigerians to himself, to make Nigeria look probably.
One man.
But today, let me tell you, as of yesterday, I already started criticizing Tinubu. That's one thing about me.
One man.
Criticize him when he makes
one man.
So that's it.
I would like
to, come in, UFA. Yeah, come in.
I would like to say this. The reason why Nigerians are always disappointed in mostly the central government is because they all refuse to pay attention to their individual states and to their individual leaders in their state. Okay, yesterday, for example, in my state, Edo State, the governor just discovered that 18 local governments in Edo State, they only generate 3 million naira every month. 18, just imagine, 18 local governments. They only submit 3 million naira revenue. 18, just imagine, think about this. 18 local governments in the whole of Edo State. You see, every individual in our country, they rather pay attention to Abuja. They forgot the money Nigeria makes, 45% go to the state and local government. Then they all forget about that 45% and pay attention to the 55% only. They don't care how the governors and local government spend the 45%, but they focus their attention. And if you look at it, the presidency is far away from you. Your local government, your councillor, your governor, they are more closer to you than the president in Abuja, because you have no idea.
Super fan, if I may ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
what exactly do you want us to learn from that local government's thing that you brought out? I'm
What
interested.
I'm trying to say is that the
Mhm.
citizen of each state pay attention to what is going on in your state. If see individually, if we can hold our leaders, local leaders, accountable in our state and local government, we'll be fine. Federal
Okay,
government.
okay, okay. Wait.
Yeah, go ahead.
Edo State, they are saying 18 local government generated 3 million. I'm
Yes.
interested in why and how they can generate more than that.
Thank
Okay,
you very much.
wait. Let me give you a scenario.
Yeah.
You are saying we focus much on Abuja.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you are saying.
Yeah.
But you are not saying that Abuja corner the almost 90 to 95% of the entire resources of the country. Right? You are not saying that because VAT was a typical example of what we are seeing recently now. Now, when we are talking of this local government now,
yeah,
the tax they are asking about, the revenue, I'm interested in how they were supposed to generate that revenue and why they are not generating it. That's what I want to learn there.
Well, let me tell you something. They do generate that. They do generate revenue. They just keep it to themselves. Let's not lie to ourselves. They do generate revenue.
Yeah, but surely that is down to the post. It's down to the institutions again, isn't it? That is down to the poor structures of Edo State. Like we've already established, if there's the opportunity to steal, people will steal. So it is left to the central space, either at the state or federal level, to put in structures to make it difficult for that to be the case.
No. The federal. Listen, these people are voted for by the citizen in their each state. So the president cannot dictate on how they spend their money.
No. Listen. If we go with the example that you're saying, so this local government, the chairman of the local government is a looter. And if the opportunity presents itself, it would loot. So it is down to the state to make sure that that opportunity to loot is as difficult for him as possible. So if they are putting checks and balances and structures in the remittances and collection of revenue in Edo State, then this will not be a headline. You know, it's just, in fact, it mocks the state more than it mocks the local government areas. So it's a failing of the state, yeah.
A big failure of the state, mostly of the state governor. It's crazy. 18 local government generated only 3 million naira, which I know is false.
No, we've established that, but that failure cascades all the way to the top. So that narrative that you've just painted for Edo State, it cascades to the top.
One man, can I say something? You know that the last poverty statistics that came out, it was discovered that the rural economy, the rural population, they are the most poor compared to the urban population, and that is an indictment on our state governors. I think there are some certain things that they need to do. Look at what is happening right now. Do you know that last year BUHARI already signed the National Health Authority Bill? As I speak to you, many states in the country are having their health scheme. I mean, health insurance scheme, whereby, like, let me give you an example. In your state now, as a pensioner, you can have access to just with 8,000 naira. With 8,000 naira, not only pensioners, but anybody with 8,000 naira, you can have access to 1 year. You pay for 1 year, you have access to health, check everything, even surgery and stuff like that. Then on a family basis, I think 24,000 for a family of 4 or 5, like that. Now you ask me, do they take that information? And that money was paid for by development partners, the federal government, the state government themselves. So, and part of the money of the states, part of the money of the local government is also part. Do they take this information to the people at the grassroots? Information is what the problem of that country. Many things are happening in that country, but they will hide it. Nobody will not hear pim. So until people begin to die, and they have done that one because they have signed it. Lagos is doing it, Oyo is doing it, Adamawa, I think Adamawa has also come to Oyo State to come and learn. They're already starting their own, and so many other states. Kano, I heard Kano, Delta is doing it. In fact, Delta is doing very well. I mean, in that area, I also learned Anambra is also doing something like that. Me, I'm living in the Gambia, but I do follow a lot of things in Nigeria. And these things, when you tell it to Nigerians, I'm telling you, they don't even know anything about it. There are sometimes they will give money, they will give loans, they give grants.
Yes,
People
there are several.
Tell them anything.
There are several pockets of monies hidden in so many agencies or laying fallow in so many agencies that Nigerians can access, but the information never gets to them. But there are even international monies that have been ceded to Nigeria, but it doesn't cascade to the people simply for reasons of corruption, but more to it for reasons that the people are not even aware that they can access some of these funds.
One man, see, this is where the media needs to come in. The Nigerian media, they are the enemy of the country. Ask me why.
I support you 100%, sir. I support you 100%, sir.
Listen, they rather spread negative news rather than positive, because there are a lot of programs, as you say.
No. Hold on. It's not. Hold on. It's not the responsibility of the Nigerian media to spread policy news for the government. The government has to take an advertisement and publicize their own. Well, how is it the media? You know the media is private enterprise.
Yes, I do.
Yes. So what obligation do they have to do to disseminate government something?
For instance, whenever, like in the United States, whenever the government is giving any press conference, you see all the medias, they will be there to broadcast it live. For instance, the federal government, all the ministers, they do give weekly press conference. They have in their channel on YouTube. Sometimes I do watch it. They give updates on what they are doing. But how many of these media stations broadcast these things live? They don't. Go to
no, but they are hold on. They are are they under an obligation too?
Of course they do, if they are really working for the people, as they say.
They are not working for the people. They are private businesses.
But they always sit on their table and say, we are working for the Nigerian people. Our mandate is to.
What we should be asking this guy? Let us ask you the question. You say you watch them on their YouTube channel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are they saying on that YouTube channel?
They give most times I only listen to Fashola because he's the one I respect because of the infrastructures he engage in. So he normally give step-by-step update on how the works are going in the construction site. So you do give update there.
And so that's all.
Yeah, they do, all the ministers, but I only
you said two things so far here that I just like, what is this guy talking about?
No, it's see, hold on. Go to their YouTube.
You get the impression that you're talking about social, social benefits that people can benefit from, social benefits.
Yes.
We're giving out grants, whatever.
Yes, they do.
Hold on now, let me talk. And then you make it sound like, okay, there are some of these ministers, they go on their platforms, YouTube channels. Okay, the FEMA is giving out money to students, to scholarship for students. That was what I was expecting you to say when I asked you give an instance.
Okay.
But you're telling me that Fashola just go there and tell us about.
Hold on. Like the Minister of Agriculture, the federal government have a program for farmers whereby they give them fertilizer and grant. You know that?
Okay. I know. So,
thank you. So they do, that minister, he do give a press conference on the Aso Villa YouTube page. Weekly, they do.
So what did he say there? Is he saying
I don't listen to all this, but they do. That's why I give you the name of the YouTube.
In a working society, it doesn't work that way. You should not centralize things like that. That is why we have
that's why we have the media. The media was supposed
you can't hit the blame on the media alone. I mean, I won't say the media is even responsible for this because, like one man told you, they are private run enterprises. So They want to make money. You call them. When you call them, I have this press conference I want to make. If you don't tell them that there's something you want to do, they won't come to you. So you have to tell them, look, guys, channels, Arise, LTV, all of you, I have this press conference, come and see and broadcast it live. And then you call them, they will come. I'm sure they will come. But when you don't do all these things, you're doing it in the dark, in shadiness, and then you don't want people to know, so that when people don't, I mean, when I was growing up back in the 70s, early 80s in Nigeria, on the newspaper, they will advertise bidding. They will advertise bidding for one government parastatals, what this. But where do you ever see that? Ever since, last time I went to Nigeria, where do you ever see that in Nigerian newspaper anymore?
Okay. Let me tell you why the media. Hold on. Why the media? Let me tell you why the medias are acting like this. Most of the media's owners, they are politicians. They are into politics. Some of them are APC, some of them are PDP.
No, dude, let's not argue. Let's just move on, because
am I lying?
No. You're not lying, but you are making it's a non-point.
What I'm trying to say is that they are all in this together. That's what I'm trying to say.
In what together?
They don't like the news, the what's going on in the country that are positive. They don't like to give the information to the people. They rather spread the negative news, like what Tinubu said yesterday. And
also, hold on. It's not unique or peculiar. You know, bad news sells more. If you're passing by the newsstand and you see that, oh, the federal government has just built a bridge, or as a headline on a newspaper, or you see that, oh, Tinubu has been arrested for stealing money on another newspaper. Which of those newspapers would you pick?
Oh, the Nigerians will pick the Tinubu has been arrested.
Well, there you are. So that's the sort of news that nobody cares about positive news, and the newspapers, the media, it's attention economy. They are competing. Yeah, so they are not under any obligation to tell you what government policy is. But I thank you. Let's go on to Ola and have his 5 minutes or so monologue. So Ola, you're up next. Wow, what have you been looking at in the news cycle today?
I don't. You just give me some topic to talk about, and I will talk.
All right. We were talking about this one, but Bishop tried to shut it down. But I'm refusing for it to be shut down. But this one speaks to the heart of everything that is wrong in Nigeria. We're dying of hunger. We depend on arms, bribes, extortion to survive. Newly recruited Nigerian police constable cry out over unpaid salaries. So now these are new now to the force police. They've gone through all their trainings, but they've not been paid a dime since they've been putting on the uniform. So they're now giving reasons now why they have to resort to crime in order for them to have a daily bread. So what are you then making then of this narrative then the people put in charge of law and order, giving you reasons why they are flouting the law?
Anyway, I think you know my stand on this. The point is this: whatever they are saying, although I understand the situation, but ultimately, it's never an excuse. It's never an excuse. It's just a way of trying to explain. See, before you can become a thief, you must have that trait of being a thief. There are some people that are even poorer than these guys. No matter what, they will never steal. And for those people that have the tendency to become a rogue among them, they just need some little thing to push them to manifest their characters in full. So even if you pay this guy, we know that what they pay them is not enough. They will still, some of them will still go to the road and they will still collect whatever they want to collect. And that speaks to the fact that as a country, I think we need to still become more productive, because at the level we are now, we've never really tapped into our potential. So what we see, what we're dealing with, because of our structure that pushes everything to the center, we have to dictate to everyone. instead for us to have each region to be using their resources, even you are going to contribute to the center and use your resources, and for the 6 geopolitical region to compete at the same time simultaneously, not when they are waiting for one godfather or one big daddy at the center to just give them the monthly stipend for them to operate. So when you have things like this, you now allow them to decide what they will pay their workers. So we need to look at that structure. Is it good to not to pay this guy? No, it's not good for sure. No, it's never good. They have to be paid, but giving excuses, no, because they are not the only one. What of if they don't have weapon? Those people that are not paid, that they don't have weapon, what should they do? You understand? They can easily find a way to give excuses. So because we are not being paid, but it's not good for them not to be paid. I know that. And the issue of this type of issue, really, I would say the government will just.
Are you playing some Nintendo game? What are you doing there? Are you playing some Nintendo game?
Okay, that's what. That's my son phone. No, nothing. Don't mind. Thomas is Abaya. Don't mind. Maybe he has been doing those things, so he knows about it very well. And Alex surprises me. So
did you see what happened in Uganda? That minister that was shot.
Yes, by his bodyguard.
So that's and what was the reason? Because
I didn't go into the details of it.
Because it was not paid. You know how it affects the psyche of somebody when you work and you don't pay them. You know the impact it has on the psychological the psyche of that person. That was what happened to that guy. He just got to that end and he was like he could not just take it anymore, and he had to resort to. So if you see our police, the way our police are, the way they are conditioned, is there any wonder why they are the way they are? They choose to go on the street and start begging for 20 naira, 50 naira. Are we surprised? You know what it takes to go to a police college and do all of those things, go through those archaic, rigorous way of training. And at the end of the day, you are being fed. I don't know if you guys have seen videos of how they are fed in police college. Inside one big basia like that, they will cook rice there, and they will, oh my God, they will start cutting out.
It's quite similar to how they are fed in prison. The way they
what kind of? These are police. These are men that should be respected in society. Come here in America, you're over there, woman in the UK. Look at how your police are treated. But they treat them like animals, and then you expect them to come into the society and act like a normal human.
Rational mind.
Rational mind, you are correct.
Rational mind. How can you cook food for many people without putting it in a basia now? You want to cook large crowd food. How do you cook it without putting in a big basia?
Here we go again.
So how is putting their food in basia?
You are in Canada.
Rational mind. Correct. Rational mind.
Can I land and answer the Patora first, please?
Okay.
Pato, you are here. You're in Canada, and then here in North America, you see how police are treated. Have you seen those videos I'm talking about? How they are strong.
So, I agree with you actually.
Of course, they'll cook it in basia.
But cooking basia is not a big deal.
I'm not saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Cooking it in basia is not what I'm saying. But the way they were fed, go and see how they all rush just to get food. My goodness!
There was a time we saw a clip on the police quarters in Ikeja. My God, if you put your dog in there in the UK, they would arrest you.
Barracks in Ojolegba there, barracks there in Ojolegba. Go and see the squalor there that living there.
Okay, see, rational mind. We know all these things. We are not denying the situation. And it's not limited to the police. You got the point. But then, for the law enforcement agency to say, because they are not paying us, that is why we no longer enforce the law. We are supposed to be catching criminals, so that is why we are criminal ourselves. That's exactly what the police are telling you. And we are saying, and we are giving we are trying to help them rationalize. I'm not asking you, other workers, other civil servants,
like
in
us
their
too.
shoes.
Mm.
So you now expect them to say, okay, because you are not paying us, that is why we have our tuition fee regime, and this is why we have to extort even the poorer Nigerians, even those Nigerians that they don't even have what these people have. That is why we have to extort them. It doesn't add to the logic.
Ola,
The thing is,
Ola,
everyone is suffering.
It does.
you got that.
No.
Ola,
Rational mind, I'm not looking at it this way.
Ola, the
You are
question
saying
you
because
ask him is that if you are a nurse and they are not paying, should you go and be selling babies? If everyone take advantage of his profession and say because they are not paying me, let me take a doctors will be selling body parts, nurses will be selling babies, pharmacists will be selling poison. No, it's true now.
Are you bringing here?
I think we need to call spade is paid, though. Let the government pay these guys.
We are not. No.
You know how much why that guy killed that minister? Sorry to use the word kill. I mean, I had Yamo to that guy for
rational mind,
less than $1,000. Less than $1,000. You snort
rational mind.
Yamutu is better than the other one.
Rational mind. We know what poverty, lack of job, lack of living wages. We know what it can cause. But the question we are talking about is this: we should not hide under that to promote criminality or illegality. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Because
I'm not promoting
it. Wait. They are not the only one affected. If this thing affects teachers, if it affects ASU and others, what will they do? They go on strike, right? That is the tool they can use. So are you telling me now that the best tools for this guy to use is to go to the streets? Maybe, let's assume the minimum wage is even 40K. Assuming that they will get it later. Now, because they cannot get it, is the reason they should go out and extort someone that is not even making 200 naira a day. Is it enough to frame some innocent person on the street and frame him up just to extort him? And even in some situation, if this person cannot blame himself, the person can just be forgotten in the jail or wherever they lock him up. This is not adding up. This guy are just saying that they are now, instead of being the law enforcer, they are now criminal themselves just because they are not any. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I wanted to answer this question. Would you agree with me that most Nigerians, majority of Nigerians are criminal minded?
Well, we've said it here. I don't want to agree.
You say you don't want to agree.
I don't want to agree that majority of Nigeria are criminal minded. It's just a use of word for me, right?
Hold on. What's the percentage that you're going to give those that are criminal minded?
Now you where you cut down, now you will give the percentage now. Maybe now you know the percentage. That's why you are the one who know that the majority is there. So you that provided that statistics, give the percentage now.
I'm throwing the question to Ola.
I am a Nigerian too now.
Okay, I will not say majority of Nigeria are criminally minded. No, this is what I will say.
No, you ask you what percentage. Give it a percentage. What percentage of Nigerians do you think are criminal minded?
Then I will say 0.05%. If that's the question straight away, 0.05%. Because I don't believe we are criminally minded. I believe that human beings.
But we occupy all the jails globally.
It doesn't matter.
No, really.
Average human being is a potential criminal, given a certain circumstance. But it doesn't mean that they are criminally minded. Criminally minded is that you've already made yourself available to commit crime. That means that any head or tail, you've made yourself available. But when they say average human being can be a potential.
Ola, you have answered the question. It says 0.5%, right?
0.005%.
Okay, fine.
Very insignificant.
Hold on. Yeah, let him cut. Yeah, Adane Koko. Yeah.
Okay, the police officers. How many of them do you think are criminal minded? police officers in Nigeria?
That's another question entirely.
How many percentage of them?
I don't have idea.
You can't put all those percentage now, because when you say percentage,
no, he's asking for your subjective opinion. You are a Nigerian.
no, when you say percentage, that means you are beginning to make some estimates. You must have a criteria for estimates now.
Okay,
if I say 90%,
no, you're not going to be held against it in
no,
your
but
subjective.
I mean, you are passing across
Let him answer now. In your subjective view, he's not asking you to be categorical. He's not asking you to give official statistics. In your subjective view, Ola,
they are within that 0.005%.
Hold on. In the Nigerian police, 0.005% are criminally minded.
No, they are among the 0.005%.
Oh, all right. So there you have it.
People can deceive themselves too much.
No. Ajale Goku. It's not the way we structure it.
No, since you know the number, give us now.
Because I'm aware in this topic. My awareness in this topic is maybe different from your own awareness. It is wrong. It is wrong to say people are criminally minded. But you can say average human being can be a potential criminal given other certain circumstances. But naturally, you won't say, because when you are saying it, you are just saying a baby that was born a day too. They are criminal. They are criminally minded. That's exactly what we are saying. So this is just a very, to me, is I don't know the type of a fallacy we call it. You understand? So is Nigerians? It is, to me personally, my opinion, it is wrong to say Nigerians are criminally minded. But any human being in the world that are mature, that know what they are doing, put them under circumstances, they can be potential criminal.
But can we ask Adaleko, what percentage of Americans are criminally minded?
No.
Can you give us your subjective opinion? What percentage of Americans are criminally minded?
No, we are not discussing America now. We are discussing Nigeria. So what's the issue? What is America got to do with this thing? Look, Ola, this is here. Let me ask a question again. The politicians that you have across the country that have destroyed your country, how many of them can you say, how many percentage of them can you say are criminally minded?
I will still tell you that they still fall within the 0.005%.
I know, so thorough from where I say.
No! See.
You are saying, okay, you are saying politicians are not criminally minded.
Look at it this way.
Police are criminally minded. Why did we have NSAS?
Woman.
What's the reason for
for
NSAS?
See.
Hello, woman.
Yeah, hold on, Ola. Let us Simba come in.
I don't think we. Hello, Babajale, can you just give me some few minutes? We don't need all these arguments. I think we are enlightening people, and when we see a situation like this, we should not be discussing in face value. Did you actually read what actually happened in this situation? Because you are just looking at this uneducated person that is talking and say we are begging for harms. Their recruitment, did you actually know what happened during their recruitment? Because we are just looking at it. Anytime we see any negative things, some of us here. Excuse me.
Yeah, go on.
Excuse me. Some of us will be. We are very good at that. We get excited.
We get
about what we are talking about.
Say emotional, Abi. Just use the
word.
It's not emotional. Excited. People are rational mind. I mentioned you specifically. What is the reason? Let me tell you, since 2019, there's a court case about the recruitment, because every year they be recruiting 10,000. There is a case between Police Service Commission and Nigerian Police Force on this recruitment. In fact, the case has gotten to the Supreme Court. And when you recruited even any person that is actually employed at the federal level, now you know what we call this IPPIS, the payroll. You have to be enrolled on that payroll before you can get salary. They recruited them, but they've not been, their appointment have not been ratified. And they are not on the payroll yet. So those are the things we have to be discussing, not about you are useless politician, because it is easy for us to criticize. Some of us here, we cannot even control 5 people, but it's very easy to criticize. Those are the things that we have to be discussing, but not to say you are useless politician. How many of your countrymen are criminally minded? How can somebody be talking like that and you call yourself a Nigerian?
All right, hold on, everybody. Let me give you 4 paragraphs, Simba. It says, thousands of constables who were recently recruited into the Nigerian police force have not been paid their salaries for the past 4 months. The recruits passed out of the police training institution on December the 29th, 2020, and have not been paid since then, despite resuming their duty post across the country. Speaking to correspondents, one of the affected officers said that the situation had demoralized many of them as they were finding it difficult to meet their responsibilities to their family. He added that most of the constables were surviving on bribes and extortion due to the delay in the payment of salaries. According to him, they have been reporting to their respective duty posts without pay since January 2023. The police constable appealed to the president and inspector general of police to come to their aid and save them from being dependent on others for daily bread. Please, something is happening concerning the Nigerian police new recruit constables that passed out on December 29, 2022. We spent 4 months now, and police authorities, Police Service Commission, and the federal government have refused to pay us. And we are working to a 12-hour day, and on it goes. But what I wanted to establish was that these people have gone through their processes and have been dispersed into the communities to carry out their duties for 4 months, and they have not received their salary. 4 months.
Just 1 minute, if you don't mind. Please, which media house is reporting this?
It's over.
Is it Sahara?
Yeah.
Is it in any other major newspaper? I'm sorry, I'm just asking.
I don't know. That's where I saw it. It may well be. I couldn't say yes or no.
Earlier on, I'm on the road. I will not be able to say much on it. I just look at it from the value of nobody will recruit them. Maybe there are hitches or something they've been budgeted for. We are trying to increase the number of policemen, and that's why there's more sense in what Simba said now, and that's why we have to look at things very dispassionately. Oh, it's not a perfect system. Far from
They have not been issued letter of appointments.
So why have they been sent out across the country?
I'm telling you, let us go to detail. There is a court injunction on even whether they want to even ratify even their recruitment. They even say it's illegal.
I know the about between commission and
on what basis? Hold on. On what basis are they asking for salary when they are not giving?
That's what we are saying. There are so many people there that they don't even know their rights.
Hold on, sorry, Ajanle Koko. On what basis were they sent out to duty post if they have not been ratified?
Yes.
Please let me finish my interjection, my question. You will answer the question. What I'm saying is this. Number one, you say it's Sahara reporter. Sahara reporter went there, probably interviewed one person, and one person has given a perspective.
How do you know? How do you know
that he interviewed more than one person?
It's a media outlet, and then we're getting the news from them.
How do you know that he interviewed more than one person?
So how do you know he did not? How did you know he did not?
So both of us are subjective here, right?
Bishop. Let me say this to you. Do you remember Tafa Balogun?
Yes.
Do you know why he was? Do you know how he got into problem?
Yes, go ahead.
The money that was supposed to go for the police service and everything, he embezzled everything.
Okay.
Obasanjo then said that Nigerian police, there's a lot of corruption going on in the Nigerian police.
Okay.
How can you have a cadet or okay, like let's say like people you're sending to police college? Let me tell you the process of hiring. Like let me use the standard here in America. If you go for orientation, starting from even when they give you that, they ask you to go for orientation, they start paying you.
It's not all of them. Anyway, but that's by the way. Don't let's use American standard.
Well, you see, when it's convenient for you, we cannot use American style. But when it's convenient for you, you can use America, right? You see, you need to stop this mediocrity, promoting mediocrity in that country if we want to move forward. Somebody just telling us that IPS, this is whatever, they didn't enter the payroll. You should enter the payroll as long as you're in police college, you attended classes,
conversation here.
Not getting your payment for it.
So I wanted to have a quick intervention. I've not even spoken for 1 minute. I am asking a question that I believe every rational mind should ask. Number one, we have established it's just one newspaper that reported it.
No, we have not. How do you mean? How have we established that?
Asked you how many papers, how many media houses reported it.
I said I couldn't verify that.
So even excuse me, one man, the same Sarah reporter. That is the one I'm checking now. And if you maybe you didn't read it further, you just read the initial part. He said in January, the Police Service Commission asked the Accountant General of the Federation to halt the capture of the 10,000 constables on the integrated payroll and personal system. According to the commission, the police officer had not been issued their letter of appointment and should not be enrolled on the payment portal. According to police service rule, public officer not captured on the IPPIS cannot be paid salary and other emolument. The development followed the alleged refusal of the Inspector General of Police to submit the names to the Police Service Commission for vetting on the ground that it was empowered by the Police Act 2020 to recruit constable into the force. The commission had already written to the President, Judicial, BUHARI, and the head of service of the Federation about the enrollment of police officer on the salary portal without letter of appointment. The personnel were recruited in 2020 and 2021. The face-off between the police authority and the commission is the spillover of their supremacy fight over the right to recruit constable. Though the Court of Appeal September 30, 2020 ruled that the commission had the constitutional mandate to recruit constable, the Nigerian police force has gone ahead without the recruitment process in defiance of the court order. So we know there are so many things that we have to look at it.
Hold on. Did you read the part where they told you that they've been sent out to duty posts right across the country? Did you read that?
If somebody is doing something that is not right and just sending some group of people that does not even know their rights on, we cannot be blaming government for that.
Who is not right? Who is right?
It is the Nigerian police force. They are doing something. You have the Nigerian police force is under the Police Service Commission.
I think it's that is the level police force. It's Nigerian police force that is causing the confusion here. It is the duty, it's part of the function of the commission to hire, discipline, and we are
not telling you that the face-off between the Police Service Commission and the Nigerian police force.
So those people have been hired by Nigerian Police Commission that have that constitutional responsibility to hire police officers. But because Nigeria Police Force wanted to hire them, which is not in line with their own constitutional responsibility, they are the one that is causing this problem for these young officers. So they have been legally hired by the commission. They should be paid.
When you go to police college, your hiring starts from there.
That is so. There are so many that we don't know. No, you cannot. Excuse me. There are processes. Oh God.
Hold on.
Oh God.
Why
Oh
you go
God.
to college? Why you go to college?
Are
Which
you a
college?
policeman? Well, you everything you just want to be saying as if you know everything.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go.
You go to college.
Goodbye.
Simba, no mind them. Now speculations. Speculation, I hear they do. If you tell them to give you the formula, they will be looking.
All right. So sorry, Simba. Can you read the second paragraph in that article? The second paragraph, or the first two? Read the first two.
The first two did not.
Yeah.
The first it said thousands of constables who were recently recruited into Nigeria police force have not been paid salary for the past 4 months. The
Right,
recruit
the
passed out. The recruit passed out out of the police training institution on December 29, 2020, and have not been paid since then. But if you are looking at this, 20, you are looking at 2020.
Read it to the end. You've not read it to the end. Read it to the end.
And have not been paid since then, despite resuming at their duty post across the country.
All right.
Speaking
so that's
to
where I
Sarah
wanted.
reporter.
No. That's where I wanted you to be. So now they were recruited, passed through a training process, and then they were put at their duty post right across the country. So they have fulfilled their obligation to that employment. So the obligation of that employment is to pay them their remunerations for their own side of the bargain. So they've recruited them, they've trained them, they've set them to work, but they refuse to pay them. And
Who are the they that you are referring to?
The police force.
Who are the they?
The police force.
Then, so if somebody does not follow due process in the recruitment, who is to be blamed? You should be blaming
the due process. Who did not follow the IGP?
The IGP.
IDP did not recruit them. I think it's the police commission that recruit them.
Yeah, police commission. Yeah.
I said the normal, excuse me, that is what we are saying. The normal recruitment is supposed to be done by Police Service Commission. But there is a face-off between IGP and Police Service Commission. It's the Police Service Commissioner that is stopping their salary.
Hold on, Simba. Who sends them out to duty post? Under whose authority? Because the Police Service Commission, they are an oversight body. So who sends them out to duty posts?
No, that is what I'm saying. Those are the things we have to be. We have to look at the process of their recruitment.
Hold on. If
they are recruited illegally, then they must also be paid.
Hold on. Sorry, Ajanle Koko. I want him to answer that. I'm so sorry, Ajanle Koko. I want him to answer that question. Who sends them out to duty posts?
The IGP.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
There you are.
That's it. They're the one that sent them out. So they accepted their appointment and they send them out on operation. And
but the IGP is not the one that pays. It's not the one that pays. They are not saying that the process of recruiting these people is wrong. And that's why they are still holding.
Okay. If it's wrong, they should have rejected them from onset. They shouldn't have sent them out on operation. That is what I'm telling you. For 4 months.
Who are the day that we are talking about? That's what we are talking.
No. You are spinning round because you know the. Okay, Simba. Let's take it step by step, and let's take it from your step. So you are saying there's a tussle, there's a power tussle between the Police Service Commission.
Look at what I read. I said in January, the Police Service Commission, because it cannot be the same Police Service Commission that sent them out. They will not be the same person that will not be asking them not to pay them. They said in January, the Police Service Commission asked the Accountant General of the Federation to halt the capture of the 10,000 constables on the integrated payroll and personnel system.
So that means IG was the one that recruited them. Then.
They are not the one that recruited them.
So it was IG that recruited them, or not Service Commission. See, so, what we are even saying, Simba is correct, because let's just face this reality. Now, if IG of the police recruit the police, it cannot authorize the payment. It has to be the Service Commission in conjunction with whoever that is responsible.
Can I interject?
Okay.
Yeah, but mute the YouTube though. We're hearing ourselves back. Good to see you. You couldn't wait, could you, Zeta? Good to see you.
It's good to see all of you. Since yesterday, I listened to what you guys said yesterday. Maybe over the weekend when I have time, I still have to revisit that. Because one man, maybe you've not noticed, a lot of people watch your channel. Even some people go back to listen after the live this thing streaming. So now, what you people are saying, I want to ask a simple question. Police force, do they pay salaries bit by bit?
They shouldn't.
No, I'm just asking a question because your conversation is becoming very tedious. Police officers, when they want to pay salary, they pay their workers' salary. Everybody. Now, a particular set is not being paid. And Simba is arguing that something is wrong with that recruitment. And nobody wants to listen to him. This is a parastatal that when they want to pay, they say people have been paid. If they're saying that police force has not been paid and people are collecting bribe and begging people to feed, police officers in Nigeria are collecting bribe and begging people to feed them, it would have made a lot of sense to me. This one is that the police force, people in the police force in Nigeria, in other words, the police officers in Nigeria are earning their salary. I don't know whether there is anywhere it is in record that they have not been paid. But what is in question is that there are a particular set of recruitment that is being done, probably recently, and those people have not been paid. And we sit down here and begin to argue they have been sent to work, they have been sent this, they have been sent that.
No, is that not a legitimate argument that somebody is sent to work to have the expectation of payment?
Listen, let me tell you, I don't know if any of you have been involved in recruitment. Because, I've heard you people discuss about, you guys on this platform, you keep talking about comparing Nigeria with overseas. And
that's national mind, yes.
and young people in Nigeria who has become actually a headache, because I've been discussing, conversing, debating with them since this 2023 madness. And they are a kind of a big challenge to the society, more especially society called Nigeria. You come out in a global platform, you compare Nigeria with overseas. You tell them how beautiful things are working overseas, but you don't tell them the consequences of good governance. Nobody has come to this platform to explain to young, unexposed, innocent Nigerians who have not lived abroad before the consequences of good governance. You and I know there are consequences.
What are you talking about there,
man? Hold on, I'm not done. Rational mind. Actually,
hold on. Let him interject you, because sometimes you we're not 100% with where you are, so let him get clarification.
Okay.
Because you just came here now. You said I'm trying to compare. I mean,
I did not mention your name. It was more man that mentioned your name.
But that's
not being said. You have once compared Lagos with Texas on this platform.
Okay.
He always does.
That.
Okay.
But
all right.
I'm not going to interject if I lose my thoughts. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Carry on.
Consequences of good governance. Now, in recruitment, sometimes somebody will recruit without getting the necessary authorities to do that recruitment. Or somewhere, somehow, that recruitment is put on plus for most of us who has been able to work in human resources. Some people go that trick of sending those people to do a job. In other words, trying to hook the company in accepting the recruitment. I think that's what is going on here. Because if police posts are being paid and this particular set are not being paid, that means there is something going on in their recruitment. The problem is the recruitment, not anything. And somebody
but you
is
just said
sending,
no, you are HR.
hold
Hold on. You said you are HR now. I mean,
hold on. I said I have worked in HR.
okay, you have worked.
I didn't say I'm HR. I said I have
yeah, you
worked
said
in
you've
HR
worked. Hold
several
on
years.
now.
Hold on. Let me finish before I lose my thoughts.
Okay.
So can you let me end my sentence before you interject? So from what you people are explaining and from what Sharia reporters has put out, it simply means there is something wrong in that recruitment. And somebody is pushing it far by posting those people to go and do a work without giving them an appointment letter. Ridiculous. Because it's Nigeria. And now we sit down in one-man platform and say, because somebody somewhere recruited people that he's not allowed to recruit, and he has posted them to go and work without an appointment letter, they should be paid. Is that what we are saying?
We're talking about police officers.
That's what I'm saying now. That's the police officer we are talking about.
No. So I'm just saying that because it differs from your regular. We are not talking about appointing an accountant or a lawyer. We're talking about law enforcement agents who have been sent out.
Yes. What has made the difference when somebody is not following due process? We are talking about due process now. We can set due process aside. And then just, I don't understand sometimes when we argue on this platform. I'm very sorry to say.
One man, you told me you are not.
Simba, calm down. Don't worry. You've done your own part. Just
can I interject?
Hold on. Let me finish now.
You say you want to finish. And then you never land your point.
Ask me.
Goodness. Now you said you work in HR. Now, if an hiring process is done,
work with HR, not work in HR.
You say what?
Work with HR, not work in HR. Work with HR, two different things. So
no, carry on. Let him just ask your question, and then so Zita can address it.
Work in HR, work with HR. I don't know, but I'm saying
there's
a hiring process. Now the HR, if a department says that there's a need here in my department, now they go to the HR, they discuss with the HR. HR will put an advertisement, a job posting on whatever, maybe on the newspaper or in the what's it called, whatever social media or whatever we are hiring, right? The HR must be on board on that, right? Because the department cannot just go and hire. They can't just say, "Oh, we are putting a job posting like this." They have to go to the HR, and if they do the interview, if that department do the interview for that person, they will still have to send it back to the HR that we have hired this person. Can you approve it so that we can go on with the other process like orientation, training and all of that, and depending on how what's their package or whatever, their condition of service, they might say when you're in the hiring process, when you're in the training, you still get paid, which is equivalent to the police college which they went to. So my point is this: that if they hire these guys, the Police Service Commission, which is maybe more of the HR in this sense for the Nigerian police, would be on board on this. So it is not.
They are not on board. They are not on board. So don't push it like that. They are not on board, and that's what we are talking about.
Hold on now. Now who's now send them to the police college then? To get training? Because you and I cannot go to police college. Say, okay, I want to join police. I want to be here. They will be
rational mind. I think this problem was caused by one man. One man, whenever you are reading anything, read it, make sure you read it very well. One man is the cause of this problem. He just read.
One man, I'm the one not paying them their salary. Am I the one?
You did not read the detail. You did not give us the detail.
No, Simba. There will be many Nigerians that will be confused, right? What one man just did is for us to clarify. And you will consider that rational mind is even falling into that trap. Of what we are saying, you and Madam Sita, you are trying to explain to rational mind that you see someone manipulated the process. You follow the wrong process. You wanted to use the power because you're IG and you sidetrack the real process and you still want the right thing to be done. And they are trying to explain to rational mind, for example, he's still refusing to understand. So if a person of caliber or rational mind will misunderstand this thing,
what are you talking about? My boy, Kilo Solen. What's
Can
I finish?
Yeah, just hold on.
Go? It's almost
No, hold on. You as well, Zita. Zita, I want to have a very micro question and answer with you, just to direct the conversation. So just a micro one, so not an expansive answers. Okay. So the first question is: are these police officers that have not been paid for 4 months, are they at fault?
Yes, they are at fault.
The police officers, the officers that have not been paid.
Yes.
All right. So should they be paid, the police officers that have not been paid?
Because they are at fault, they shouldn't.
All right. Okay, carry on.
Okay. Now, let me tell you why they are at fault.
Right.
Okay.
They are at fault because of people like you, one man.
My God, what have I done?
They are at fault because of people in your platform. Because hold on, let me finish. Because
okay, one man I go talk or make it finish. I want to talk after her.
Okay.
Because when you have people who are not very much enlightened, and you have a platform like One Man Show, and One Man Show refuse to speak out on their behalf to enlighten them, they will go wrong. Because you cannot tell me that you have employed me without giving me an appointment letter. Even if I'm so desperate, you must give me an evidence for me to go to court and request for my money. For me to show people and tell them that actually.
Do these guys they don't have an appointment letter?
Read it now.
Woman, what did he say? Did he say they don't have appointment?
All right. Do you want me to speed through it?
Please do, so that we get this clarified, please.
All right. Very quickly. Thousands of constables who were recently recruited into the Nigerian police force have not been paid their salary for the past 4 months. The recruits passed out of the police training institution on December the 29th, 2020. So I think that's a mistype. And have not been paid their salary despite resuming at their duty post across the country. Speaking to correspondents, one of the affected officers said that the situation... Sorry, mute yourself for a moment. Whoever that is. Speaking to correspondents, one of the affected officers said that the situation had demoralized many of them as they were finding it difficult to meet their responsibilities to their family. He added that most of the constables were surviving on bribes and extortion due to the delay of payments of salaries. According to him, they have been reporting to their respective duty posts without being paid since January 2023. The police constable appealed to President Muhammadu Buhari and the Inspector General of Police, Usman Alkali Baba, to come to their aid and save them from being dependent on others for their daily bread. Please, something is happening concerning the Nigeria Police Force new recruit constable that passed out on December the 29th, 2022. We have spent 4 months now, and the police authorities, Police Service Commission, and the federal government have refused to pay us. And we are working a 12-hour-a-day shift for the whole week. No time for any other thing. Please, we are suffering and dying of hunger already. They are indirectly teaching us our corrupt practices. We now beg for food and transport fare to go to work, and we cannot protest because it is against police regulation. And the worst part of this is that we are being posted to various special duties like we are already being paid, and we must go because it is an order. We must look for means, either good or bad, another police officer said. In January, the Police Service Commission asked the Accountant General of the Federation to halt the capture of 10,000 constables on the integrated payroll and personnel system. According to the commission, the police officers had not been issued their letters of appointment and should not be enrolled on the payment portal. According to the public service rules, public officers not captured on the IPPIS cannot be paid salaries and other emoluments. The development followed the alleged refusal of the Inspector General of Police to submit their names to the PSI for vetting on grounds that it was empowered by the Police Act 2020 to recruit constables into the force. The commission had also written to the President, Muhammad Buhari, and the head of service, Folashade Yemi Eson, about the enrollment of police officers on the salary portal without letters of appointment. The personnel were recruited in 2020 and 2021. The face-off between the police authorities and the commission is a spillover of their supremacy battle over the right to recruit constable. Though the Court of Appeal September 30th, 2020 ruled that the commission had the constitutional mandate to recruit constables, the Nigerian police force had gone ahead with the recruitment process in defiance of the court order. In 2022, the police appealed against the judgment of this to the Supreme Court 2 years after the order had been handed down. Before its appeal, and in spite of the court order restraining the police from conducting constable recruitment, the authority had recruited a total of 10,000 constables in the 2020 recruitment exercise. In 2020 and 2021, 2 batches of 20,000 corps were recruited without the active involvement of the PSC under a former IG, Musiliu Smith, who resigned in September 2022 on grounds of ill health. In the past years, there have been issues involving the PSC and Nigerian Police Force over the provision of Part 1 of the 3rd Schedule of the 1999 Constitution, etc. In 2019, Mohammed Adamu, former IGP, recruited 10,000 constables into the force. Displeased with the decision of Adamu, the Police Service Commission filed a suit against the action of the IGP, saying it is the commission that is constitutionally empowered to carry out such recruitment. At the Federal High Court, the powers of the IGP to carry out the said recruitment was upheld, but the Court of Appeal later ruled that the PSC had the constitutional responsibility for recruiting police constables. The Court of Appeal also declared the Police Act 2020 as it affects the constitutional mandate of PSC in terms of recruitment as illegal, highlighting the power of PSC. Part 1 of the 3rd Schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amended states that the Commission shall have powers to A, appoint persons to offices other than office of the Inspector General of Police in the Nigerian Police Force. On the other hand, Section 18(1) of the Nigerian Police Act 2020 states the responsibility for recruitment of constables into the Nigerian Police Force and recruit cadets into the Nigerian Police Academy shall be the duty of the Inspector General of Police. So there's somewhat of a conflict then between the Constitution
Very convoluted,
and yes, it's a matter of our law, but
you see, we cannot run a country like this when you have so many convolution. I mean, so many confusion in the process.
It now.
Hold on. Let me say this.
No, rational mind. The court already ruled. You understand? Yeah, we have.
Can I continue, please?
No, continue. Just a second. So the court has already ruled that Police Service Commission has the right to recruit. Just get that right. So,
so they are the HR, right? They are the HR.
The court ruled that Police Service Commission are the one that have the constitutional right to recruit. Simple. It has been decided by the court. That's what the
Police Act says. The Police Act says they are the one responsible for recruitment, right? But then how does the IG come into play here? Because I don't understand if they have the right to hire, doing the whole processing and everything for every police officer. Then what role is the IGP going to play? Now, in signing off or what? Or what's it?
Let me give you this too, and then Zita carries on. You see where I'm highlighting here. This part here, it vests the recruitment. So this is from the Constitution. So it vests the recruitment of it says Part 1 of the 3rd Schedule of the 1999 Constitution as amendment states that the Commission shall have power to appoint persons to offices other than Office of the Inspector General of Police in the Nigeria Police Force. So the Constitution vests the power to recruit outside of the only position that the PSC cannot recruit for is the Inspector General of Police. So every other post, the Constitution vests the power to recruit. But then the police act in this paragraph here, it conflicts with that. It says Section 18(1) of the Nigeria Police. So this is subsequent to the Constitution. So the Section 18(1) of the Nigeria Police Act 2020 states that the responsibility for the recruitment of recruit constables into Nigeria Police Force and recruit cadets into the Nigeria Police Academy shall be the duty of the Inspector General of Police. So this Police Act here 2020 conflicts against the Constitution. So
Exactly.
the interpretation there.
The Court of Appeal said that act was illegal. The Court of Appeal also declared, no, you've moved it up. It's in that passage.
You guys are taking it too far.
The Court of Appeal also ruled that act, that session is illegal. You understand? Court of Appeal has decided.
Oh, all right, carry on, Zita.
Let's forget about the rules and regulations. Now, according to One Man Platform, these people have been recruited. And if you recruit somebody, you're definitely gonna give the person an appointment letter. And One Man Platform is ignoring that aspect. That they're supposed, if you think it is in your power to recruit somebody and you have done so, why don't you give them their appointment letter? Now, I'm going to end this discussion by telling a story because Rational Mind said something. I have said this several times. Whenever we come to One Man Platform, we say something. I am going to present my own position so that we are going to have two positions. Let the younger ones listening to us go and do their investigation and find out who is right or wrong. But I will not let you run with only your own position. Now, back to the recruitment. I will tell you a story. When I came here, I said that sometimes in HR, somebody goes ahead. By the way, one man, I was saying something about consequences of good governance. And you said, you people are not 100% where I'm taking you guys to. Where I'm taking you guys to on consequences of good governance is that these scarecrows that did this recruitment and the ones that did not want to confirm the recruitment are supposed to be fired by now. That's what I mean by good governance. Okay, by the way. Now, I want to close by telling you people a story. I will call the company name because I know some people are listening. They will remember if they want to remember. In the year 1995, there was a company in Port Harcourt called Ajip. Any company, most of you know it. An Italian there gave a description of what he wants. He needed an assistant, an admin. He's a GM. They went, he asked for, he created the vacancy. Of course, he's qualified to have an admin. So the HR, I'm trying to respond to Rational Mind, but I want to tell it in form of a story. I've called the name of the company. I've told you people it's an Italian. I've said the year 1995. Right, yes, I think I'm right, 1995. The HR went ahead to do the recruitment. The man and his department, they put down everything they want. Because of what is going on then underground about community, making community inclusiveness, such positions are left for the communities of that area, that is Rumeme, Oroworoko, and so on. So they picked somebody who is from Oroworoko. Number one, the person does not know his honor. She might be listening. She's not well-grounded. She's not the kind of person needed for that job. But she was the only person from the community because the important thing is community to the company, but to the department, they need effectiveness. So they employ these people, you know how they do it. You know how they do it. They take 3. And then they send to department for one-on-one interview, that is in person. After the long process of theory and in-person interview by the company called AJIP, they still have to, according to the company, they still have to send 4 or 5 people they feel they can do the job to the AJIP, to the department. They send them to the department. The Italian, with his heads of department, sat down and interviewed these people. I'm telling you how they push. When they do their shenanigan recruitment, they push them to do the job, to hook the company to pay. That's exactly what happened in this police. So I'm telling my story.
Yeah, you see, this your story sometimes I don't even understand.
You won't understand.
Hold on.
I don't expect you to understand, but wait, let me finish.
You don't finish now.
I've not finished my story.
All right, bring it home, Zita, and then let's hear from Johnny Coco.
So at the end of the day, they push, they shoot somebody, but that person was not from the community. They went back, the HR went back and sent that girl, the community girl, to resume duty. And do you know what the Italian man did? Because they have forced her to resume, do you know what he did? He called off the vacancy. He said he doesn't need it again. So they should deal with that recruitment. He does it, not in his name. So I'm trying to explain how, when they recruit, like saying they have sent them to go and work, so they should go get paid without an appointment letter. I mean, I don't get it. But we are discussing it anyway.
All right, thank you, Zita. We're only really discussing it because there are 10,000 young men who have played their part in what they in obligations, and that obligation is not paying back. But Ajale Coco, when 2 elephants fight, it's always the grass that are. So these guys, they were recruited. There would have been a process for that recruitment, so they have gone through that process to do the recruitment. They've gone through the training process. Some of them didn't make it, some of them did. They completed their training. They were assigned to duties. They've taken up that duties and are carrying out the duty. So they have every reason, whether it's the Police Service Commission or the XY, they have every reason to want to be paid for an honest day's work. Ajale Coco.
You see, it is the Inspector General of Police that is causing confusion in this matter. The number 1 requirement for these people to get appointment is to pass through the police college. They've done that, and the next thing after that is to be deployed for assignment. Have they been duly assigned to different parts of the country? So why trying to stop their pay? It's just simply because he wasn't the one that did the recruitment. The recruitment is not within his responsibility according to the law. So it's just unfortunate that we have people that doesn't want to abide by the law. They want to do things in their own way. And when you have a situation like this, where within the police structure, police department, police authority in Nigeria, when there is no unity among them, how do you think they will be able to coordinate the security, security of the of life and property? How would they be able to coordinate it? So, who are going to suffer this? Is we the people. And these guys, I think they are They are good citizens. They don't like what they are doing. They don't like to extort people. That is why they are crying up high. People that are not paid.
Politician.
People that are not paid but are carrying gun. What do you think they are going to do? One man. People that are giving gun but are not paid. What are they going to do?
Well, they're going to extort now.
That is it. That is it. So I don't. Is the IGP that is the problem?
Ideological, you cannot blame the IGP. This is it. I think one man just diagnosed the problem, and we should let us emphasize that problem. Is that the Constitution, which is the ground law, as they will say in their legal whatever, is the main thing there. It says that the Police Service Commission shall have the obligation of recruiting policemen into the Nigerian police, whatever maybe call it police force or Nigerian police. Now they have another one that is subjected to that constitution, which is the Police Act, which is now giving the police. You see where the conflict is? It's giving the IGP the right to hire again. I mean, these lawmakers that we have in Nigeria.
Wait, don't start so that we not one rational mind. You are not a lawyer. You are not a lawyer. This person that is bringing out this thing. Excuse me. I don't know the kind of school you went to. Don't abuse me. What I'm saying.
No, settle down. Carry on. Don't worry.
You see, I'm laughing at him like telling me what kind of school I go.
What I'm saying, just hold on. Don't take this thing. Don't take this police act. It's just like what we are saying about electoral act and then it was whatever. What we are saying here, this person, the reporter of this news, is just taking things. I'm very sure that by the time the whole thing is there's no conflict. He's just trying to create conflict here, and we are telling there's no conflict.
There's a conflict there now.
There's no conflict. There's no conflict.
Simba, just a minute. Hey, rational mind. You know that even whenever an act is not consistent with the constitution, the constitution will still overrule that. That is it. And not only that, not only that, Court of Appeal rule over this matter.
That too.
So
the president is talking about.
No, wait now. The president is there. So we can't now not be saying this thing. So yeah, I agree. The the lawmakers, they made a mistake because the constitution already, the law already believed that okay, mistake could be made rather. So when they made that mistake, and there are processes to correct the mistake. So when the normal act of assembly, act of the legislation, if it's inconsistent with that of the constitution of the country, then you nullify that. So the Court of Appeal rule over this thing. So now, Madam Zita and Simba, I think they made valid points. Rational mind.
There's no point. There's no point.
The fact that they've looted their salary is what it is. They've looted their salary.
Sorry. Can I interject? Yeah, okay, thank you, Rational Mind. I want to speak from the layman perspective, and which is for the honorary citizen of the country. We are more confused than ever the way people are carrying out the argument. You people should bring it down to our own standard, because you guys' standard is so high, and the people these police are running over, and the lawmakers are common people in the country. If the common people can understand the direction of the law, then what's the essence of the law? The law is not made for mathematicians. The professor has to decipher it. I listen to the both side argument. It's not making sense to me. The crime has been committed. Hold on, one man. Hold on, let me finish your rational mind. A mistake has been made, which is obvious. 10,000 people are standing not being paid. And one is saying because the IGP did not accept them, one said police commission said them. And the constitution said this, and one is says it's not this. It's human being that put the constitution for their own gain.
No,
and if there's a problem, hold on, now let me finish. Hold on, please. I'm not missing. Hold on. No, don't direct me. I didn't come for direction. Now,
go on.
People, People have worked. We all have company here. If they say toothpick and you don't like the toothpick, you reject it immediately. If you are used to pick your teeth, you will not say, "I'm used to pick my teeth. I don't like it. I'm not paying for it." You will pay for a certain service. Pay these people and discharge all of them. So we have peace and remove that law that is causing confusion for the public. Simple as ABC. We don't need to sit here and start quoting PhD degree or PhD.
What piece? You know what surprises me the most? Zita of all people, she's saying that 10,000 police officers that they can go and whistle in the wind and eat cake, that they shouldn't get their salary because
it's
Zita
funny. You pay them. Yeah, you pay them and discharge them. I said, we don't need you guys. You guys were not qualified in the first place, but you are taking the job. You have done some service. The service you have done, it's 8 hours. I paid you and go. I don't understand this argument.
One man.
You are the one bringing legality.
One man. Let me say something.
You're not bringing legality.
I mean, we can accept our Simba because of Dajuni, but Zita, you know, and people work, but they should be paid.
One man. Let me give you. Excuse me. One man. You know, earlier on in this platform, somebody said that maybe you people in diaspora, you have lost touch with what is on ground in Nigeria. Let me give you some examples. Some people get federal appointments illegally. They will pay and get the appointment. And because this thing, but some of them, they were even giving fake appointments. I know of a guy that worked for 2 years. He was going to office. He was never giving any role to play. No obligation. He was just going to the ministry every day and he would sit down, then go home for 2 years. And he was waiting for salary. And he was never enrolled on the portal, on the IPPS portal. You know, let me tell you, sometimes we talk from both sides of our mouth. Excuse me, let me finish. These people, they were never, wait, how can you take an appointment? How can you take an appointment without an appointment letter, for God's sake? These people were never issued.
Sorry. Simba, are you not being a bit harsh in saying that? Because you're a doctor, you know, so you cannot at your level. I think the
let me tell you one thing. If I have a brother,
hold on. Just listen, because I think maybe you're too elevated for the situation. You are looking at it from your elevated standpoint. We're talking about. I think the requirement for entry is maybe 3 GCE or something for police constable, if even that. So you cannot expect that these people will have that perception. All they know is that they've been hired by the Nigerian police, they've been given adequate training, they've been given rules of conduct, and they've been set out on the streets. They are abiding by their training and rules of conduct.
There you go.
And then they're expecting to get paid. So you cannot have the expectation that somebody at a baser level of entry point in life will have this perception that you have.
So you are telling me that a secondary school SAT does not know that when you are appointed or you are given, you're supposed to have
we're talking about some
one man.
It's not even logical. Say that 10,000 officers were hired and they don't know they have to. They have to have letter of appointment before being deployed. Yes.
Ajalekoko, one man and Rational Man answer this question. If you were to execute a contract worth $1 million, and someone said, "Okay, we've given you this contract, go and execute, no contract letter," will you go?
Of course not. I won't.
So what is appointment letter?
But you see, you guys.
No. Wait. What is an appointment letter?
It seals the. Hold on now. It seals. Hold on. It seals whatever agreement you have. It seals it.
It's a contract. Don't use long grammar. It's a contract. So
I mean,
these guys,
for giving me an appointment letter,
these guys have no contracts.
Hold
If you
on,
go ahead and pay them, you are
And
committing fraud. What are you talking about?
Hold on. You see, we are like
let me say this.
Let me land first, because I've never even put a word in. They just jump on me, everybody. I mean, everybody.
He was going to sorrow you now.
All right. Yeah. Carry on, Russian mind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, my point is this. You see, I think what P said should have been maybe the solution to it. But the argument here is this, that these guys were hired by the Police Service Commission, which, according to the Constitution, is empowered to do that. But we have another act that is conflicting with it. And I was about making the point.
No, they were hired by Nigerian police, not Police Service Commission. No, don't mistake this thing.
What?
It's IGP that hired them, not Police Service Commission.
The IGP, is that what something said? See, this is where we're going again.
Yes, now you don't listen because you are carried off by your emotions.
Settle down. They were appointed by the Inspector General of Police, who then took them through training and deployed them.
Fine. Now,
but the Service Commission, they are blocking their enrollment in the payment portal because they feel that recruitment of officers is their purview.
Okay, now, but then another way to look at it is this, that since the act empowers the IGP, and he did that based on what he feels the act empowers him to do. Now, the point I'm thinking, like what he said. You say what?
I said you want to spin it again. Initially, you want to say it's PCC have the constitutional right. Now that they said he's not PCC, is now, so you want to spin it to IGP now that he had the act.
Hold on.
Continue. Just continue. We are listening to you.
Come on, this guy. Will you come down and let me speak?
Carry on, right?
What I'm for is that these guys who have given their service to the nation, pay them, because it's not their fault. The fault is the Constitution or the conflict here. That's where the fault is. You can't blame these guys. When AI, I mean, what's his name? Her name was saying that. I don't even understand what she was talking about, because these guys are just guys who were hired, who were maybe due to no fault of theirs, they were hired to come and work, and the Constitution and the Act is conflicting each other, and now they are drawn into this mess. So pay them and lay them off and let them go.
How do you pay them without violating the law?
No, you can't. Hold on. You can't pay 10,000 police officers that have been recruited and trained and then lay them off. You have to find a way to regularize their employment. Well, that's what you really have to do.
They should come to a compromise, as in the IGP and the Nigerian what's it called, this Service Commission. They should come. If they don't want to budge, if they don't want to move, then pay them for what they've done and let them go.
Sorry, Bishop. Let Ajale Koko come in now after Rational Mind, because he's been wanting to come in. Sorry,
the
Bishop.
investment they've made into these guys through that training, that's a loss to them. So that's why they should have to come to a compromise. Compromise in the sense that, okay, let us hire these people because we've invested a lot into them by training them for this X number of months or years. Let them go.
I totally agree with you, Rational Mind. That is what we should be discussing. But that is not what we are discussing initially. We are just blaming your corrupt politicians, your bad government. What we're supposed to be discussing.
Yeah, I didn't get it quite to understand what was the. Now it's getting clearer to me now. That's why I'm saying that. The thing we should be talking about is let us hire these guys. Since they've been trained, they've invested a lot, if not billions of naira into them by way of training. You can't just let them go like that. So come to a compromise. Hire these guys. I know you cannot do that because you are cash strapped. Let them go.
But I don't let Coco come in. But come to a compromise. You see what really upsets me, because I'm always for the people. What really upsets me is that you have 10,000 young men and women who are gainfully employed but not gainfully paid for 4 months. For 4 months. And you're backing and forthing that who should have recruited them or not. Like you said, you let them go, but you cannot really let them go because they are an essential need which is under recruited within the Nigerian space. So if you have recruited and trained them, in fact, we need 10,000 every month. So just regularize them and pack your ego. And then for the next round, so regularize these ones. And then for the next round, have that battle to hold up that recruitment in abeyance.
But then what about they cannot be keeping these guys in limbo by not paying them? So why don't you? So
that's what
just
I'm
pay them
saying,
whatever
yeah.
you know. What I'm saying is this, one man. If they could not, in the event that the IGP and the Police Service Commission, they do not see eye on this, they say we're not going to allow it. Okay, can we pay these guys? Let's just pay them for whatever they've done and then sever ties with them. Let them go. But the other thing you should look at it is, like I said, is that we've invested money into these guys by training them. Are we going to be hiring other people again and be training them again? This is loss of money. This is where we just squander money. We just loss of resources. Resources we've already invested into these guys. You can't just let it go like that. So,
do you know that you know that this thing has been happening since 2019? The former one also did the same thing, and those are the people that were supposed to. You know, there are so many people that are just violating the law, doing things that are not supposed to be doing. This thing has been on since 2019, and a mistake that the past IGP made. This same one is doing the same thing just because they are getting something from it.
All right, and you know, by the way, they take a lot of bribes from these people before.
That's what we are saying.
Yeah.
That's what we are saying.
But where does the
and then another thing? Sorry, public service rule also say if you are working with government in Nigeria, you are most people are not paid in their first 3 months of service. I work with federal government. I work in the teaching hospital before. You are, because those are the time they will use to regularize your appointment, and so the first 3 months you're on probation. So that's so, you know, as you said, most of these people, they are not educated. They are just there desperate to just get an employment. They don't even know what it takes to get an employment, and so that's why they are crying for war. I'm not no woman. You said that I'm a wicked person. I'm not wicked, but you know, sometimes we say we should follow the rule of law. But at the same time, we are not the same person that are not saying that no, it doesn't matter this time around, they should just get paid. But you cannot, you know, you have to follow the rule of law. To this thing, you cannot just say they should just, where would they get the money from? And initially, when we started this argument, we were even making it to look as if the whole police were not paid. They are not just being paid. Now we are getting to the root of the. So that, I think that's what we're supposed to be doing. Don't let us be carrying by our emotion or even our hatred for the government.
No, we have to have emotions when 10,000 people are not being paid. But Ideological, yeah, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I think I got it wrong. I thought it was the service commission, police service commission, that did the recruitment. I didn't know that it's the IGP. I didn't know that was police commission that is stopping the payment. So I got it wrong right there. So, but you know, there is a standard procedure to give people letter of appointment. The first, before letter of appointment, is offer of appointment. They will give you offer of appointment. If you want this job, you already apply for it. They will first of all give you offer of appointment. It is after you accepted that offer of appointment that they will give you letter of appointment. So they were offered appointment by the police force. So they got the appointment and they were sent out upon the acceptance of their, upon the, after giving them the letter of appointment, they were absorbed into the service and they were given assignment. So, but you see, the police inspector general knew that it's not within his capacity to do it, but he did it anyway, thinking that he's going to go scot-free with it. But what the police service did to assert their own constitutional right that no, you can't take our responsibility. I think it's good. It's a good thing. It's just unfortunate that we have a president who doesn't know how to govern. We don't have governance in Nigeria. Some people will want to go wide against us. What this tells us is that we don't have governance. The president is the commander-in-chief of armed forces and the police as well. He shouldn't allow this to degenerate to a situation where they find themselves in the court fighting over nothing. He should have invited them. He should have called the Attorney General of the Federation to interpret the Constitution and the Police Act to him. The act and who is responsible for recruitment, and then give order right there. So yesterday, when we were saying here, with one man, and when we were saying that, a lot of you were going wild against us. When we say there is no governance in Nigeria, this is a test case to that. It's just unfortunate that this young officer have to go through these pains, and we, the people, we suffer it more because these people are badly demoralized right now. They cannot function right. They can't do their job to the best of their ability, and they are carrying gun. What do you think they're gonna do? They will go into criminality. They will use that gun to commit crime with that state uniform. So look, it's unfortunate, one man, that we just.
But Ajale Koko, where does the fault lay, or where does it lie? Where does the fault lie? Is it with the Nigerian police force, the Nigerian Police Service Commission, or with the Parliament? Who is at the heart of this problem?
I think it's the police force, because it's not their duty. It's clearly specified that it's the duty of the police commission to hire, to discipline, to train. It is
hold on, Ajale Koko. That is what the Constitution says. But yes. the police service, but the Police Act of 2020, it says differently.
What does it say?
Let me give it to you, because that's where the conflict is, and that's why I was saying. So the Constitution says, it says highlighting the powers of the PSC. So the PSC is the Police Service Commission. Part 1 of the 3rd schedule to the 1999 Constitution as amendment states that the Commission shall have the power to A, appoint persons to offices other than office of the Inspector General of Police in the Nigeria Police Force. So the Constitution, it gives the power to appoint police personnel on behalf of the Nigerian Police Force. It gives that power to the Police Service Commission. So that's what the Constitution gives. But now this one, on the other hand, Section 18 of the Nigeria Police Act 2020 states the responsibility for the recruitment of recruit constables into the Nigeria Police Force and recruit cadets into the Nigeria Police Academy shall be the duty of the Inspector General of Police. So now Nigeria Police Act 2020 is vests, although it's quite specific as to the sort of personnel, but then those personnel are the ones in discussion now. So it specifically vests the power to recruit constables and cadets in the hands of the Inspector General of Police. So there's a conflict between the Constitution and the Nigerian Police Act.
Oh yes, that's a conflict right there, as you clearly read it. And I think the Parliament should be blamed for this. Why must they, allow this kind of conflicts to happen in the first place. So they are the cause. But like I said earlier, the president, if he's rightly upright president, he should have waded in. He should have not allowed the situation to degenerate to where we have it today. He's the one that ordered 10,000 officers recruitment. He ordered it. And when a situation developed as we have seen it today, he should have waded in and then do the right thing. But it's just there. The Attorney General is there. There's no coordination. There's no clear part of governance. We don't know what is happening. This is just this is ridiculous. So those young officers now, they may likely lose their job. Woman, they may likely lose their job because according to Ola, he said appeal court ruled in favor of Nigerian Police Commission. And
you know the wider concern, Najan Lekoko, is that if these people are not being paid, then they could just abandon the force. So I'm not quite sure if that is going AWOL or not, because they've not been given letters of appointment. But where the real danger is that these people that have been trained in that sort of criminal enforcement sort of thing, they've been trained and armed, and now they're on the street. So these are potential criminals that we're looking at.
What is going to happen, what I think is going to happen at the end of the day, if the Police Service Commission finally got ruling in their form, I don't know whether they're going to proceed to Supreme Court. Let's say they're there now. They're there now. If the Supreme Court rule in their favor, then these officers will have to formally apply to the Service Commission for employment, because they already have the training, they have the the training and every thing that is required of them to be enlisted in police force. So they will have to go and apply through the right source, which is Nigerian Police Commission, and I believe they'll be considered for appointment. But the 3 months they are work or 4 months they are work, it's going to be, we amount to waste. They won't be paid. They won't be paid.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
And that's going to be very tragic for people to have uniform, to put on uniform and work for the state and not get paid. That is ridiculous, and that is not good. We shouldn't treat our citizens this way. So I will blame Mr. President for this mess that has happened to these 10,000 officers. It's not in charge. It's not in control. It lacks coordination. It lacks everything that you want to talk about him. It lacks everything completely. I mean, it's unfortunate, one man, and I don't know what to say. It's unfortunate that these young officers have to go through these pains. And but well, I believe the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Service Commission. They will get it at the end of the day, and this officer will be compelled to come and apply for the job through them, and I hope they'll be reabsorbed. But
Baba Jello, you know why the IGP is behaving like this? Because he was not appointed by PCC, he was appointed by the president. He knows that the PCC cannot discipline him, and that's why he's behaving.
Obviously, please.
Hold on. Before you come in, Bishop, let's hear from Tunaija, because this is his territory. He's all about all this law enforcement and people carrying guns all over the place. Tunaija.
Whoa, guy.
Yeah.
You dragged me to this one. Yeah, greetings, one man. Thank you for having me, and greetings to everyone on the panel and the chat and the viewers. I think everybody, this is the confusion of Nigeria. Everybody seems to have a point there, but in the end, the country needs security, We have people that have been trained, and it's very simple. We just ask the IGP, even if they have their dispute, to pass these guys through so that they can be enrolled. It's very straightforward. And this is why I agree with Ajan Lekogo that, you know, this governance is where the issue is. Because even if there is conflicting instruction going on here, and the courts actually is in favor of the commission, not the police, and the police decide to completely ignore the court and go ahead to recruit people, it's one thing to be recruiting people, it's another thing for one set that is recruited to completely be ostracized from being paid, which is ridiculous. I don't know what these people are doing. The Inspector General of Police himself, even if it's not through your power and you're appealing it in court, these people have been trained. Are they not good enough? If they are not good enough, do what you need to do to streamline them to the system and get them employed. We need the security.
To Niger, it's really a constitutional matter, because for these people to be paid, they have to be enrolled into the payment portal of the federal system. But what the Police Service Commission have done, if they've written to the Accountant General of the Federation to tell him not to enroll these people because they were not properly recruited. So because the Inspector General of Police does not have the power to recruit them, which is
what, man?
It's like yeah.
Please let me have my.
Sorry, just because
Babajele could say something. I thought it was the Inspector General of Police that blocked it.
No. It's the police service. It's the Police Service Commission.
It cannot issue because it cannot issue appointment letter because it's not within his jurisdiction, and that is why PCC is telling them that you cannot recruit somebody on the payment portal without letter of recruitment.
No. But the Police Act 2020 puts it within his purview. I just checked now. I don't even under the. Let me read it out to you. The Police Act. It is not even there. They said the general objective of the Police Act is to provide an effective police service that is based on the principle of accountability, transparency, and protection of human rights and partnership with other security agents. And then the act, there's nothing like go to section 18.1. Go to section, if you have it fully, go to section 18.1.
Okay.
All right. As you're doing that,
I'm saying is that that's not in Nigerian public, civil service rule or public service. There's nothing like letter of offer. We have temporary appointment and permanent appointment. You are under temporary appointment for the first 2 years of your engagement. That is when they will assess you. You do exam, and then they will give you permanent appointment. That is when you are pensionable, and it will take you 2 years to do that. So there's nothing like offer of appointment. You have temporary appointment and permanent appointment. Those are the two letters you get when you are working with Nigerian government. So just for clarification.
But they should have just, because from what I can see, the commission is the one blocking it because the Inspector General recruited people. The question they should be asking is, are these officers well trained? If they are well trained, then you have to have the officer join the force, because the government has already ordered these people to be recruited, and you can't just block 10,000 police officers that are well trained and that the country needs in a very desperate way from carrying on working. They are begging on the streets, working 12 hours a day. That is just ridiculous. This is something that people can sit in a room and resolve, but we turn into a charade for the whole country and 10,000 police officers suffering. This kind of senselessness we can't have our officials behave in such a senseless. How can this is low IQ reasoning? It's very stupid, really. You can't. People cannot operate above this. It's stupid. How can you not be able to resolve a simple issue like that in one room meeting? It's very simple. Those officers have been trained. Okay, you're having your own argument. Go and have your own argument. Let the officers be commissioned, because except they have issue with the fact that the officers are not well trained, which is a safety issue too, because you can't have people that are not well trained go into the public. But if they are well trained and it's just technicalities about who should be paying this and who should be paying this, that's stuff that should be resolved in a room. It's just ridiculous. These two of them have questions to answer. I think the commission too have a serious question to answer. Just because you don't think that the inspector general should be able to recruit people doesn't mean you shouldn't pass them through for payment, because those people are real people on the streets carrying guns, as some people said, working 12 hours a day, being sent on special appointments, and they are not getting paid. How irresponsible is that? Because you are having technical arguments because of the constitution. Let the courts sort that out. Let the public be protected. Let the people be, the officers be paid. Everybody will be happier that way. The people who notice what is going on.
To Niger, you just
apologies, Ola. Let Bishop come in. He's been wanting to come in. But Bishop, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you. Number one, it was a very wonderful idea by the president that let's have minimum of 10,000 police because we're under-policed. That's one. And he has done his own. It's for the relevant agencies. And I want to throw a question out there. Unfortunately, the system is suffering because of the ego of a few. Not too long ago, all manner of bills were being passed. You just know how to lobby yourself, and they were creating all manner of bodies and the rest. And that is what brought about this police service commission. I want to ask, there are about 10 paramilitary services in Nigeria. 10. At least we have custom, we have immigration, we have, what do you call this one? LCDC, whatever. We have different ones. Fire service,
civil defense.
Which of them have this kind of duplicity, whatever? It is the head of that agency. In this case, that's supposed to be the IG. I don't like the present IG. There's no amount of how you want to market into him. I don't like him at all. But at the same time, it is the response. Even in the Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force, they conduct their own recruitment by themselves. They have what they call the military secretary, MS. Chief of Army Staff has the power. And after that, because in the armed forces, it is commissioned army. It is the president that now come to commission them. The other services are just by appointment. They are not commissioned. They are not commissioned into the police force. They are not commissioned into the immigration force. So why do we have to go through this unnecessary duplicity that some people just engineer and orchestrated for their own selfish reason?
Can I answer your question?
Finish.
It is for the reason of efficiency.
No, it has not added.
Hold on.
That is why. Hold on. Let Adele
that is why Obasanjo carted the way. I mean, that is why Obasanjo created Police Service Commission. He wanted the police force to function professionally. He wanted a situation where they can be well focused on operation services, and the services of recruitment, training, and other things like maybe discipline and the rest will be the responsibility of Police Service Commission. So he created that department, Service Commission, so that police force can fully concentrate and be professional in the operational services. So there's nothing they have done wrong. Nobody is taking another person's job. The constitution is very and who and what should do. So Bishop, so that is the reason for efficiency. It's not just that some people are just allocating power to themselves for power show sake or anything like that. But and let me make this point.
How can you make a process efficient by duplicating the
I will yield the floor for you. Let me make this point. Look, for the fact that finance minister yielded Taniye.
Patrick, again.
So for the fact that
let's say hello to Patrick's wife. Hello, Mrs. Patrick.
Say hello to you. I want to say hello to you.
Hello. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, sir. So sorry, unless I continue to teach it. What are some people like that? Coco, Yemi. Oh, what's your sister? Me get Danny. So come you are right.
No, it's talking to his friend. It's our friend. All right, good to meet you.
Okay. Look, one man. Let me make this point, Bishop. Give the floor for you. You see, for the fact that the finance minister yielded to the call of Police Service Commission not to pay those people's salary is a confirmation that Police Service Commission is the one that is responsible for recruitment. The finance minister knew that. That is why he stopped that salary, because he doesn't want to violate the law. And he doesn't want any problem. He doesn't want them to rob her. She knew that it's the responsibility of the Service Commission to do the recruitment. Because, let me tell you, in the civil service, whoever that does not have the authority cannot order the stoppage of salary of any group, any person or group of persons. So the Service Commission are the one responsible for recruitment, and they wrote to the finance minister, and the finance minister yielded to their call because she knew, yes, they are the one that are responsible for recruitment, and therefore for her to make payment, that authority must come from them. So that is the point that is missing, that anybody is not taking into consideration. So that is why she didn't pay them.
Okay, hold on. I heard you. You cut me short too quick. I was just trying to set the premise for my interjection, and I will appreciate if you just let me go. You have brought something out of your submission, your interjection now, and I want to be very emphatic. Police Service Commission was created either in the year 2000 or 2001, right or wrong?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, I think it's 2000 or 2001. And the IG of police have been recruiting the rank and file since then, ever since till now, right or wrong? Right. Now, if they have objection to change it, I would have thought that should have been done in the backstage without necessarily truncating, because I see this as just power ego. Now, the reason what I was laying before, the foundation I was laying before Ideological interjected was that we have other paramilitary agencies, that the head of those agencies are saddled with the responsibility of recruiting and training and deploying the service personnel, as we also have in the armed forces. We have
Bishop.
Ministry of Defense recruit, not the chief of army staff.
Even Nigerian army, they have their own service commission also.
Exactly, Ministry of Defense. That's what
it's not Ministry of Defense. Come, don't keep us that. I said military secretary. It is the army. If you want to get it,
as we are speaking, I Google. The Ministry of Defense has the responsibility, even though they have bodies across the armed forces. So you cannot recruit in the military and subtract the Minister of Defense. It's impossible.
Hold on, I don't understand. So are you saying that I don't understand what you are saying? Which ministry? The Ministry of Defense intervention or
no, hold on, Bishop. What Ola is saying, just like the Police Service Commission, the Military of Defense, the Ministry rather of Defense, is in charge of recruitment for the armed forces. So the police, the army, the army, the navy, the air force. So it's not the chief of army staff that is saddled with that responsibility, etc. So similarly, there's an external body that oversights recruitment in the armed forces, just like there's an external body that oversights recruitment with the police.
Okay, are you done? What
Yes,
I'm saying, the Ministry of Defense does not interfere the way the Police Service Commission is doing. Because I know a little, let me say, boast that I know a lot. I know a little about the recruit, at least the Nigerian Army and the Nigerian Navy, if I don't know of the Nigerian Air Force. The recruitment process, there is no conflict. The Ministry of Defense is the supervising ministry. And whatever several things.
Hold on. That's because they have synergized their own relationship for that not to be the case. So
the question, and that's why I asked the question there on.
Yeah.
This Service Commission was established in the year 2000 or 2001. I will try and find out that.
Yeah.
And the police IG have been recruiting ever since. How is it that this conflict had to get to this level without them resolving it in the backstage, if not for personal ego and selfish interest?
Yeah, but for whatever reason, now that it's in the public space, the only thing that resolves this is a Supreme Court judgment and an interpretation of where the law stands, which is where it is.
But woman, there is a current, like you read, there's a current appeal court judgment that says that the Service Commission has the legal right because the Constitution says so, right? But then I want to ask Bishop a question. How do you know, before the Service Commission came into existence by when Obasanjo formed it, how do you know? Do you have a fact that shows, like I heard you several times saying here, that the IGP is the one that has been recruiting ever since the Service Commission was formed? But if the Service Commission was formed by Obasanjo and the Constitution empowers it to recruit, is the HR branch of the Nigerian police force, Nigerian police. So why is the IGP usurping that authority to himself?
Let me quickly make one clarification. Sorry.
No. Let me answer that question.
Let me
saying that the IGP does that.
It will help you. Before now, it was Ministry of Internal Affairs that was managing it. Then later, Obasanjo created Ministry of Police Affairs. Just like Ministry of Defense. They don't want to say the police is the military. At the same time, they don't want to see them as civil and bring them under civil service. So they created Ministry of Police Affairs. I think it was in the course of that they have Police Service Commission. It's just one of those bad policies and duplications. You can't make a process.
No, I don't think it's a bad policy, by the way.
I will explain to you why. I don't.
No, Patrick, it's a supervisory ministry. It's not duplication.
Wait. Commission. This year, you don't make a process efficient by duplicating roles. You streamline roles. And the fact is that, look at other services that don't even have commission. They are even more efficient than police. They are more disciplined than police. They are more so. It's just making
Patrick, which other service does not have commission?
No, the other service like Nigerian Army does not have a commission like that. They are under the.
They have.
Which one? What's the name of their commission?
They have.
Ministry of Defense is the thing now.
That's what I'm saying now.
So, okay,
why don't you leave the police under the Ministry of Internal Affairs or leave it under Ministry of Police?
Okay. What if you change it to Ministry of Police? Would that be okay? Because they
run it like a ministry
doesn't mean that it's not.
Yes, you see, when you change it to Ministry of Police, the IG will now be under the police ministry. Like the chief of army staff cannot question. The chief of army staff cannot question the Ministry.
No, Patrick. Who recruits to the Nigerian military?
I think we are saying certain things that may be inaccurate here. Sorry, let me just interject.
Wait. To Nigeria, Patrick. Who recruit into the Nigerian police? The chief of army staff or the chief of police or
Nigerian army?
Yeah, who recruits
into the Nigerian army? There are the army has structures of recruitment.
No,
So officer cadre,
I
let
know.
me tell you now, there are some.
Yeah, go
there are some recruitment in the army that you don't need somebody to do. There's a structure to recruit officer into the Nigerian Defense Academy. It's regularly done every year by exam. There are
they done by the Ghost?
No, it's not a commission, it's a structure. Nigerian Army Education Corps organizes the exam and the school runs and graduate people. You understand? That's how that one is fed. Then the military school feed officers and soldiers. If you go out of military school and you go to NDA, you become an officer. If you don't go to NDA, you just finish military school and join the army, you become another rank. You are in the military. Now, for other service, there is short service commission, there is direct regular commission, there is direct short service commission. You have 3 other commissions. Those are people that didn't go to spend 5 years in NDA.
All this multiplicity of agencies.
Which rank of the military recruit? Which rank? Which rank of the military recruit? Chief of air staff, chief of army staff.
No, I think the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Defense take that decision.
Also, who is the Ministry of Defense?
Ministry of Defense is supervising ministry.
Who is Police Service Commission?
Police Service Commission is the commission supervising the Ministry of Defense. But you know the challenge. This is what I'm saying. The challenge is this.
No, police, not police, not
defense. For the police, the IG does not see himself as a staff of the Police Service Commission. That's why the chairman of the Police Service Commission, who in most of cases used to be like former IG when Okiro was there, could not question the IG. The chief of army staff cannot do something and Minister of Defense say, look, stop this, and he will say, no, it can't happen. So when if it is a minister and you let the IG know that, look, you are under this Minister of Internal Affairs, your minister. So if the Minister of Internal Affairs say don't recruit, will he go ahead and recruit? That's his boss now.
No, Patrick, what we are saying is this.
Hold on, let's say from
in the Ministry of Defense, if the HR person is colonel, for example, if the HR person and other people, if they are captain, colonel, those are the people who started with the responsibility, but not the chief of army staff, not the chief of defense staff.
At all.
You understand? So it's the ministry. The ministry itself is
the ministry is the one in charge. Yeah,
exactly. The same role. That is exact what
Police Service Commission. But now what I'm telling you is that IG. Sorry, let me just close it. The IG does not see himself as a subordinate, as subservient to the commission, and that is the problem. IG, that's why the
because he was not appointed by them. Was not appointed by them.
Hold on. Let's hear from Tunaja who wants to come in.
It's a bit weird because I think we are going too far into the weeds of these people's egos and nonsense. First, before the police Inspector General started this recruiting people, the commission was very much aware of it. They should have made an intervention a lot earlier before the training was done and people were being sent to the streets and actually working in the force. So that's one. And secondly, from what I gather, most nations, the institutions actually do the recruitment into their forces, and from the UK to America, even in Nigeria. I don't know where we got the idea that it's Ministry of Defense that does recruitment and training. From what I got in Nigeria, that there's something that they call the Nigerian Army recruitment. They said something about department, what was the Nigerian Army, it says in the Nigerian Army headquarters, Department of Army Training and Operations. DATOPS, that's what they are called. It's located in Abuja there. So the institutions themselves recruit for their people. When you NDA, I think that one has something to do with officers and stuff like that. So that one is maybe a little bit different from just everyday recruits. And as a matter of fact, recently I had an experience with somebody trying to join the Air Force. I didn't hear that the person is trying to apply to this in Department of Defense. They were applying to the Air Force, straight to the Air Force. That's whom they were applying to. So this idea that is from the central Defense Department is inaccurate. That's one. And in terms of the issue for me is a very, very simple issue of maybe wrinkles in the rules. Whenever there are wrinkles in the rules, it tells you how smart that system is if either it collapses or they just use common sense to resolve the problem. What we see in Nigeria every time, the moment you see any simple wrinkle, the whole system collapses and 10,000 people are on the streets. What kind of for me, that is where you should have issue with. Even in the West, they have all these other problems too. You will always have sometime where rules collide and you have all these issues a little bit. But to leave it so that 10,000 people will be on the street working 12 hours a day without getting paid, that's the fault of those two people there. They are the ones causing the problem. If the commissioner is blocking it, they should be held accountable, because even if they have the right, you shouldn't just block stuff like that. For 4 months, they are not getting paid. You should act earlier to forestall this problem. They are all
on
both of their houses.
So yes, and I agree with that last statement. A plague on both their houses. But to Niger, if the Supreme Court finds that the Inspector General of Police does not have the legal authority to recruit those soldiers, but then they had already been paid 4-6 months salaries, then those salaries will be a loss. How do you recoup that money?
It's not a loss, because those people are actually viable officers that were actually carrying out their duty, and they should never be fired, and they should never be set aside. They should be put into streamlined into the force. These two people that are arguing amongst themselves, that should be set aside. There are certain things you have to keep in mind. This is why I am against the ASU strike. And the nation has to function. It's not about your stupid arguments. The nation has to function. Those two people that are having the argument, they need to streamline these people.
No, we agree with that. But the nation has to function on a legal footing, not on yes. So it's the legal footing that they are trying to establish. Because if they pay these people and then they find to be that they are illegal employees, which is what the Supreme Court would establish, then really in the auditing, how do you audit their salaries if they didn't exist as an employee in the first place?
One, were they not doing their job? They were carrying out a real duty in this world. One, were they trained? Were they safely doing their job? They were doing their job. And were they at fault for being recruited? No, they were not at fault. They were listening to an authority figure. So that is the fault of the system. You can't penalize the people for it. And the truth is, in the end, is whether the public got a value for money. And if they did, then the money is well spent. That's why I think that this issue, even if there are wrinkles in the rules, you have to smooth it over and leave the police officer to be doing their job. These are 10,000 people with families.
No, but you can't, though, can you? If they are not legally employed.
That's why I said legally, that's a term that is loaded. Is because they are arguing in court. Because if they are legal or not, the point is that they have been trained as police officers. They are functional. They are being sent to work. Are they not working in the real police units? So that is the issue. If they are already working in police units, pay them, allow them to carry on with what they are doing, then finish your argument. Even if they are illegal, then you can retrospectively streamline them into the force, because that is a consequence of the argument. You can streamline them to the force without the system losing anything.
Yeah, but if you streamline them into the force, if they are illegally recruited, but then and that is established, but then like you are saying, they've already been trained, and they've already been trained, and if the Police Service Commission then agrees that they should be police officers, their letter of appointment would that have to be backdated to their recruitment?
Yes.
You see, it's too convoluted now.
It's just a document. This is the thing. We have to look at the real world. In the end, they've served. They've offered value to the public. And having officers on the streets without getting paid, that is dangerous. And what those people are doing is irresponsible. 10,000 officers on the street, they are the problem, not the officers. Because if you're having arguments at the top, solve it. For me, this is something that we can resolve in a room meeting. Even if I have to concede ground, I'll just concede, let the officers go and function. Because you have to focus on the greater good. That is the whole point. And I think this is not even a serious issue, if not for the Nigerian space that always like to argue about, stuff all the time while the public, is suffering.
Can I ask you a question to Niger? To Niger, do you believe in strengthening our institution in Nigeria?
Yes.
As you want. Now, do you believe do you now believe that it is good to insubordinate the appropriate institution responsible to carrying out a particular duty?
Yes.
So you believe that they should be insubordinated? If what I'm saying, that you have an authority that is supposed to carry out a duty, you go ahead and you now insubordinate. Do you believe in that?
No. I don't believe that you should violate the rules. But if there are vagaries in the law and there is an argument,
the IGs now said the precedent of insubordinating the appropriate institution that should carry out a duty, and they even took the case to the court, and court ruled. And you are saying now the illegality should now be made legal for another person to repeat it in the future, for the same thing to be made legal. So I can as well go and carry all my friends, all my cronies, put in them, and later I say, okay, because these people are doing good services to the country, let us legalize it. Let me tell you something. I don't know whether you're an American in Canada or this thing. If by any reason they find out that during the documentation of entry into a country, even if it is 50 years, 100 years, if they see something wrong, these people will not come and say they want to legalize. They will tell you they don't want to set bad precedent. So,
okay,
see,
let me ask you this.
What we are saying, wait now. What we are saying, we should be very careful. The question is this: the police you are looking at, some of these police you are looking at, they are lawyers. So they are lawyers. Some of them, they even have PhD in law, and they still went ahead and did something unconstitutional, did something against the constitution, just now to whip up the public emotions to say, oh, we have to regularize. The question is this: why didn't you regularize your behavior while employing these people? And you know, these people, they don't really have a signed contract.
But hold on, Ola, the law facilitates for what they did, though. The law facilitates for it.
I saw a law that talked about this.
The law facilitated what they did, but they now took it to appropriate, because now the understanding of those people that carried it out, okay, the law facilitated, but they now took this into the court. The court, the appropriate court with the jurisdiction, with the right jurisdiction, ruled over this, and we are still standing by the illegality. So the thing is this: we choose to obey and choose not to obey. That's what we are saying now. The court said this thing is illegal. Oh, we are saying even though the court has ruled that it's illegal, oh, we should rationalize. What we are saying is
you're overthinking it.
Wait. No, I'm not thinking it. You are saying it. Even though the appeal court has ruled that this thing was wrong, we should not disobey the appeal court. That's exactly what you are telling me. Now, if you are saying they should now go back through the recruitment processes, and the Police Service Commission now see this, okay, let us give them priority in the recruitment. That's another thing entirely. But these people, they are still standing by illegality. And you are saying we should now regularize illegality. If you want to regularize illegality, then you go to the National Assembly and let the National Assembly help you. But the court has
you have a point there.
You are not regularizing irregularity. You are legalizing in the officers that have been trained.
Hold on, Tunaja, let Rational Mind come in, then you come after him.
I support what Ola said there. You know, with all of us, we're talking about working institutions. You know, woman, you asked me a question. Was it you or somebody asked me a question that we're talking about one of the failings of Nigeria is because we don't have institutions that works. And now this is an agency in some way. An institution which is trying to put in check the IGP for some illegalities. So we should commend them for that. I mean, that's commendable for me. That's how I see it. You know, but the only thing
even at the sacrifice of 10,000 people's salary,
I'm not for those guys not being given what they are entitled to. Like I've already said, and I think Tunanja also said that too. Some other people said it, that Ideological and what is that there should be a middle ground here. They should meet at the middle here. We know somebody has violated that he should be prosecuted for that. If I thought he can be, I don't think they have any immunity. But I don't know. Now this is Nigeria; they will never prosecute him for that. But then the point is this: that this is what we should be seeing in every area of governance in Nigeria, whereby some institutions that are made to check the other institutions, they are doing their job, and that is, I'm very thankful that this Service Commission is doing that. You know. But then the point is this: that, like I've said, and some other people have said here, that we cannot just lay these guys off, because these guys they've had training. The government has invested a lot into them. in the form of training. The times they spent in training them, those people that train them, and all the money, the resources used. We can't just let it go. And like they said, this president said we need to be recruiting like 10,000 or how many thousand of police officers every year, just so as to meet up the shortfalls. I mean, so we can't just let these guys go. Is there a way they can meet in the middle? That is the IGP. In this case, I know the IGP would want to consent, but the Service Commission, we're talking to them if they can hear us, anybody from there, any of their head, if they are hearing us, we're appealing to you that these guys need to be bring into the hiring process proper, put them on the IPC or whatever you call them, or whatever you call your portal, let them be hired, because we need these guys. You can't just lay them off after this training they've got. It's a lot of money.
Can I say something? Let
me just land. Let me in conclusion. So my point is that I support Ola. Yes, we should. This is how we should be going. That's the direction Nigeria should be going. We should have an institution that could be able to challenge even powerful people like the IGP. Tell him to his face, like, no, this is illegality, and we should stand on that. Because for me, if we do not start enforcing the law, Nigeria will continue being a lawless country, and we're going to get worse than this.
Okay. All right. What will likely happen is that when the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court should rule in favor of Nigerian Police Service Commission, they should rule in favor of them. Then what I suspect will happen is that the appointment of those people will be transferred. There's going to be transfer of service of their appointment from Nigerian Police Force to the Nigerian Police Service Commission. And in that regard, they will still have their money paid. They won't lose anything. It will just, the record will show it that they have their appointment by the Nigerian Police Force, but by the order of court, they have to transfer it to the Police Service Commission, and they will get paid. And that will serve as precedent that Nigerian Police Force can no longer, under the earth, hire police officers till that kingdom come. But for those guys, I believe, under normal circumstances, the way it is done in civil service, they're going to have transfer of appointment from police force, police commission. I believe they will still get paid. It's just police service commission will now we absorb them officially as officer recruited by them. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I don't think that they will just do away with them, fire them, and then since they already been assigned to duty, they're already carrying gun, they're already wearing uniform, and their service, their job is badly needed. So I don't think they will just throw them out of service like that and will not meet at the middle, as Rational Man is suggesting. So I believe they will surely meet at the middle. They will transfer their service to Nigerian Police Service so that they will continue their duty, and that will serve as precedent that Nigerian Police Force will no longer and will never ever appoint officers till that kingdom come. So that's
Baba Jarego, do you know that even their welfare, their promotion, everything is scheduled with Police Service Commission?
It's Police Service Commission now, and they are
So
training
why should somebody who
and
cannot
discipline.
promote, who cannot even pay salary, recruit somebody?
And you cannot discipline them. You cannot fire them. But you cannot fire them. You can't discipline them. You can't promote them. You can't do anything. But you want to be in charge of hiring. And you know that he has already collected a lot of money for that recruitment.
How do you mean that the police force cannot fire its own officers?
No, the IGP cannot fire. It's the Service Commission. They are the HR. They are the HR branch of the Nigerian police. You see, my point is even that you see, this IGP, if you look at him, I mean, somebody just said now that because when these guys are hired, because I was asking myself the question here. Okay, does this guy not know what the Constitution says? Or was he just trying to bank on that aspect of that police act that says the IGP shall whatever, after knowing that as a police officer, the ground norm of the whole law of Nigeria is the Constitution, but he wants to play on that. But then now somebody just said something now. They said they must have voted money for those. Of course, they must have voted money for the training of those guys. Who knows? He's trying to give out contracts to some of his cronies or maybe to his wives to cook for the guys. And mind you, this thing's all about money. If you know how the service.
Oh yes, it's about money now, Rational man. All the uniform, everything.
Uniform, boot, everything. The sport wear, everything that they use during the training.
Exactly.
It's a huge money.
So it's chronic. So you see, Nigeria is a cesspool of that place is a crime scene. I mean, I'm very glad that this service commit, but who knows? Maybe they did to they are annoyed with him because he didn't give them the contract, or maybe they too, if they had done the hiring themselves, that money would have come into their own pockets to do some of the officials there.
That's more likely where the argument is. They are not agreeing for the greater good.
I heard
but to Niger, what Kulata is saying via super chat, he says you can't sidestep the Constitution. So it says a lawsuit risk. So I'm not sure about what the lawsuit risk is, but you can't sidestep the Constitution is more the thing. And it is better that they get a pronouncement from the Supreme Court so that we know just how, because there are two conflicts. Nobody has done anything illegal, by the way, because the matter started at the High Court, where the Inspector General of Police got a favorable judgment, went to the appeal court, which then overturned in favor of the Police Service Commission. So that is to tell you that it's a convoluted legal space, and also a constitutional matter. So that needs to be cleared up first, and you cannot just say, no, we need the officers, therefore let them just. No, that's not how we work. That's not how you will want it to work, surely, to Niger. Get chicken. Look at this guy. So yeah, Simba, let's hear from you.
Sorry, I wanted to say something. Sorry, I wanted to add something. I thought I was muted. I didn't know I was. Sorry about that.
No, we thought you had gone to the fridge.
No.
All right.
So yeah, the order for one, this thing, yeah, it's very good to have order. But remember, this order is meant for people, not people for order. It's the other way around. You have to always keep the people in mind and the public safety in mind, because you can't use an argument in court as an excuse to have 10,000 officers that are, some of them, armed on the street without getting paid. There is no excuse for that. You have to always keep that in mind. This is why I always say look at the greater good. The idea of institutions is very, very good that they are strong, but there is always a wrinkle. You always have a wrinkle. But the smart people will say, okay, you know what? The order is made for the people, not the other way around. Let's just figure out the way around this. Then we settle our issue in the courts. This is why sometimes, even in the West, there is no government, but still function. Can you imagine if the Nigerians were in that space? They will create all kinds of chaos. So the issue in Nigeria is that they said the Nigerian police is not able to sack. From what I gather, the Nigerian Inspector General is capable of dismissing an officer and discipline, but they say that, however, the Police Service Commission also does some overseeing of the discipline and investigation of the cases, which is convoluted. The entire thing.
He
I
can
think
no,
I
he
agree
can
with
only
the latter.
recommend. He can recommend, then police service commission will ratify it. He will recommend, then the police service commission will ratify it.
Yes.
Even the military, the general cannot dismiss an officer. He only recommend to court martial, and they will look into it. If he's found guilty, then they discharge him. The police
Yes,
IGP
within
don't
the
have the
military.
power. Yeah, even the police IG don't have the power to dismiss the police officer in instanta in real time. If you're going to recommend, you can suspend him and recommend to the PR or whatever they're looking after, overseeing the police commission. They don't look at the matter, then dismiss him or not. But
Yeah,
Nigeria issue is two-sided.
I think in Nigeria, the way the police force has been made convoluted. I think I agree with the argument somebody made earlier on that there is really no need for this extra commission. Because even in the military, I put a link there. You can see that the army is responsible for its own recruitment and training. There is something to be said by the symbiosis between the recruitment arm of any force to the operational arm of the force. Because sometimes there are people in operation that experience things that you can send them back for extra training. So they are symbiotic and they can be able to function properly together. I don't see the merits of breaking up a force like that, and the person in charge of the force doesn't necessarily have a lot of control over the way the people are trained and all the rest of it. A commission that is set aside, I think it's just extra bureaucracy that has resulted in this mess.
No. It's a necessary evil.
Okay, tell me what issue that it was mitigating there. Tell me the issue
it's mitigating. Because hold on, I'll tell you. Even in your society where you live like there, I think that's how it's run.
Actually, no.
What?
No,
I mean, I'm sure that's how it's run.
The police here recruit their people, and the constable is able to do this in dismiss them. Has the power to dismiss them in the UK.
Let me land. My point is this. You see, we need to commend Obasanjo. Maybe this is one of those things I need to commend him for. Looking at it very well, I think it's a necessary evil because when I say it's a necessary evil, because that way it doesn't vest the power solely on the IGP or the minister of the chief of defense staff or chief of army staff, because you need, when people if someone has to be disciplined. In this case of maybe in the discipline, you can't use because of your superior to your subordinates, and then you just have to like crush him or her and just send him out of the. He has to go through the process. There's a due process, and so that is why this service commission is put in place for those due process, because the tendency or the possibility of being abused by the higher ups, either the IGP or the deputy IGP or whoever, or AIG, it's there. That is why, if, like it says, if anybody is to be disciplined, like we've had in stories of some police officers who were unruly or who behaved, who violated the conduct, and then they had to be sent to the police service commission to be disciplined. And so these people will look into the case because they are the HR. Like you and I, if we have any problem, they send you to the HR so that the HR takes it from there. So the point is this: what I'm getting at is this: to Nigeria, we should look at it as something that is necessary for us to have, because in Nigerian context, they always abuse things. So if you have a separate body that is different from the police itself, that could, checkmate whatever the IGP. Okay, what about let's say I work with the IGP as a subordinate to him, because maybe he doesn't like me, he wants to crush me out of it, and then I appeal to the service commission to help me out. That look, this guy is making my life miserable, and they will look into it. They will ask him questions. They will ask me questions. And then that way you'll be able to find a middle ground there. And maybe if I'm guilty, they send me off, or if I'm not, maybe they have to like tell the IGP, no, you cannot do this to this guy. So it's more like a union for the police, like their own police union.
I think I see the merits of this argument, but to an extent, you can say that there's merit for it being independent. But most institutions you see around the world, it is still part of the establishment. Like in the America, you have the internal affairs, and in the UK, they have other disciplinary bodies. So the idea that and especially on recruitment, because dismissing officers, court-martialing officers, you can see the reason why you have to ensure that the structures are in place so that somebody is not unfairly dismissed. However, on recruitment, the people that are going to work with the police, you detach them. The recruitment is done by another group that is not operational. That seems a little bit odd, and it has led to this oddity that you have in Nigeria, where even it is not even present in the military.
To Niger, there's nothing is conflicting. It's like maybe we don't understand the way it goes. Police Service Commission, at the end of the day, is still the IGP, the police that will recruit the people. They will be the one to train them and then give them, choose the one they want to choose and give it to the Service Commission for approval. That's what we are saying here. They are just like a supervisory ministry. That's their function. At the end of the day, it's still the police that will screen these people. They are the one that will train them, then submit the list, the one that they have chosen among them, to the Police Service Commission for ratification. That's what
what is the issue then, if that is the case? Because you are saying that
they didn't get approval for their recruitment. They have to give them approval. Okay, you have the we have approved this social number of men for you to appoint. I mean to train and recruit.
Simba. Then why not give the approval then, since the police have trained them and presented them?
So we want to reverse it. It's approval before recruitment.
Simba. It's approval before recruitment in the first place. I see what you mean.
Yes, it's approval before recruitment, because they are not the one to pay them. Police doesn't generate money. So if the government says you don't have money to pay these people, at the end of the day, you recruit them without getting an approval, what will happen?
Simba. Because the government, for one, the president has already ordered that these officers be recruited. And the number of officers that were recruited,
the government cannot.
normal.
No, excuse me. The government has the government can only speak through the Police Service Commission, because they are the one that have the constitutional rights.
Simba. Not actually. The president can demand.
Sorry, gentlemen. Give me a microsecond. Let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. So somebody has just been telling me of that. I've not been reading out the super chats. Ayo, welcome to the legendary one man. So that's Ayo matching up with Alexander Gomez, who came in. Looking forward to another riveting and engaging conversation. Love your enlightening platform. So thank you, Alexander. Alexander still, it says Tunde Fashola is an amazing administrator. I just can't get over his numerous achievements. For someone so unassuming and down to earth, I am proud. So that is him then acknowledging the majesty that is Tunde Fashola, Baba Tunde Fashola. A rational mind being irrational again, what's new? So even in the comment section, even your own party man, Kulata, turns against you this time around, rational mind. Still Kulata, still to the conversation. Sorry, who's that? Let me mute you for a moment. So still Kulata, still to the conversation. Hope or prayer, Tinubu is your president. So just drop the dead donkey is what Kulata is telling you via super chat. Crown comes in, still on you, rational mind. Rational mind, I think Biden also is not your president. So they are now circle wagoning around you, rational mind. Still on you, rational mind. Freedom of delusion too. That's Kulata still prodding at you. Criminal by nature or nurture. What basis? So that was still that space then when we were saying Nigerians instinctually are criminal. Here is Ayo nodding a super sticker to the session, and he had already, of course, super chatted to the session as well. So still staying with Ayo. As ever, you all already know where I'm going. Regular as clockwork, just as soon as he logs in, he documents himself with buy a coffee. So not buy a coffee, he buys several. So that's Ayo, keeping it 100. So that's Ayo doing that. And the last super chats to come in, the latest, or hopefully not the last one to come in, from Kulata still. It says you can't step aside the constitution, so that's him prodding in the direction of to Niger. So back to you, to Niger, you were about to say.
Yeah, I just think that this is the kind of stuff that shouldn't be happening, and we tend to set a different standard for our country that we set for other people. I think people should just take it easy. Sometimes don't get into the madness of our officials, the way they behave, because in the end, those officers don't care about what has happened in their argument. This in people, they were listening to officers, and they were being trained in the idea. For me, I like the idea that, okay, yes, if you want to fire somebody, there's an independent organization like the PSC to advocate for the officers. But in terms of recruitment, it should actually be within the police, because it's more organic, and this type of event will not occur. And if the previous speaker was correct, if it's just about approval, Jesus Christ, approval, we are here. Just approval. You actually acknowledge that the police officers are the one that actually the police authorities are the one that actually train these officers, but they have to submit them to the commission for approval. Seriously, that is your issue. That's why officers have not been paid for 4 months. For me, that is inexcusable. Thank you.
Tunaja, sorry, let me suggest. I think for me, or my own candid opinion, I think we are missing something here. I think we are practicing two different laws in police system in Nigeria. If we are practicing federalism, trying to imitate America, American style of police, they have something like police commission that recruit police and they send it to different counties. Now, the British style of police, or permanent style of police, is the head of the police that recruits. Now, we have this complete problem right now. You can see we are practicing both British and American system in one system. This is the problem we are seeing here, and we are not looking at it, and we're trying to find a way to justify one and say the other one is right and the other one is not wrong and this one is right. So we should drop one of this constitution and hold on to one. If it's American style policing we are facing, then we'll hold on to it. If it's British style, then we'll change it. Because otherwise this will keep occurring and occurring. That is my submission. Thank you.
This was what I said some days ago. I mean, some weeks ago here on One Man Platform. I said when I was using the analogy of our educational system, I was talking about our kids are so confused because you're teaching them both American and British. How do you expect them to know what?
Sorry. The Nigerian educational system is predicated on an English format. Where is the American? Where are they teaching them American system?
Thank you very much, woman. I said it that as an examiner, I've marked script, white script. So as an examiner, there's this standard. In fact, I learned that earlier on in my university days, that if you must write letter writing and essay writing, if you want to write, especially like letter writing, there's a way the Americans, they do their addresses and everything. You don't have to write an address in American style, and then all your body, your spelling must be in American spellings. But then you're writing the American style of ways of greeting and the way you arrange your dates and everything, and then you're spelling British. As an examiner, I will fail you. If you want to write British throughout, no American spelling. If you want to write America, write American ways of writing letter and then right. So the point I'm trying to do, I'm just giving that analogy so that we understand that we're running a system that is not truly the federal system that is fashioned after that of the United States that we're trying to copy. We're trying to do a kind of an hybrid of governance system that is convoluted, that is conflicting each other. How do you expect us to move forward as a country? So until we get it right, we will figure out what we want to do. If we want to go the British system, which is the parliamentary system or whatever, whereby everything is centered in one man, the prime minister who does the whole thing, and his cabinet through let us do that. And if it is the in the police system that we're talking about now,
I've lost your.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello.
Go ahead. We are hearing you.
Okay.
No. I was wondering if I was the one that was fading. Carry on.
Yeah. So my point is this. Let me conclude. So my point is this. We need to figure out what we want to do in that country. If we want to run a system of governance that is predicated after that of the United States, let us make sure that whatever system we're running, like we want to do our police system like that too. Like here as it's done here, they have a commission where police are sent to go and train, and they deploy them to different counties as they need them. So and even the funding, it comes from the federal. That's why if you hear maybe during the Trump era, when he was there, they were talking about defunding the police. The money they got from the federal government that goes straight into different counties. Even universities, schools, they have their own police. So if that's the system we want to run, let us run it that way rather than trying to maintain this British system and then American system.
We run an amoebic sort of system, like an amoeba sort of.
That's why we're getting what we're getting. That's why we're getting what we're getting. Well, let's see how far Tinubu is going to do it. He said we need to get it right. Well, let us see if he's going to get it right himself. Because he said I heard him when he was saying it at Port Harcourt when he was talking.
No, he's going to get it right now.
Yeah, you're sure, right?
No. Rational mind. Tinubu is going to make is probably going to emerge. No, he's going to end up probably the best president we've ever had.
Okay, we shall see now.
Yes, I think so. I think so.
What could they see now? We are here.
Rational mind. So you are not praying for Tinubu to succeed. Is that what you mean?
Sometimes great presidents are not made necessarily by their own achievement, but by the time. And it's possible Tinubu can emerge one of the best presidents in Nigerian history. How many of them have performed so well so far?
That's what we are praying for the benefit of everybody.
It's the first president with a brain that we've not yet had a president with a brain. We nearly had Abiola who had a brain, but we've not had a president with a brain till now.
You can argue that Abacha wasn't so bad in terms of, it's just that he jailed Abiola, but he wasn't so bad at governing. The Nigerian reserve was increased.
Abacha is not bad, for God's sake.
Do you know how much they have recovered from him so far?
No, one man.
How do you know he stole the money?
The money that they are sending it to look at this.
You can see how our people behave. How can Nigeria say Abacha is not bad?
See, I can give you reasons why, because recently
don't worry. Let us just finish.
The guy
let me say something. Let me say one thing. Everything that we have been discussing, I'm just sorry to say this, we are just discussing it based on our own shallow knowledge about what is going on. Because most of us, we don't even know the civil service rule, we don't know the public service rule in Nigeria. And we are saying, and that's why we are just discussing at this level. It will have been good if Ogbeni is on this platform today. Let me tell you one thing.
Ogbeni is marking papers at the moment.
He's marking WAEC like
no, he's a lecturer, he's a law lecturer.
Okay. So what I want to say is this. Let me tell you, even in the civil service in Nigeria, we have the Civil Service Commission. The governor, they will put it in the budget. Okay, this is the number of people that you want to recruit. If there is fund available, the governor will approve it. Then after the approval, it will send the approval to the Civil Service Commission. The Civil Service Commission will be the one that will recruit the civil servant. Then based on the ministries, now that they needed this number of civil servants, if they want to recruit doctor, the Ministry of Health will now be called. The people in the Ministry of Health will be the one that will screen the doctors to be appointed. And then after the screening, they will submit the name. Then the Civil Service Commission will now be the one that will issue them the appointment letter. The same thing is what is supposed to be in this with this Police Service Commission and the Nigerian Police Force. The Service Commission is supposed to be the one that will say, okay, now we have gotten approval, then we have to recruit this number of people. Then after getting that, the training and the final screening of the people will be done by the Nigerian Police Force, because they are the one that have the knowledge and the technical know-how to screen these people and train them. And then they will not submit to the Police Service Commission for the final approval and issuance of the appointment letter. There's nothing conflicting in this thing. But because we don't have the knowledge, and that's why we are talking as if there is a confusion. There's no confusion anyway. Then about what Rational might said, excuse me. Okay, let me finish, Mrs. Sita. Then when Rational Mind was talking about WAEC or no WAEC, in Nigeria, we don't write letters the way United States they write in America. If you write labor as L-A-B-O-R in WAEC, they will cancel it for you. It's not L-O-B-O-U-R. So there's nothing conflicting about it. So sometimes we say a lot of things here, and you know, I
what are you
don't
talking
understand.
about, boy?
Only and only and.
I mean, you're talking about an examiner. What are you talking about? I'm not English scripts. What are you talking about?
So in Nigeria, it's L-O-B-R that we spell it.
Let me lecture you in English language. Maybe that's what you want me to do.
Okay. There we go. Okay.
Go ahead.
The United States, they have their own style of writing letter writing. If you're doing letter writing in essay writing or letter writing,
and what is it called?
What is it called? What do you mean by what's it called?
You see, you mark their papers and then you teach them probably. They have a way they write essays and letters. What is it called?
Tell me, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, I don't know. I know what you're driving at.
The way Americans, the way they write their essays and their letters is called not American way of writing. But in it, they write British English. If you write it with American English, you fail. Okay. Continue.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what I just said now? I mean, is that different from what I just said? What I just said? If you must write a letter, there's a way the Americans arrange their dates. It's been years. I can't remember. But it's been years because I've got into different.
They put the day before the month. But in the UK you put. They put the month before the day. But in the UK they put the day before the month. Yeah.
But then the point is this: that if you're writing in American style and then you're spelling British, you're spelling labor as L-A-B-O-U-R, and other spelling comes again, and then you're spelling again American. You mumble everything together: American spelling, British spelling, everything, and forgetting that even the style of writing you're writing already, which is at the beginning, it's American. I will fail you. Because you don't know what you're doing. And according to one of my lecturers, maybe that years back, he says, this whole thing started from when we started having Nigerians coming to the United States to study. And you can't blame them. A lot of them come back to Nigeria, they start lecturing or teaching, and they come with that American kind of way of spelling and all writing. And maybe some of the other teachers too, they went to the United Kingdom to study, and then they're teaching these kids. These kids are getting so confused. You know, the thing is this.
I'm telling you the rational mind, just listen. In Nigeria, is the British way that we write.
I know.
There's no confusion. So why are you not saying that we are confusing it?
Oh God!
No. Hold on. Let me just wrap that space up. You are saying exactly what rational mind is saying. Rational mind is saying that the Nigerian system is predicated on the British structure. But it's saying because of Nigerians have been so internationalized now that when he is marking papers, he sees Americanisms in terms of how language is being used. So if he sees that, he will mark them down because that's not the structure of language in Nigeria. Is that more or less what you mean?
Exactly. You just said it. Yeah.
Hey, but that is not. It's not the system that is causing that. It's lack of knowledge on those candidates.
One man.
That is why when I
cannot blame that one on the system.
That is why. Oh, sorry, AI. I will let you. Let me just quickly say. That's why if I'm teaching English language to my students, I will make them understand that. Look, there's difference between the British and American. So you need to understand that. I need to be able to delineate. They'll separate both of them. That's how I teach English. I tell them, look, you need to understand this is the British style, British system, and British. You just need to make yourself just be well-rounded in it. And if you're doing America, be well-rounded in it, so that when you're writing, you don't confuse the both together. That's how
rational mind. When you are talking about English subject itself, I think you are right. You can't mix because you are studying English. That's the whole point. But if you are like other subjects, then there has to be guidelines. You can't fault people for using both. Like if you are writing chemistry, who cares whether you use English or stuff? So there has to be guidelines.
You know, there's an argument. Sorry, please. There's an argument that what they speak in the United States is not actually even English at all. It's American. It's American. They speak American. They don't speak English.
One man. That's American they speak. If you put it in paper in the US, you fail. They write with British English, British lexis and structure. But the difference is that they have what they call North American way of writing in the arrangement, in what they call the map. That is when Americans want to write, they have what they call the map. So when you want to do your map, the arrangement of your map in your essay or in your writing or in your whatever is different from that the British style. But the English itself, the lexis and structure must be British English.
Have you heard about ADA?
You write the American English language in English class in the United States, you fail. Go and ask anybody.
Madam AI, have you heard about AD? Is it ADA? American, I forgot the meaning. I learned that in college. It's called what they call American something. ADA. That's a style of writing here in America. And somebody can correct me.
What I'm telling you now. That is part of the North American way of writing. It's in the map, not in the lexis and structure. I don't know how to explain it.
Are you saying map as MAP or mark?
Yes, MAP, map. Yes.
I don't know what that means.
When they want to write it. I can't remember the full meaning, but when they want to write, they do that map. That map will tell you, it doesn't really mean, it's not really different. The only thing is that in America, they don't have time. So your introduction should have your thesis and the summary. That's just the difference. So when a professor picked your article with your introduction, he'll be able to know where you're going to.
Anyway, I don't know, but from what I can see of US documents, even in government, they use their own English. And although the structure, I think maybe you're talking about grammatical structure or something like that, I think that remains the same. But in terms of
that's
words,
what I'm saying. The lexis and the structure is the same, but the arrangement, that's they call it map. I'll find out what it actually means.
Let War Peace come in. And then after War Peace comes in, Zita, one of your fans have sent in a clip that they would like you to respond to, but War Peace first.
Let me quickly say it before I say what I want to say. Today is my son. Today is my son's birthday.
Oh,
hey,
wow.
Happy birthday.
Has it been a year? Did we not celebrate his birth? Did you not celebrate his birth here?
Same day last year when my wife put to bed. Now I was on the show, I rushed my wife to the hospital and I went to the hospital. Remember, it was 3 days before she put for bed. You're always asking me, how is she? What? He's a boy. And now today is his birthday. It's 1 year. Wow. I went to pick my wife, elder sister, and her husband. So I'm heading home. The sushi and everything we're going to use for birthday. The family is coming. Grandpa and everybody.
All right, hold on. Hear from Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you there? Ajanle Koko. Okay, maybe busy because we were all here when your wife gave birth.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the boys even working, right?
In my mind, it was 6 months ago.
Yeah. Like 6 months ago. But today is 1 year. Thank God. Now, what I'm going to say is this problem we are talking about, this police commission, is in every fabric of Nigeria ministry, from our military to our local government. Now, if you look at our military, we practice American and British style of file and ranking. Even in our Senate, you will ask yourself, why do we have a deputy Senate president? In American Senate style of federalism style of a Senate, there's nothing like deputy Senate president. I ask anybody, I bet anybody to check it, run through it right now quickly. There's nothing like deputy Senate president. But we are having deputy Senate president, which is like the British Parliament style, when you have the majorities or whatever, the Senate, whatever the Senate they have, then they have deputy. We kind of have a hybrid system in our system in Nigeria, and it's like we are just structured to fail, not to succeed, like the crab in the basket. And again, we keep wondering why our system is not working, and which we can just sit down and choose which we want from the both of them and hold on to one and let one go. no constitution or no system is perfect, but how you learn from the system and perfect it and know the mistake and perfect, that's how you get a perfect system. Not like it's perfect, a perfection. So we keep arguing every day, this is right, this is wrong. Of course, the two system is right and wrong. You have to choose one and drop one. Check our Nigerian force, our rank and file. It's both British and America. Our Senate and House of Reps, the structure is both British and America. Our police rank and file is both British and America. So it's not going to work, one man. So we should look into that and try and talk about that. That's my submission, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, and well done to your son. That's really it's amazing how this. I didn't have the thought that it was a year ago, but there it is. What usually happens? What's the process? Is it a big deal in Japan?
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a 1 year birthday. Everybody must come. Family celebrations, kind of rituals and everything will take place today in my house. That's why the family, the grandpa, the grandma, everybody will come.
Is there some sort of rice ritual? They always
Yeah.
They will pour rice on his head or something.
Yeah, no, that was when it was 3 months. This one is sushi. We're gonna eat that raw rice and raw fish. And some other statues will be around.
Will he eat it?
No, just put it close to his mouth, like form of he perceived it, assume he has ate it, Then do other stuff, other Japanese ritual. Being he has made it to one. He's one now. We'll do all that.
Is there a color for it? I know they usually use red for special occasions in Japan.
No.
Is there a color?
No color. No color. There's no color to it. Just the ritual stuff, and people come around. The food is very important. I think the food should be this kind of food we're gonna eat. It is special. The sushi, raw rice sushi. There's a type of fish and all that.
When you say raw rice,
we're gonna go take.
Hold on. When you say raw rice, I hope it's not uncooked rice.
No, it's right. I mean raw fish, rice and raw fish.
Okay.
So the fish is not cooked.
No, it's not cooked. No, it's not cooked.
Really?
You never eat sushi? It's not cooked. I don't eat it here. I never eat it.
What kind of fish is it? What kind of fish?
Tuna.
Okay.
Yeah.
And also, let me ask you this: what's the significance of the color red in Japan? What does it? What's it?
Red is their symbol. Red is their symbol, but I don't really know much about that. But I know red is their symbol. Like today, thank you just asked. We're gonna eat red beans today.
Red beans.
Yeah.
All
right. I'm gonna eat red beans.
You should know, because I think red it has some cultural and spiritual significance in Japan.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I don't really know much. I know it's their symbol, their major symbol.
Yes. You've only lived there for 10 years, so you shouldn't really
know. More than 10 years.
10 years enough now. 10 years enough to know more of this.
I'm almost 20 years here. So that's what we're gonna do today. Then we're gonna go to the studio again to go and take pictures. We wear like samurai clothes and all that. You're gonna take pictures. Then you're gonna stand from start.
Samurai.
Yeah.
And you go carry sword. You go carry samurai sword.
Yeah. Everything complete. The grandma just came now. Everybody's gonna wear samurai sword. Ooh, the helmet, this Bashudo helmet. He's gonna wear it. Then there's gonna be some statues that will give him luck when he grow up to be a successful man, to have a good wife and bear 2 children. That one's already arranged. So it's like that.
It almost sounds like the Igbo chi. They have something called a chi in Igbo land, which is their personal deity. If I'm right on, is that sort of the?
It's a sort of kind of. Japanese are heavily traditional people, so everything's gonna take place today. The grandma just came now with a different set of stuff I don't even know, and more are coming. My wife has grandma, great grandma. Has a mother, grandmother.
They live forever. They live forever in Japan.
And he has on both sides, on the mother side and the father side. So the house is full with the grand people today.
How old is the oldest member of our family? Especially the women. They live to 120 something like that.
Yeah. They live at 100. Like the grandfather is 90, almost 90. The other the 90, 80. My wife's mother is 50 something. So my wife is very young. So I'm gonna feel my husband's gonna feel with grandparents.
I think, can I ask? I wanted to ask him a question about Japan, what he finds in Japan. They did say that the red color is associated with life, energy, and fertility, and that they use them for the colors are used in celebration. However, I wanted to ask a question about Japanese culture. Do you notice, like, obviously, you probably have the difference between the way their people behave there in terms of accountability? That what is the difference between the way they are accountable for wrongdoing or this is rewarding people that are doing the right things compared to the way you see it in our country?
To Nigeria, I think we need to take we need to come and learn from them when it comes to accountability. They hold it on the high esteem, 120%. You understand? And then when the Japanese do wrong, they don't. There's one law in Japan. Apology. Apology goes two ways in Japan. When you do wrong, you apologize. You understand? And when you apologize, you have lost your honor. And Japanese don't want to lose their honor, so they don't want to apologize to you. So that means anything they're doing 110%, not to make mistake. You understand me?
There's a high suicide rate in Japan just because of that honor. A high suicide rate. Because they would rather lose their life than lose face.
Yeah, they're not lose their life to lose their honor. It's dead before honor. Dead before honor. So Japanese don't want to make a mistake. So for that, they don't want to make a mistake. They don't want to tell you sorry. For that, they don't want to tell you sorry. If you do the right thing according to the law of the land, you do it for the next 100 years. You're going to live. You do the same thing. And when you make a mistake, you hold up to it. They don't give excuse. Japan, the greatest offense is to make excuse for your offense.
You see, that is very interesting. I think that explains the harakiri culture they used to have before, because there's no excuse. Once it's happened, and then you have to answer for it.
Yeah, that's why in Japanese court of law, the lawyer does not go to the court to defend you to get out of the situation. When you make an offense and the police come, the day the police come, your case has been sentenced. You're only going to court to hear the day you are going to.
Is that how they go?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's yeah. You could be doing a crime for 10 police not show up. The day they show up, there's no excuse. You are going to jail from that day. Then when your lawyer comes, say, okay, your sentence is 3 years. What the lawyer will do is to fasten the case so that they just judge you on time and go, and maybe give place for leniency. They should give you probation if there is. If they're not, and in the court, the two lawyers don't argue don't argue like kind of counter. No, one lawyer will stand and say what he wants, and your lawyer will stand up and say what he can say. And the law, even my son or my children or my kids already know your sentence. When you hear your offense, they already know your sentence, so it doesn't change. When you make offense, you know they're going to serve it. It does not change. That's why the country is a very sane country. There's no excuse for wrongdoing. When you are making an excuse or depending, you are making it worse.
That's interesting. Maybe our leaders should be visiting those countries more instead of visiting.
No, but you know, it's embedded in their culture, so it's a cultural thing. So I don't think it's only
but we used to have it though.
We're too criminally minded.
It's not fair. You see, you remember there's a Yoruba culture where the king too is also accountable, and even the people that serve the king are also accountable if something happened to the king or whoever is their leader.
That's in the past. We're not talking about
but my point is that if you don't have a system of accountability that is strong enough, you are going to have problems. There is 3,000 something people in the Nigerian death penalty that's facing death penalty that has not been carried out because there's no level of account. There's nobody accounting for anything. That's why you don't have a proper system that is actually functional. So I think there's something to be said for going back in time, because even Singapore is carrying out execution, but Nigeria cannot carry out execution. This is why we have breakdown of law.
let me leave you guys and let me go inside the house.
All right. Happy birthday to your son. Happy birthday to your son. Yeah. So yeah, Zita, let me play you this clip. It's and then I'll give you the backdrop to it, and then you just give us a quick reaction.
As you get, you move. Snap and move.
Oh, so there it is, really. So that is Tinubu settling the long-standing rift between Yemsen Wike and Magnus Abe. So what's your reading of that? What's your comment on that, Zita?
Well, first of all, it's not a long-standing rift. The 2019 election, Wike actually used Magnus Abe to destroy it on the APC side. So they are kind of, how would I call them? You know, I don't know. I'm trying to find a word. So in 2023, before 2023, they fell out. Okay, so it wasn't long-standing. They've not been enemy for a long time. They've been off and on friend. But again, what Tinubu did was very nice because, you see, it's unifying now. Is that not what you people call it? As a unifier. He's trying to prove to everybody in Nigeria that he is the real unifier. When Wike is smart. I don't know why people insult him, but he's somebody to work with because a deal is a deal. Anyway, I don't know if I should say this, but I won't say it. Woman, I think that was part of what Tinubu wanted to do, and then to do it in public. He did it in public. Can't they settle it at the back, inside the room? But he did it in public because he's a smart politician. He needs to show Nigerians the stuff he's made of. So that's just what he did.
Do you think it's after actually, how do you think this because Tonye Cole, he's still with the tribunal trying to reclaim some mandate that he feels is not so how do you think Magnus Abe and Yemsen Wike realigning, how do you think that impacts on Tonye Cole's politics?
Tonye Cole, he get politics before. You see,
I wonder. I
don't even know. You see.
No, but his politics is Amechi's politics because this is really this is Yemsen Wike, Magnus Abe, and Tinubu versus Rotimi Amechi and Tonye Cole. This is what is really playing out in River State.
I will say, as a governor in River State, I will say that Amechi is the governor that came to River State and started doing something that touches the grassroots. Yeah, he did something. In fact, this trying to make Port Harcourt look nice, it was Amechi that started it. But when it comes to managing people, Amechi is too stubborn, too domineering. And sometimes when you are a leader, you don't really say I must be the one to say it. The way I say it, it must be like that. Amechi is not good in managing people. And when you are not good in managing people, I wonder the kind of politician you are. That's the same problem Atiku and others are having. You don't run away from argument and I no agree. When you find your group or your teams disagreeing with what you want, you try to find a way to bring them to understand, or you try to find a way to sort it out, get a soft landing so that all of you can agree. But Amechi is not that at all. In fact, Amechi destroyed River State APC, sorry. And he's still destroying it until they get him out of the picture. I don't think APC will win anything in River State again.
How did he destroy APC?
He is first of all, he was with Magnus Abe. They all fought together in 2015. You know, when you make agreements, this is part of the things some politicians don't know. I don't know whether they do it intentionally or just the way they are. This trust, if you don't get it from your followers, you'll be failing. You cannot tell somebody, when I leave, you be the next. When the time comes, you say he will not be. I mean, it doesn't work now. That's the same thing he did to Magnus Abe. You go from nowhere, bring Toye Cole and say he cannot, and then everything will just turn upside down, everywhere trouble. And you will not even try to tell him you have changed your mind in a very polite and nice way. Tell him nicely. You'll be rude and arrogant about it. It doesn't work now. So Amechi has been dealing with APC that way. He's not in this, he lacked the coordination. And he's destroying the party.
Madam Sita, I think Amechi is not a politician. He's not a politician. Believe me. He's just an opportunity that has the opportunity. What has he really done?
But why are we excusing something for other people? Did Tinubu not do the same thing in Lagos? Did not do it in some other southwest states where he was imposing candidates?
Do what?
You
do
see,
what?
you
Do
see.
Was not imposing candidate on the
You
party.
see,
we are not talking about imposition. He's talking about human management.
Hold on.
Did you listen to what he said now? Did you know what AI said now?
You see, rational mind.
Go on.
Sometimes when we talk, we land our opinion or whatever fact we have with the result. Now, comparing Tinubu with Amechi, I think probably you didn't understand what I said about Amechi. Amechi is destroying APC. Tinubu is not destroying his party in Lagos State. But for once, I don't know, when I say human management, Tinubu cannot single-handedly bring a governor without the agreement of a certain group of people who happen to be in the realm of affairs with him. They have to agree because he cannot walk alone. That is what I'm talking about when it comes to Amechi. You have to have that antecedent of somehow, somewhere, sometime, try to bring people, hold them towards your direction, your opinion, your vision, your mission, and what you want. Amechi doesn't have that. You cannot be.
I agree with you. I agree with
you. This
you.
is what I want, and that is what you want. You people can go to hell. You must be like this. You don't work with people that way now.
Wow. Yeah.
They will spoil show for you.
I agree with you. I agree with you. But you see, sometimes when we point finger, it could be me, it could be any of us. When we point finger, we should remember that the rest is pointing at us, because invariably the person you're even talking about, that Tinubu is also making friendship with which is the ally in the person of Wiki. It's not the same imposition he was doing there.
No.
It's not the same imposition.
No.
So you see, for me,
hold on.
Tinubu is engaging in anti-party activity against his own party's interest.
Listen.
You won't tell me that. That's because you can tell me. You can tell me that he doesn't know how to manage people. I mean,
no. You didn't still understand me.
No.
When you are a leader, when you are a leader, you should be able to know every other person around you, their capacity and capability. Okay? Now, those people around you that you know their capacity and capability, what you do is, you know the one who can spoil show. You know the one who can make show. You know the one that is a terrible mess. When he mess, everything will scatter. So when you study them like that, you know how to. It's not about party. Whatever, I said it here and I'm saying it again. Whatever Wike did in River State, he did not do it alone. They have a cartel. You carry your cartel along. And then he cannot carry his own cartel along. That's what I'm trying to. I think I'm bringing it down.
I get that point. Zita, I get that point, and you make that point, and I agree with you. I totally agree with you that Amaechi lacks that capacity to manage his people. If they look at him as the head of that of the party in River State, but the way he's trying to impose, I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not for imposition of anybody. But the point I'm trying to make is that Tinubu should have worked with his party. But I get it. If he doesn't want to work because he's looking for votes, he's looking for 25%, just to how many 25% is going to get so that he can be declared winner by the Mahmoud INEC. I know that's the game plan. But for me, I've said, let me learn now. You people don't allow me to learn. Now, I've said it before that Tinubu will throw anybody under the bus. Anybody and anybody under the bus just to get his way. He doesn't mind who you are. So, but then my point is this: that he should have worked with his party, because if you're a party man, you should be loyal to your party, regardless of what. This is party. But apparently, this guy doesn't have any loyalty. It's not about himself.
Okay. Rational mind. You said you get me, but I don't think you still get me.
I know. I get you. You don't need to elaborate more on that. I know that.
Let me finish. If you say party, you are limiting yourself as a politician. If you are saying, I will work with my party, you are limiting yourself as a politician.
So what is loyalty to you then? What is loyalty?
Wait, let me finish now. When you are a politician, more especially when you are campaigning, you are vying for a position as a politician. That time you need numbers. And because somebody is your party member and he doesn't want to work with you, he's working against you, you will still work with him. Even if you have another person from another area who is ready to give you the vote. Is that what you're saying this night or this morning?
All I'm saying is, regardless of what, his party should come first in that state.
So if you are, let me get you. Sometimes I try to get some people before we go into a conversation. What you are saying is that as if you are a member of a party, you are pushing me to say what I don't want to say, but let me try.
Go on.
If you are a member of a party, and then you want to vie for a position, and then you are not getting that vote or support from your party, you should stick to that party. Is that what you're saying?
It's about loyalty here.
Okay, so why did it
hold on now? You brought us up. You brought us up.
Yes, you're saying party is
you brought an hypothetical situation. Let me respond to it.
Is that what you're saying?
Say that again,
no matter what, even if you're a particular party, your party in another state or particular people in your party don't want you, you should remain and be loyal and work with them. Is that what you're saying?
That's not the situation in River State.
No, I'm just asking. Because
you cannot give it. You cannot
listen.
You cannot leave.
Hold on. Are you inviting a response from him or not, Azita?
No, I'm trying to get his point. Because you cannot say something should be like this. When they present a picture to you, you say, no, it's no longer going to be like that.
You're not presenting any picture to me. You are only leading me on. You're leading me on. Hold on.
It becomes
you are leading me on to your own conclusion. With this hypothetical situation you're trying to create with this question, I won't allow myself to be cowed.
Rational mind. That was what happened in Rivers now. Amaechi was not ready to work with Tinubu.
Amaechi was not ready to work with Tinubu. He was already working with Atiku.
How do you know?
No.
It's very obvious to everybody.
No. It's obvious to you. You're not there in the party. How do you know? How do you know? Is it
Okay, fine.
I will tell you this. Madam Zita. The genesis of this is that Amechi contested against Tinubu. And not just only Tinubu, that Tinubu gave this cold treatment. He gave it to, what's his name? To even his own clansman, Oshibajo. We saw that play out on that very day. Until they said that Gbajabiamila had to tell him, Abba, you need to create a vice president now. Tinubu is a very vindictive person. All this the TV posing that he's trying to, you're telling me is a unify my foot. I mean, it's just it's just facade, just to make you look. I mean, we're talking about this guy knows what is. He knows that as soon as he becomes president, he's going to cross.
Excuse me. Did you listen to Amechi's interview?
Okay, that interview was granted after what happened. Let's put things in context.
After what happened now?
After the election.
Happened?
Yeah, you said what?
When did the interview take place?
It was after the election when Amechi saw that they rigged him out, and what was his name? The federal government, Tinubu and all of them, they just allowed.
Okay, hold on.
Now they just allowed Amechi to have his way. I mean, sorry, I said Amechi, Wike have his way. That was what got him. That was what got him mad. Now, what is going on here? We are a party, and you people just abandon us here in River State to ourselves. You allowed Wike use the federal might or whatever. Maybe he has gone into some kind of
to rig him out. How? Which of the elections are you talking about?
Are you telling me that PDP won that election?
No. Which election are you talking about now? Because Tinubu went to River State to campaign. Amechi was not there.
Why would he be there? Why wouldn't he be there? Okay, let me give you the sequence. Okay, you want to open discussion. I'll open until you. I have to stand up from my seat.
You were invited as a party member. You were not there.
No. Tinubu did not campaign in. Did he campaign in Lagos State? He didn't campaign. He went to listen. This is what happened. As far as I remember, he knew that he doesn't need to campaign. What's his name? Wike has already given him that hand of fellowship.
Tinubu did not campaign in River State. One man, please pull it out.
I can't remember, but maybe he did. But this is the sequence I know. This is what I understand happened. He banned on what's his name? I remember when he came to see Wike, this same guy, Tony Cole, went to meet him at the airport. I remember he went to meet him at the airport, and he went to see Wike. You should understand that the enemy of my enemy, or how did they say it, is my enemy, or whatever they say, because you are making alliance. You sideline the APC structure in River State. You're making alliance without even bringing them on board on that. This is what I want to do. If you listen to Otoyo Cole, when this Arise news interview that he did on, was it a few days ago, 2 days ago? He said it, that they were Tinubu had an agreement with them. They were not involved. How would you make such an agreement with an opposition party without even bringing the structure of your own party within that state? That tells you the kind of person this guy is. He will throw anybody under the bus just to get his.
You see what he threw people under the bus. That's fine. I don't like making a tedious conversation. One man. So as I was saying, he's just. You see this thing he's doing now. Hello, woman, are you there?
I'm here. I'm listening.
You see what he's doing? He's trying to show who he is, because this kind of settlement, or maybe they settled it inside the house, and then he decided to come outside for them to check hands and make video of themselves. Those are part of politics. But Magnus Abe and Wike, I don't think they are arch enemies. It's just that sometimes they use each other. So it is what it is. But on the part of Amechi is not, until he hands off APC in River State, I don't think APC will survive in River State. They have a lot of supporters. But what Amechi is doing, he ran out of PDP, went to APC, brought out Peterside Fort. He couldn't even, as a sitting governor, to gather vote for Peterside. He couldn't. He was still the governor there.
But you just said that he used somebody now.
Huh?
But a while ago you said he used somebody against his party. He used what's his name, Magnus Abe.
I said Wike used Magnus Abe in 2019.
2019.
Yeah. I'm talking about 2015 when he was a sitting governor.
Okay.
He didn't work to return the power on his side. Even as an outsider, Wike beat them hands down. Fought his way to Supreme Court. After winning them in the polls, he still fought his way to Supreme Court. And Amechi was a sitting governor then. And he was running around even after Buhari won as a president. Amechi could not even use that force to win Rivers State. How many votes did he get? But still, even at that, voteless man, he got no votes. He still wants to impose people and decide what happens in the party. You don't do that kind of a thing now. You don't have electoral value. You still want to be the deciding factor. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, do the same thing now. I mean, let's not be doing all these things. Listen, if you want to talk about the issue, let's talk about the issues. Let us not. I agree with you that he's an imposition. He likes doing imposition.
So what's his electoral value? Which one are you disagreeing?
It's just because you try to paint Tinubu as this kind of it's not his fault.
We are not talking about Tinubu now. We are talking about Amechi. I told you I don't like. Listen.
Go on.
When I don't like discussing with you, I told you several on this platform. I said something about you and Tinubu, and I told you Tinubu is a man like you.
Okay.
You put a lot of things on him. You dump a lot of things on him. And I have told you one day, and I said I will try as much as possible on this platform not to be arguing with you, with Tinubu, because even me, I'm not his fans, but that doesn't blind me from seeing his qualities. So for you who cannot see anything good in him, fine. And I have told you the last time, discussing with you about Tinubu is too tedious for me. Because I do not engage in conversation with people who have already locked their mind about a particular issue. When you discuss with those kind of people on that particular issue, it becomes too tedious for you. I have told you severally.
Can I add something, please? Can I add something?
Let me finish before I lose my thought. He's dumping Tinubu on me. Let me clarify this. I have told him several times here. And the last time I spoke to you about Tinubu here, I told you he's a man like you. If you feel he has done so much evil to the country, he's your fellow man. Go to the country, beat him to it, change everything, and run with it. He's just a man like you.
You don't like me. You don't like me at all. Maybe I go fight Tinubu. You don't like me at all. William is there. They never see.
I cannot continue.
It's okay. I hear you. I don't hear you.
We are talking about.
You are advising me to go and fight, to go and contest with Tinubu.
All right.
What he has done.
I wonder if you will visit Nigeria in the next 4 years. Rational mind.
I will. There's no problem. No, listen, dude, guys. What have I done? I'm not a criminal. I only have which I'm entitled to. Like I was saying to Ola.
You know there's voice recognition.
No, woman. I go to Nigeria anytime. I will go. There's no problem. What have I done? I've not financed anything.
The room next to Nnamdi Kanu is vacant. The room next to Nnamdi Kanu.
Why are you making it sound like I've committed a crime? There's no crime.
Are you afraid?
I criticize Tinubu. I criticize him. It's allowed for me to criticize him, isn't it? It's allowed. Why would DSS stop me? Why would they? I mean, if they don't find any, I don't have any. I'm not carrying any weapon into Nigeria. Wanting to like harm people to go and start insurrection. You cannot harass me for that, because I only oppose him because I'm critical of Tinubu. I only criticize him. I've not done anything wrong.
But I think that you can criticize someone. Can I just add something? I think you can criticize someone while still recognizing these things positives that are going on. I don't subscribe to the idea that you just ignore everything about the person and just say one side is completely wrong and the other side is completely decent. Everybody has two eyes and one head, and you know, we see things differently. I see when I saw Tinubu when they during the primaries, when leaders were stepping aside for him, I saw beauty there, because there is something to be said for people working together. That is what we talk about, group IQ. And we worry too much about individualistic stuff that we miss that aspect of it. And this could explain why some people follow Tinubu. It's not necessarily because they think he's the smartest guy under the sun, but he also understands that bigger picture, and he's bringing people together. Okay, maybe he's bringing criminals together or not. We don't know that. Point is that as a matter, I don't even care. Anything that brings our people together is a good thing. I tell you this, whether you're a criminal or not, if you are, except you are ganging up to enslave our people in terms of to the foreigners, that's a different thing. But chances are that if you bring your people together and you are able to change course for the betterment of the people, the benefits you make, the benefits you can achieve there is a lot greater than when it just, you know, everybody wants to be the perfect person. There's no perfect person around in this world. And I think when he's bringing two fighting, you know, warring parties together or disagreeing parties together in Port Harcourt, yeah, just say yes. It's a positive thing. If Tinubu saves a child now, you're going to say it's wrong? Jesus Christ, let's not do this and act as if everything is black and white.
It's a bit like being a bit overflogged. But give me 1 microsecond. World Peace has sent this in. Hopefully Zita is still there. It wants me to share this with the platform. So I'll share this with the platform, and then I bring up a talking point to bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. But this is what World Peace sent in. So this is World Peace, the celebration of his son's first birthday. So Japanese style. So there it is. And the sushi that he was talking about, all those nicely packaged things, not a single thing is cooked there. So I guess that's why they live. I guess that's why
the rice is cooked.
Well, you know, I don't know. You know what they are like in
I've
Japan.
had sushi now,
You know?
so
yeah.
So seriously, nobody has had sushi here.
No, I've had
Are we
sushi.
serious?
I've had sushi.
Exactly. So
I have. I've had sushi. And that's the young man in question, looking looking handsome and rosy cheeked, and that is War Peace and his son. You can see the resemblance. You know, so there it is. So well done to War Peace. Huh?
I can see the resemblance. Very.
You can see, especially the face. The face is the same face, isn't it? So there it is.
No, it's the forehead. The forehead.
Yeah, and the cheeks and the cheekbones. Yeah.
No, you look resemblance on the foreheads and the eyes.
Yeah.
Is World Peace still here?
No, he's not. He's gone to.
I wanted to ask him
Yeah. So there it is. All the girls in Japan, they're in trouble. Look at that.
You should be bringing them to Nigeria because
when that boy turns 18. Yeah. All right. So well done. Well done and all that. So that's World Peace's son marking his first birthday. So that's brilliant. Now, Prince Daddy, are you there? Prince Daddy.
Yeah, I'm here, woman. How you doing?
I'm good. Good to have you. I want to bring you into the conversation at this point because he rarely ever speaks, but he comes into the space really, and you know, people like him, they speak in ambiguous terms. For you then to pick out the cryptic messaging in what they're saying. So who am I talking about? I'm talking about Yakubu Gowon, who says 2023 presidential election, accept tribunal's verdict, go on to Nigerians. So is this go on now sounding that warning shot to Peter Obi to pack it in and let the country move on? Because this was what I digested when I saw this. So your commentaries on that. But as you go on to comment on that, let me welcome also Thomas on board. Let's hear from you, Prince. Prince Daddy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks, man. Hello, everyone in the house. Yeah, go on. Yeah, just like you said, it speaks. It meant a few words, but of course, the tribunal's verdict has to be accepted by all. I mean, what can we possibly do? We can't go into anarchy, right? So I mean, any statesman of Nigeria would give such a suggestion, I would say, a recommendation, maybe apart from Basanjo, of course, but everyone else, I think, should would go with that. I mean, it's a statemently thing to say. After all, what is the other option? Is it to turn the country into anarchy, or go to war, or foment, trouble all across the country? No, not at all. So I don't expect him to say more than that, really. I mean, that's almost a given. So yeah.
But who do you think he's signaling to? Because I thought he was signaling to Peter Obi and his band of rebel rousers.
Well, yeah, I know we talk about Peter Obi a lot when it comes to this election litigation or tribunal, but we keep forgetting that Atiku is the person, the man that came second, actually. So I still can't wrap my head around or think of a way whereby Peter Obi would overpass Atiku in the tribunal, in the courts, to win the election. I don't think so. And again, I think I mentioned before, and just like you guys know, most of the numbers that a lot of the numbers perhaps that the Labour Party is disputing were given to them by PDP, and I can almost guarantee also some of the numbers are fraudulent. Why? Because they want to rob Peter Obi's base, because they know that they are the loudest and more likely to cause rancor across the country. So you may be talking to Peter B, sure, but of course at the same time, I think that goes to Atiku as well.
All right. So what are you looking at in the news today, and how have you digested Tinubu's appearance in Port Harcourt?
Since yesterday, right? They've been talking about his comment about not owning what do you call him? Wiki anything, right? And I think somebody made a comment earlier also that you have to say that, it's a new regime. It can't like try to condone bad behavior, so to speak, the old way in which business is done in Nigeria. So he's trying to set a pace or a standard in which he is going to be operating, and I think it's actually it's a good thing. Well, someone was I think was Rational making a comment about Tinubu earlier, but most of the things that Tinubu does, as we all know, it's in the background. It's never in the foreground. So though you may say that publicly, I think is a man that rewards loyalty. He understands. If Wiki was not part or did not engineer or whatever is winning in River State, it would never have happened. Okay, it would never happen. So you could say that publicly, but at the same time, I know behind closed doors, it would do the right thing. I think
do you think there's some sort of alliance forming between Wike and Tinubu, some sort of like a political coming together?
Well, yeah, it did. I mean, it's already played out, at least for this period, not to the next 4 years. So absolutely, of course, they have an alliance politically, not necessarily intimate relationship, but sometimes that's all you know. See, this is, I mean, I've always said it, this is how you know the ability of somebody, of a leader, that's the ability to work with people regardless of differences or how you feel about them. If you are able to organize and coordinate and work with people to achieve a goal, well, that's an hallmark of a leader. And I think Tinubu is a consummate leader, for sure. And yeah, it is an alliance. It is I mean, somebody, and I heard on the platform earlier also that it did not acknowledge the APC governor gubernatorial candidate or some of the other politicians. Well, they we all know that River State Wike is PDP stronghold, and APC is not that strong there. Maybe they're not. So if the case was reversed or was in the northern part, especially the northwest, that would not be the case. It's going to bring in play strongly the APC governors or the strong men up there. But there in Rivers, it doesn't have to. And not to mention that he's probably made a deal also that somewhat compromised the APC leadership in River State. So it's expected. Yeah.
And also, Zita was saying earlier how Rotimi Amechi did not campaign for Tinubu in River State. But now, Tinubu is in River State now, and everybody's there, all the great and the good from the APC, but notable absence of Rotimi Amechi. So what are you then making of the fact that Tinubu's first outing as the president-elect to Rotimi Amechi's own home state, and he is not on the entourage to welcome him?
Yeah, I think we all know that Rotimi Amechi and Wike, they're not on good terms. They've had some public sparring, and yeah, I don't even remember one time Amechi campaigning for Tinubu for sure. But again, Amechi does not have the political capital in River State. Wike dominates all around the state, and is more popular, and it has more strength to move things around. So Amechi is almost quote unquote a nobody right now as far as River State politics is concerned, and as far as the winning that Tinubu got in River State. So yeah, it should stay indoors, hide his face or whatever, and that's okay. That's perfectly okay.
All right. So there's certain political careers that would have ended with this cycle. And Rotimi Amechi seems to be one of the political careers that has ended now. On the 25th of February, I think his political career ended alongside with Yemi Osinbajo. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I do agree. For Yemi Osinbajo too, yes, I would have to agree also. But of course, I think being an intellectual, right, is going to be around. I mean, it's somebody that is a good tool for Tinubu, for perhaps international, engagements for sure. That is the VP Osinbajo. So he still has some goodwill to offer Tinubu and the country overall. But Amechi, I don't know much. I mean, quite frankly, the only thing I know about Amechi was he was the transportation minister, and apart from that, I don't know any other significant or prominent thing to associate him with, really. But Osinbajo is still going to be there. He made a misstep somewhat running against Tinubu in the during the competition they had, but I kind of feel for him because VP Osinbajo had to, because I mean to be a vice president and somewhat liked a lot actually, but and not to want to throw your hat into the game to compete for the ticket was almost was up.
You said misstep. What's the misstep? What is not misstep did Osinbajo did?
'Cause, Well, that's what I'm saying. I feel for him. The misstep I was talking about was coming out to compete against Tinubu. That was to me, that was a misstep. Um, yeah, that was a misstep. But again, at the same time, I'm saying that it almost had to.
So sorry, hold on. Was it more of a misstep for him to compete? Who misstepped more competing against Tinubu, Oshibanjo or Fayemi? Which was the greater betrayal contesting that primaries? Was it from Oshibanjo or Fayemi?
Fayemi dropped now. Osibajo did not. So
no. We're talking about contesting at all. So what I'm really asking is, who had the greater loyalty to Tinubu and should not have contested at all? Oshibanjo or Fayemi?
Well, I would say it was more Oshibanjo, right? Because is what do you call it? It's more closer. Well, let's say the favor that Tinubu did for Fayemi, if any, relative to Oshibanjo, is more recent in terms of Oshibanjo, right? And to me, I think I've said it before. This Tinubu winning this election was his third election that he actually won. Because left to me, I give him a lot of credit for BUHARI coming to power. And if you guys pay attention to the second term of BUHARI, man, I think Tinubu campaigned so vigorously as he did for his in his past election, because he knew BUHARI had to win, and that was the trend. He couldn't let Atiku come in. So this is the third election that Tinubu is winning. So Oshibanjo, I mean, and all along, come on, Oshibanjo did not work as hard as Tinubu did for BUHARI. No way. It's not even comparable. And that's what I mean. That's the misstep I'm talking about. Maybe they should have had some things in the back room and kind of discussed it. But it was somebody has said it before also on the platform. It was Tinubu that single-handedly picked Oshibanjo to be the VP. I think I heard BKO on TVC talk about it one time, that they gave, I think BUHARI and his people told Tinubu to give them two options to choose from, and Tinubu did not play that game. He single-handedly chose Oshibanjo and said, hey, this is the man, that's the person we're going with, done. So, I mean, this is part of it. So, Fayemi, Oshibanjo, I think Oshibanjo, it holds Tinubu more, perhaps, than Fayemi does in this regards.
I would.
Sorry, one man. You see, I hate saying this.
Actually, as you go on to make that comment, Rational Mind, let me ease myself out and hand over to Thomas. But carry on, Rational Mind.
All right, Thomas. Let me say this real quick. You see, when we deify somebody like Tinubu, you see, when I keep saying this, people think maybe I'm always talk about Rational Mind. You know me, I always talk about Tinubu. It's just, for me, we pedestalize this guy, make it look like he's like a god or a godlike a person. I mean, why can't somebody contest? I mean, he's a human being. And for goodness sake, he's the vice president, for goodness sake. Why won't he have why won't he have a rival? Someone that you just want everybody to just submit to him and give him the ticket. Oh, during the primaries, unopposed, everybody, 2,000 delegates, they voted for Tinubu. My goodness. What kind of democracy is that?
I agree with you on that one, and I also think that.
Why would we make it like look at he has done something?
Let me just add something. And it also depends on the court ruling, because what people are assuming now is that 100% the court has the whole thing is dead. But if the court ruling say, okay, something happens, went wrong, and this election didn't go the way we expected it to go, it might have meant that Oshibanjo could have done better in the election, because Tinubu got 27% of the vote. Let's not make a mistake there. Oshibanjo may have done better. He may have even drawn many of the votes that went to Obi to himself. But because of the nature of politics now, and the young people didn't like Tinubu as much, so they went towards this P2B. So I think the narrative that people are painting that it has to be Tinubu. No, it doesn't necessarily have to be. And he says Tinubu won 3 elections in a row. I don't subscribe to that. Tinubu is a very clever man, and I think people have to respect him for that too. He's a clever man. What he did was that he doesn't go into an election when he doesn't have a clear path of winning, until he has a clear path before he actually goes into the race. And so far, if this one pans out the way he expects it to pan out, then he's been correct. But it's a painstaking time. It took how many years to get here? Peter Obi just within 8 months almost made it to the same position. That is crazy. So it tells you that if you give everybody the same kind of patience that Tinubu has, they can make it there too. But Tinubu is a unique individual that has a remarkable set of patience. That this is why I think this may be partly the reason why so many of these so-called elites and rich people and clever people and intelligent autocrats or bureaucrats, they respect Tinubu. And I think rational man, you need to pay attention to that aspect. I think you are missing the aspect of Tinubu that commands this type of behavior. He seems to be a very, very he's not as I don't think it's as mechanical as you think he is. Tinubu is not as mechanical, and he's not as dictatorial as you think he is. He doesn't command like. I think he has a way of working with people in such a way that he brings them along with him, and he doesn't put himself first. Like when he allowed
Don't waste your saliva. If you are telling rational mind to change his mind about Tinubu, you are just
he might listen because the way you tell him, he's not going to hear it.
No. He will never.
I know I'm also on the side of Peter Obi.
Rational mind is here. He's our brother here. We know him. He will never change. Forget.
I'm on the same side as him. I'm on the same side as him. So because I support Peter Obi, so he might listen to me.
That is his opinion, and we respect him for that. But changing his view on Tinubu, forget it.
No, I'm not changing my view on Tinubu. I don't think he should be president now. But it doesn't mean that I cannot see the positive things and the positive traits that he has. So I have the same position. I'm just trying to get him to see what I see too, even if I support Peter Obi ardently. If it was about Peter Obi now, you will see me defending Peter Obi's record compared to this is Tinubu's. But if you saw what Tinubu did by allowing what was the Osinbajo to be VP, because he didn't want to have a Muslim ticket. He stepped back.
What are you talking about? Dude. What are you talking about?
Because the argument was that he is a Muslim. He didn't want to be VP to.
No. Don't say this.
No, I don't know. That's what I think. That's the impression that was given.
He doesn't want the Muslim ticket, but what did he end up doing?
That's what I'm saying. He did that when he came to him being a Muslim ticket. He was willing to sacrifice himself for that. But when he became the running mate, he did the same thing. So it tells you that he's not always all about himself. That is the point I'm trying to make.
That does not even make sense. He said it's not about himself as well. What do you talk about?
Yeah, because he could have insisted that he joined Buhari. He could have insisted.
If he had insisted and Buhari said no, is he going to force himself on Buhari?
I think Buhari would have had a choice. I think it would have been a very strong ticket.
According to the rumor has it, let me not say fact has it, or I don't have it. Then rumors has it that Buhari said he doesn't want to go with that ticket. And then you have
that's rumor. The one that we know that has been talked about was because he too agreed with the argument that he is not a Muslim. That's why he was left for him to choose a VP candidate.
We're talking about a narcissist here who knows how to play the game. Yeah.
See, all politicians are to an extent narcissists. Let's admit.
He knows how to play the game. I give it to him. And that's one of the things I praise him for. When I praise him for that, does not mean I idolize him. Oh, I'm so wowed by the guys. No, I'm not wowed, but I will talk about his I mean, how do I say? His intelligence when it comes to political dexterity, when it comes to these manipulation and here and there, what it does. I'll give it to him.
Manipulation. Why do you call it manipulation?
It is manipulation.
Why don't you call it political calculus?
Yes, Daddy. I mean, it's Thomas rather. Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Yeah.
And patience. You have to understand.
Why don't you respect his political calculus?
Rational. Will you wait 20 years to become president? Would you wait 20 years to become president?
Say that again, please.
I said, would you wait 20 years to become president?
I'm not going to vie for office. I will never vie for office.
Exactly. Let's say you wanted to vie for office.
My belief.
You're not going to wait 20 years. But someone like Tinubu, I really think people should pay attention to that. He was into politics in the 90s and all, Nadeko and all of them came into this thing, become a governor. He stayed in there for how many years till he's so old before he made it to become president. So that level of patience, if it was some people, they would lose it and just want to run. Look at Atiku.
Dude, you said he has patience. Who is he having patience for? It is for his own benefit.
But that tells you a level of intelligence to know that he has to hold himself back.
That's intelligence. Yeah, I give it to him. But does that mean I should be falling down, be worshiping him, and look at him as
no. You shouldn't worship him. I don't want him to be president too. So we are on the same thing.
I won't cower before him. I won't see him as somebody I should identify, or I should like because of I'm so wowed by his intelligence or no. It just tells you how self-centered, narcissistic this guy is, and we're going to see that play out when he becomes the president. I guarantee all of you, we're going to see it. We're all going to be here. Duke, you're telling me you wish me to rest in peace, Abi?
Has he always been narcissistic? And because recently he's come across as being quite rude to people. He's very dismissive. I don't know whether he's been like that all. I don't know. The people that knew him in the early 2000s. Pardon?
You see, if you need to study Tinubu antecedents, you understand him very well. He's a master of this game. I know. I get it. But all this master of this game, he gather people together. It is for his own, eventually, which he realized some few months ago to become the president. He said it now when he went to see BUHARI before the primaries. He said he's consulting. He says if he crown the Afobadia, he said somebody that makes people king, himself should also make himself a king himself. If I make other people to be king, I should also equally make myself as a king. It's my lifetime. Look at what he says. I quote again. He says, "It's my lifetime ambition." Goodness.
See, he's telling you openly. Other people are. He's telling you openly. What do you want him to tell you? Lie to you? What do you want him to tell you?
I'm not saying he lied to me. I mean, he has been working all these years just to realize what he eventually realized February 20-something. I eventually became it, right? But the question is, what is the process by which he got there? That's what we're talking about.
Well,
the process is politics.
What is the process by which he got there?
Politics.
Yeah, politics.
He simply built some people, he put them in strategic position and won their loyalty over time. And when it is time for him to come forward,
loyalty
supported him.
If you are to take Rivers State into account, what he did to the state itself is not good. Rivers State, it was completely mangled. He mangled the democracy of Nigeria and handed the result to himself when clearly the other candidate won. And see, this is where me and Rational Mind are on the same side, because we can't just say, okay, just because he has connection, he has the ability.
To Nigeria, it could not mango result in Lagos State where he come from. He had to go and mango result in Rivers State.
See, it is clear that the result was mangled for him. Whether it was due to him guiding Wike or not, it was mangled for him.
Let me ask the progressive a question. Did you hear what Bala Mohammed said?
No.
Bala Mohammed, that what he said? He said, "We want to thank you for bringing." It was the way he said it. I mean, he went and elaborated so many things. Now, if APC knew that they could not win, and Tinubu could not go through his own party structure within Rivers State, but he knew that somebody can do the actual job for him in the person of Wike, he's going to deploy all the whole toggery and everything that he himself uses in Lagos. He's going to do the same thing, replicate the same thing in Rivers State. If he knew he can win 25% through his own party structure, and he wants to do it right that way, why would he have to go through Wike? Because he knows Wike is an archered man. He would do anything.
Rational mind. Why will you blame?
So why should we have a leader like that supports somebody who goes through that kind of a means to realize political ambition? That's the question.
Your political analysis is too skewed.
That's immorality.
No, rational mind. Can I interject you?
Interject, please.
See, is it Tinubu that wanted Rivers State Bali, or Wike that wanted Tinubu Bali? Because there are two things there. Now look at it this way: It is
Is it a
true
question you're
that
answering, or you want to answer the
wait
question?
now. It is true.
Ola or Wike that wants to show Atiku that he has power in Rivers.
Exactly. That is exactly where I'm driving at. Look at it this way. It is true that Tinubu would like to win Rivers State. At the same time, too, Wike was looking at how to protect his own political career, because should Atiku won that election, for example, it will be it will be like a disaster to him. And can he really trust Obi to protect his own interest? So these people are politicians. So you can't really totally, because people wanted to deliver for Tinubu. Now, okay, they manipulated Rivers State voting. Good, we heard that. But the thing is, are you saying that BAT really gave that contract to Wike? Oh, Wike, please go and rig on my behalf. It is more of me. I want to benefit from you. That's what Wike did.
So can I answer your question now?
It's not a question, it's observation.
It's not a question. You don't want to say something, right?
He doesn't want answer to that now.
No, you can. No, I said not a question, but it's an observation. You can respond to my observation.
Well, you see. I don't know. You people saw how I came in today. I said your mental health is important. Nigerians, please let me use the medium. Thomas, please allow me, please. I beg your indulgence. Take care of your mental health.
No worry. Yeah.
I mean, we should take care of our mental health, because it is insanity the way things are playing out in that country, and we are all justifying it. And we're talking about we want a just society. We want a society that runs on rule of law and order. And then you're telling me this. So because he wants to become a president, he allows a man, criminal.
Rational mind, don't you think you are just in a world of your own? Why are you justifying that everybody should be thinking based on your own, the way you are feeling?
Oh, okay.
But what he's saying is not controversial.
No. It's you cannot extrapose the way you are feeling. That is the same way every Nigerian should feel.
So you don't want law and order. That's what you're saying. You don't want
law and order to you. We also wanted law and order. So law and order to you might not be the same to me.
But then you live in Finland or wherever you say.
So, but the concept of law and order, you should just say yes to it.
Okay, to Nigeria, please. Let me answer this, our friend here. You live in Finland, where law and order prevail, where the kind of crap we're being fed in that country called Nigeria, and then you see what is going on there, and you live in a society where things works, where law and order is the order of the day, and you're allowing such thing in a country like that called Nigeria.
What you are doing,
it is subjective here.
What you are doing, you are not making any point. You are just preaching. It's preaching. This what you are doing is just a preaching.
Well, I can understand you if you say I'm preaching. Well, you're right. I'm preaching.
Rational mind. Can I come in, please?
Well, please, you talk. Let me. I know I've been talking to a lot, but it's just because.
Rational mind. I think you are taking this section now.
Okay.
Maybe we invite others, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Progressive. Let's hear from progressive.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Rational mind. Some people come here to just analyze politics, but if you take it personal, then that is your own. Because when I come here, I don't act as if my life depends on it. I come here to analyze it the way I see it on the ground. So analyzing issue from a neutral perspective, sometimes I ask critical questions. I want to know I want to know certain position, and I want to debate certain issues. For me, that is where it stops. It doesn't mean that I don't want Nigeria to progress or I don't want Nigeria to do well. But I wouldn't come here and take it upon myself and be emotional and be sentimental and all of that about the whole issue. So I don't see what I don't see what it has to do with my mental health.
Yeah, you can come in. I don't say you can. Yeah, you can come in. Yeah.
People lately, I've been watching a lot of you people here. You come here, you don't even know me. It's because the way I talk is because sometimes I'm very soft spoken. Some people might recognize that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
really?
soft. Well, you might, but maybe lately, maybe because I've been joining one man's platform. I mean, my wife, my kids, they are telling me here that, I mean, Daddy, I mean, you, Grandpa, you don't talk like, I mean, yeah, I'm becoming very vociferous now. I mean, because I think sometimes people just don't really. Let me not go into other stuff. So my point is this. My point I'm driving at is that you guys should stop this whole thing like, oh, you're being emotional, you are being this, you're taking it personal, you hate Tinubu. No, dude, listen. We're talking about a life of about 200 million people. We've all been here for how many years now with one man on other platforms. We come here in, year out, the same way we preached about BUHARI is the Alpha and all, is the Messiah. He came there, look at how he wasted 80 years of people. And the same pattern we're seeing with what's going to happen.
That's because you are acting like an opposition.
Well, it's my view. Listen, dude. I'm not imposing my view. I might sound, like I said, I might sound too like coming strong on people. It's just because I felt like I need to make my point. Make your point. And I'll counter you. If you counter me, no problem. We'll both counter each other. But if I come the way I come across, doesn't mean that I'm trying to impose my view on anybody yet. Please don't get it wrong. I'm only trying to make it, emphasize or highlight my point that this is what I'm getting at. And we need to understand it. But if you don't understand it, no problem. I won't force you to understand it. So you don't play this mind game of, don't play this.
You can go back to the point you were making
you
about.
You are emotional. You are this. No, please don't stop, please, guys. You guys should stop that. All of you.
You can go back to the point you were making about how we wanted this rule of law and stuff like that, because that argument now has completely been sidetracked by the other argument that we don't subscribe to rule of law anymore. So I think that if sometimes people disagree with somebody,
you are the same person that said we should forget about law just a few minutes ago.
No, I didn't say you should forget about rule of law.
No, that's it. That's when people were not employed the way they're supposed to employ. They didn't follow the rule. You said they should sidetrack it. That they should just look at it's sometimes I wonder how we argue.
I think you seem to have like a one-track mind. I also added that sometimes there are wrinkles in the law where you have situations whereby you have conflicts. Common sense kicks in. There are nations sometimes they don't, like the UK I live in now that has conquered the whole world. They don't have a collected constitution in one document. They have a scattered constitution all over. How do you think they organize themselves? Because that common sense kicks in. And so that is the point I was making. It's not like why would I want rule of law? That's exactly what I want. If you agree with it, you just say yes, I agree with that. However, I don't subscribe to the idea that
like common sense that you used to push my club owner away, right? Roman Abramovich. That's why we need some court cases. You guys just gang up and push.
Now we got into football again.
That's what you want. That's what you want in Nigeria. Just
no.
Political feelings.
I think in some aspects, rational mind is correct. I say most of it actually he is correct, because sometimes you find that okay, yes, I admit that I accept that some people like Tinubu for various reasons, not necessarily the same reason as rational mind would want to judge him for. But you also have to understand that the point he's making is quite detached. Yeah.
Tunaja, let me explain something to you here. You see, when you come on a platform to debate issue, it's either you come as a neutral analyst or you come in as an opposition. So it is you that will make that decision on what position you take. So if you come, if you are talking about Tinubu and I am tackling you, right? It is because I feel like the point you are making does not hold water. Not because I am trying to defend Tinubu as a person, because I'm not going. There are some platform you go to, even if the person tells you garbage, everybody will keep quiet and just because it suits their narrative. I can't do that. It doesn't matter how much hatred I have for that person. If you say what I don't think is right, I'm going to say, no, guy, that is not right. Or look, can you please expatiate? Or I will have a logical reasoning with you as to why did you make such submission. I'm not going to sit down just because there's a propaganda or there's you have an opinion about certain candidate. It doesn't have to be Tinubu. There are times whereby it's in support of Obi. There are times whereby it's in support of anybody else. But the reason why I come here is to analyze the issue. And if you say something that I don't agree with, it doesn't matter who that person is against, then I'm going to want to know more. And that is why I am here. I'm not here as an opposition. It's two different things.
I agree with you on that. I don't think you were the one that made the intervention to what Rational Mind was saying, because the only thing I say is that if you're accusing Rational Mind of taking only one side, then there's the other people too that will take the other side. But I think there's always a middle ground. Sometimes when you are listening to the discussion, like somebody says the sky is blue, that is not up for debate. The other side should not be saying no, the sky is not blue because I disagree with you. You should say, okay, the sky is blue, but we are talking about this night now that there is no color in the sky. You see what I mean? So there are ways to meet in the middle. That's all I was trying to say to what Rational Man was saying, because he was saying we want rule of law. Yeah, we want rule of law. Then you go in there, you agree with him on that. Then you go in there and say, okay, regarding the way you are talking about rule of law, this is where I disagree with you. You see what I mean? Like I said, I want rule of law, but I also said if there are confusions in the law, which always occurs, then you should, leap over it. Because if you have a pothole on the road, you don't say, oh, because there's a pothole, I stop my car, I don't move anymore. You sidestep it with common sense. You don't run into houses in the process of sidestepping a pothole. You see what I mean? So these type of things happen in law. So you just sidestep it and move on. And that is what I'm just trying to say. We have to try to meet each other halfway. That way you'll be surprised the kind of discussion you guys will be having here. You'll be coming up with all kinds of ideas. That's the way I look at it. Because whenever I talk to people, we talk openly about things. Both of us come up with better opinions. After I change my opinion for the better, and they change their opinion for the better after the discussion, because we've had a honest conversation with each other. Thank you.
Can I interject quickly, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been listening to you guys for the last 2 or 3 hours now before I decided to, because it was midnight here. And first, I want to address Bitter Mind. I'm sorry I call you Bitter Mind, Rational Mind. This is a global platform. Any topic being discussed here, most times you always, at the end of the day, put it on Tinubu or whatever. I think you have I told you before that you have a personal fixation on Tinubu, and that hatred will consume you. And I can see it has been consuming you, and you will never stop.
Oh, come on, man. That's not going to help, is it?
Can I?
Hey,
Everybody's
Thomas.
expressing their mind. He has been talking anyhow he likes.
It's Thomas
And
there.
he has been vilifying this man.
Remy, do you know that Rational Mind is eyeing Remy too? He's eyeing Remy.
So he has vilified this man for a long time. Every available opportunity, he will pour venom on him. He has become your president. He's a president-elect now, and hopefully he will become your president, whether you like him or not, in May 29.
Well,
There's a Yoruba adage that says,
Thomas, play that thing, play him so that he can.
No, don't play anything. There's a Yoruba adage that says, I hope you will help me translate this one.
So Tinubu will be my president, right?
One petty irony Obama pan you are just a small one. All those things you are saying here that, oh, I am, my voice is so low, I'm not a this, I become so, it's all loud.
Oh, come on.
Hey, Thomas.
I'm not taking it personally.
Can you see how petty these guys are?
Come on, man. See, Remy Kuka, let's not pretend that the River State election was not mangled. And I heard somebody trying to excuse Tinubu that the River State election could have been the act of Wiki. How about the other states then? So if any state that Tinubu wins, it's because the governor decided to throw it because they don't want the president.
Which other state?
Because there are other states that Tinubu has won. Now you don't go and say, oh, the governor was so eager to get Tinubu elected, so they are willing to break the law. I saw where people are paying people to go and vote. This in the north and different parts of the country. You don't say because of that. That's because of the governor.
Let me address Coca before.
Nobody did that on the behalf of BTOB, did they?
You said he mangled the election in Rivers State.
He mangled the election in Rivers State.
And I asked you, if he could not mangle the one in Lagos, how did he go and mangle the one in Rivers?
What can I?
Because Lagos, they couldn't mangle the one in Port Harcourt. Lagos is an urban area, but
so
it doesn't have a lot of rural areas.
He couldn't mangle the one in Osun as well.
What about those elections that will be also mangled?
Rural areas is where they really mangle the elections. If you look at these elections,
rural
areas.
See, rational mind does not.
Is there to mangle it.
I was going to say, rational mind does not have to accept Tinubu as the president or president-elect, which is okay. There's always going to be opposition to him. But, as for me, I don't really I have nothing against his opposition or the way he comes so strong against Tinubu, because, I think there are plenty of voices on the platform that have equal response to him. It may not, some things may be out of touch or just too complex when it turns everything around and blame Tinubu for it, which is okay. But just like before, for example, before Trump came into power, I made a comment like, why is Trump any different from these other candidates? Because people like to pretend like, Trump is a person that came from Mars or something like that. Well, same thing with Tinubu. Tinubu is not really any worse than this other candidate, Peter B or whomever. They're all politicians. They have their own weaknesses and strength. And someone like Tinubu is able to outsmart many of them. See, that's the thing. He's able to outsmart many of them. So I think rational mind may have some. I'm not going to call it hatred. It's not hatred, just like strong opposition, which is okay. It's acceptable.
Okay.
True, I agree with that.
Okay. You are Prince Daddy. You will see when you guys continue to discuss more topic today. At the end of the day, he will refer back to Tinubu every time. You will know he's fixated on him, and which to me is not good.
It's true.
Yes.
See, because you people are praising him here too. You see, when you are praising somebody for doing something,
No.
Remy, please hold on. Remy, please hold on. We are not praising him. We never praise him. We speak objectively. We are not praising him. I am not Tinubu fan. I don't even let me finish. Can I finish,
election
please?
result in Rivers State.
Can I please finish? Thank you. Me, I'm not Tinubu fan. Never. I'm not even happy he's the president of Nigeria currently now. But this is our reality. This is our reality. So I'm not Tinubu fan in any way at all. I don't even want him near that seat.
Thank
but
you,
when you
Thomas.
see
We have
But Thomas, but usually you play to
we
us
have
that he's
18
going to be our president
candidates,
now. Is that what you
and
said?
it came top. We have 18 candidates.
Thomas, I'm going now. I'll see you guys later.
You obedient when they talk about
Yeah,
B, you never say any wrong in Obi. And I gave it to B
Of
because
course, I see wrong in Obi.
No. Let me finish, because I gave it to B the other time that he used the opportunity of the moment, and he came in at the right time. He used religion, ethnicity, and also the NSAS movement. It's true. Everybody knows the truth.
Stop that. You see, this kind of stuff that is not good. Tell me where P2B use religion.
Hold on. Let me please hold on. So Nigeria, that word, don't be silly. I don't like it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. That was just that was I was talking to myself. Yeah.
Remy, go on.
You talk to yourself, because I will never use that kind of language on you. So
yeah, I know.
You guys, Obi came in, used the opportunity, and then you will never say any wrong in this man. You always consider him to be a saint, whereas he's part of the establishment. He has been a governor in Anambra State before. He has owed a lot of public position even before he became a governor. And he has obnored with all these politicians in Nigeria since the last 20 years or more than that. So you cannot call Obi a new face in Nigerian politics. That is one thing I disagree with you guys. No, let me finish. And you will talk. Just give me 1 more minute, because you guys have been talking for immemorial, okay? So you guys, you call him a saint, but it's not a saint. And I agree with Prince Daddy that Tinubu, out of these 18 candidates, he played this game very well. Sometimes we have to give the due to him. You cannot just continue to come here and be bastardizing any available opportunity you have. No matter what you like, when you look at the result of the election, the closest person to him was Atiku. And the difference between him and Atiku is more than 1 million votes. Talk less of Obi, which is about 2.6 or 2.7 million votes. Anywhere you take the court in the tribunal, you know the truth. Everybody knows the truth. it's not easy for you to it's not easy to obtain the election. What I'm just trying to say here is this: we are all human beings, and if you like your Obi, I also like my Tinubu. If you like your Showore, I give it to you. If you like your Mogalu, I give it to you. If you like any of the presidential candidates, I give it to you. But being you fixated every time and talking and talking bad about the other person, if you are in the same position, what will you do? This is a man that's made a lot of men in Nigeria. Tell me any Nigerian that have contributed to the growth of other politicians in Nigeria in the last 20 years. Tell me, who is that Nigerian?
Okay, this man is also part
Who is that Nigeria? Who has contributed to the
you
growth?
said you're
Whether
going to let
it's
me
a
talk.
governor, a president,
You said you're going to let me
senator,
talk.
a rep. Who is the man?
You said you're going to let me talk. See, this man is also responsible for a state that has got Makoko in it. One of the worst sites you can ever see in this world.
Where
And
is that?
see, you don't know where Makoko is, then you want to figure
Do
that
you
one out.
know that Makoko has been like that before, even before he became a governor?
Yeah, but he was there for 8 years and he left. So my point is that he's not.
Is he the only governor?
I thought you were going to let me talk.
When you want to criticize
You
people,
see,
can I
now
ask
who
you
is
something?
being okay?
No, before you go on, do you know Lateef Jakonde?
I know of his name.
Do
I
you
don't
know
know.
Otedola?
Yes, I've heard of him.
Do you know Mobolaji Johnson?
See, no, I've not heard that name before.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know all of these guys?
The other names I've heard of them, I don't know them. No.
Do you know how Makoko was when they were governors?
No.
So when you want to criticize, I want you to criticize objectively. So when you want to see, even if Tinubu did not do nothing, there were consistent governors. I mean, there's two other governors. It's now 3. We have Fashola.
Remy. Why is he not mentioning Oshodi? Why are you not mentioning Oshodi? Why are you mentioning Makoko?
See,
why are you not mentioning Oshodi?
But the point I'm making, I was just trying to
don't
make
make point. Why are you looking for fault and not
now
looking
you
for
are accusing you were
And
accusing a moment ago.
I'm
You're accusing
sorry
rational
to
mind
ask
of being
you,
this
where are
thing
you from?
fixated.
But
you are you see that you two are fixated. You see, you are not so different from rational mind. Like you said, the person you are criticizing, but it's okay.
The way you are going, I won't allow you to go that route at all. Because you are not going to criticize objectively. And if I may,
God.
Hold on.
It's because you're not objective. That's God.
The question is this: I'm not saying you should not do whatever you. I don't care whether you say anything about Tinubu, because I know that most of your thoughts are not on Tinubu and on most of the topics that one man always brought to this platform. But for the bitter mind, it's always like that every time. I'm sorry for that, calling you bitter mind.
I'm not. If you can call me bitter mind all you want, but I said a lot of good things.
I am not calling bitter mind. I'm referring to national mind.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, see, you okay? I guess you're allowed to be partisan if you want to be, and Rashomon can be partisan. I try to.
One second. Remy, to be honest with you, I don't think it's. I don't think it's good for you to refer to Rational Mind as. Look, his name on the platform is Rational Mind. And I think you should just address him as rational mind.
He has also used a lot of terrible. He has also called me derivative.
Regardless of what you think of him,
and I never mentioned nothing.
I think
you can ask the people in this platform. He has also derivative words on
I think we should be. I've not heard him use any call you any name, but I think
you can ask Thomas.
Yeah, but I think I've not heard. I'm just saying it because I'm hearing you. I've heard you call him that name 3 times now, and I don't think it's matured of us
to me, and I told you he has several times used derogative statements.
Yeah, I'm saying that I've not heard him.
I never do nothing.
Has he called you names before?
Listen to him.
I've not heard him.
What's wrong with him every time?
I thought just calling you silly was bad, but you are calling somebody names. I don't understand it. Maybe you shouldn't be calling people names.
I've not heard him call you name, and I'm hearing you calling him names. So that's why I'm addressing.
You should ask other people. You should ask other people.
I'm not going to ask other people, Remy, because I'm hearing it from you.
I was saying something. I was just completely hijacked.
Hold on. Please, let's move on. Thank you. Yes, to Niger.
Thank you. So if Tinubu is partly responsible for what Makoko is today. And yes, he may have created politicians and all the rest, but they've not moved the needle in terms of life expectancy in Nigeria. That is one of the most abysmal in the world. And the practices that has come down the line of Tinubu being very...
To Niger.
Can I? Okay.
No, because no, before you cannot be saying things. You know what they call life expectancy? How is it calculated?
I don't know. How do you think it's calculated?
So then you cannot. Can you blame life expectancy of a nation on somebody who was just a past governor of a state?
You don't get it. You don't. What did I say?
How do you want me to get that?
I'm saying part of a system and a culture that built this system, and that culture is what won through in this election. Let me finish what I'm saying then.
Man.
1 minute you are bragging about him creating people. Maybe what he should be creating is a nation that people are not.
How can he create a nation
when
it's not a leader, when it's not a president of the country?
I thought you said he created so many leaders. You can't eat your cake and have it.
He did, but
including BUHARI.
You are talking about nation building. Can Tinubu
no, quickly. He did not create
He
BUHARI.
created terrible leaders. Is that what you are saying? He created terrible leaders, and we should go ahead with the same creation of terrible leaders.
Who are the terrible leaders that he created?
The leaders that has given us a life expectancy of 52 to 53 years.
Who are
those
who
are
the
all the ones responsible for it. I don't want to name names.
That's quite vague.
Oh my God!
Let me tell you something. That's not there are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that contributes to that.
It was one that created Babangida and Abacha.
Indulgence. 1 minute you say he created leaders, and the next minute you are rejecting the outcome of those leaders. Let's not. You can't eat your cake and have it. You can't talk from both sides.
Your narrative is not right.
So, Thomas.
It's not right,
this guy, come on. I don't know, man. I don't know how. I can't help you, man. I can't help you.
I will give people opportunity to talk. But if you are not saying the right thing or you are not precise, I will
say what you want to hear. See, come on, man. This is easy.
Hey, Tubaba, do you think it's fair to blame Nigeria's problem on Tinubu?
Yeah, okay. If you don't want me to blame him, then stop saying that he created leaders and stop saying that you cannot hold him. Don't stop saying that he is the overarching godfather that has
I hear you. I hear you. But but check this out. Now, I think you should be able to judge Tinubu going from May 29th. When he chooses his cabinet and the people he puts in ministerial positions, I think that's the beginning of when he should be judging him. Because in Lagos, we're quite pleased in Lagos. We're pleased with Fashola, we are pleased with Sanwo-Olu, even Ambode and the rest. Okay, so in Lagos, we're quite pleased. So on a national stage, May 29th, going forward, start judging him based on the leaders that comes to power.
It's funny because a lot of states, people are pleased, but they still hate the country and they are jackpotting like crazy. And the functioning of the state and the nation is not doing any better. But yet, individually in each state, people still say they like their governor. Like people like Wike now.
That also means Tinubu that is making them to jackpot.
So come on, it's a culture. It's a culture that is the head of. Why do you think they rejected him in those states? You won't let me talk. Can you finish my? Can you let me finish my point? This guy is so reactive that he doesn't let you talk. Jesus Christ! I really feel bad for rational mind.
How is Tinubu the head of jackpot?
Just a minute. Let us just be orderly. So we want to go next, and let the person go next. And
Thomas, can I interject?
Let finish.
That's fine. Can everybody hold on, please? Everybody hold on, please. I was somebody sent me a message that Remy called rational mind the bitter mind. Remy, now we can't do that. No, we can't call names. we can't call names.
Okay, okay, for that, I apologize for me
Yeah.
calling him bitter mind. But anytime he comes to this platform, please, you should also remember him. All the derogatory statement he made on me, he should also apologize. That is a fair game.
I've never seen one time he did that. If maybe I don't remember.
Okay, no
Maybe I don't
problem.
remember.
Let's move on. For me calling me a
Yeah,
bitter
okay.
mind,
Oh, that's
rational
fine.
mind,
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry for calling you a bitter mind. I hope that was
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's what I want. Just so, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I think it's getting too rowdy. Please,
Thomas,
if you are
can
not,
I crave
oh, hold
can I
on,
crave your
please. Oh, I
indulgence?
said, hold on, please. Please. If you are not speaking, please mute yourself, please. Yes. Let's hear from Uptown. Uptown, how are you? Welcome.
I'm fine, Thomas.
Uptown.
They
Yes,
didn't
yeah.
even let me
Yeah, you
finish
Yes,
my
can go.
comment. You just
I,
allowed them to say
I'm
something.
I
speaking.
say, hold on.
No,
I will come back to you. Please. Thank you.
Tim,
Yeah.
I'm
Uptown.
very sorry for interjecting, my brother. Yes, can you hear me, Thomas? Can you
Go
hear
on,
me?
please. Go on. I said, yes, I can hear you
Okay,
loud and clear. Go on. Yeah.
okay. Please, I'm sorry. I just dropped by shortly just to ask Kuka something. I will just drop right now after that. So I'm sorry. I'm really sorry too.
Don't worry. Go on, please. You don't need to apologize. Please go on.
Okay. All right. Okay. So um Coca, you said something, which is why I wanted to ask you. Talked about how somebody that is taking third, that took third, or was announced to have come third, will be challenging the election, um, and not the person that took second. But I don't know if I wanted to ask if you have actually read through their petitions, whether
Can I
the one
answer
filed
you?
by LP or the responses. Um, my brother, you should be chilling a little bit. Maybe after the question you answer, your body was not
Remy,
restored.
let him land. He has even land. Let him land. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to ask if you have read through their petitions. I'm not talking about the sensational parts, which everybody likes talking about. Everybody wants to talk about the drug case. Everybody wants to talk about the 25% and this, blah, 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 blah. I call those the sensational parts. I'm very interested in those parts of the petition. But if you've read the petitions of where Obi seeked to prove that he won the election, that is what I'm interested about. That's what I've been up to a couple of days now. So I want to know if you have, and are you aware that LP is seeking to prove that in 1,888 polling units, that they're going to prove that INEC switched Obi's votes from LP to APC in 1,888 polling units, 18,088, sorry, not 1,000, 18,088 polling units across the country. Votes switched directly from LP to APC. And none of those polling units, not one, has less than 100 votes that's underwent the switching. Now, if we're operating with less than 100 votes, we are talking about 1.8 million votes. Now, what you don't know about BRIBES is the BRIBES technology is if anybody's going to win this court case, the reason would be BUHARI, the reason would be the Electoral Act, and the reason would be BRIBES. And this is the reason.
Uptown. Hold on, please.
Yeah.
Where are you? Hold on. No. I will forget. Where are you getting all this information from?
I said it clearly. Go and read the petition in full, not the sensational parts. In full. But
yeah, go on.
the thing about the BRIBES that you don't know is
Yeah, I can
prior to
confirm that.
election, why it, yes, prior to these 2023 elections, why it was so difficult to prove that you were rigged in previous elections is very simple, because of incident form and because people do not, accredited voters, what they check with is not accredited voters, they check with registered voters. So that means that new votes can be imported, and you cannot really prove if somebody import 2 million votes that is non-existent, you can almost not prove it. But now, nobody can import votes. The only thing that can be done with beavers is to switch votes. Now, it's easier to prove vote switching than to prove non-existent imported votes, which is what was happening before now. Now, it's two things. It's either you switch vote or you overvote. Either ways, you will be hooked. If you overvote, you are gone. If you switch votes, you can be forensically proven that you switched the votes. You get what I'm saying? So the only option is for you. So anybody, even someone that came seventh, if the person got 20 million votes and 19 million of his votes are switched and he took seventh position, he can prove in court that he won the election because of
In
the
short,
beavers.
what's your question?
Thomas, can I respond, please?
What's your
Hold
question?
on. Remy,
So
he put
the
something
question.
to Remy. So let Remy address this.
So what? Yeah. So what I wanted to clarify for you, the question really is if you have gone through their petition and the election. And I wanted to clarify for you so that when you make further comments, you might make it more informed. So thank you very much, guys. See you
Okay.
Yeah,
later.
let's hear from Remy. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Upton. As you know, the case is in court. Whether, like you paint it here, that at the end of the day, that there is more than blah blah, the switch blah blah blah, the not switch blah blah blah. I think the case will be proven in court. So all these things you are talking here, me personally, I do not believe in it when I read Obi's petition. But now that you are saying there's another 18,000 polling unit that you are challenging again, I did not see that in his petition. But if you say there are, no problem. We shall wait. At least a pre-petition hearing will start on Monday, which is May 8th. So, and we shall see how it pans out. That's the only thing I can say to you now. Thank you.
Can I respond, please?
Yeah, let's hear
Okay.
Progressive. Yeah, Progressive.
Okay, Uptown.
Let's hear from Progressive.
Uptown,
Did
Uptown
want to respond or is gone?
Just one second.
I see here.
Thomas
No
and Joe, any
response.
other person can
Yeah,
carry
that's all right. Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
Right. Let's hear from Akin.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Uptown, I understand where you're coming from. You want to kind of encourage yourself. Yes.
Akin, waiting now.
No. I want to.
Go on.
No, I want to explain something to Uptown. Maybe he doesn't understand how it works. BVAS is an accreditation machine. So you have not come here to claim overvoting. You claim the switch vote. And how are you proving the switch vote? By the EC8 form, the numbers on the EC8 form. But those numbers are the numbers that are going to be accepted in the court of law as it stands now. The only way Obi can prove that those votes were switched is to go and bring the ballot paper in which people thumbprinted against political parties. They will not count it. The votes that are gone for Labour Party will be separated, and the votes that go to APC will be separated. The election was a manual voting election. It was not an electronically voting election. So there is no way a BVAS machine, don't forget, BVAS was only used for accreditation. If you had come here to tell me just now that they were overvoting in 18,000, I would say, okay, you are right. BVAS will always capture that. But it is not, you are not talking about overvoting, you are talking about vote switch. The only way you can prove that, they have to go back to the ballot papers, which they originally used in thumbprinting against political parties. I hope you understand that part.
Can I respond? Hello.
Go on, Uptown. Oh, go on.
Okay. Okay. All right, my brother. I heard what you said. If I'm to address what you said, what I just pointed out one of the things on the petition, which is the instance of vote switch. Now there are also instances on the same petition of overvoting in 11 states, actually, according to LP's petition. 11 states where overvoting for APC to meet the 25% requirement. Now there
Uptown,
are actual
forget
instances as well.
overvoting in
I'm coming.
state.
Wait now. There are also instances which LP also said they're going to prove in court of gross miscalculation, intentional miscalculation by INEC in states, not less than 13 states, by INEC forms.
Sorry,
By
Uptown.
IOP
Just a
applied.
quick question for you, Uptown. Uptown, a quick question. So all these 13 states that
Allow me
the
now.
calculation, just a quick question, that the calculation was miscalculated or the math was not right. Is it only in this state that
What did you say?
Obi lost? You said there were 13 states that was irregular calculations, and the math does not comprehend. I'm asking you, is it only in the states that Obi lost to Tinubu or to Atiku?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the question. Let me just quickly chip in your question. Now, no, it's not on only states will be lost. And let me make a quick pronunciation for you. If you will listen to me, I will find out that in some of these states I mentioned, find out Obi actually won some of these states. River State, of course, IREV already shows that Obi won River State as of today, even with the mutilated results. IREV is showing that Obi won River State. Lagos State, which Obi won. Taraba, Adamawa, Benue, Imo, which Obi won. Bauchi, Boronu, Kaduna. Now we have Ekiti, Oyo, Ondo, Taraba,
Sorry, before
Kano,
you go on.
Katsina,
You
Kwara.
mean Obi won in Bauchi, Taraba, and those?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm telling you states that are under contention in Obi's petition. I'm telling you for you to know that there are states that Obi won. I'm telling you that in some of these states I mentioned that's under petition, some of them Obi won them, like Lagos, but Obi is dragging Lagos. Rivers, Imo State, he won Imo State, but he's contending Imo State in a lot of cases of overvoting.
Yeah, Uptown, if I can make a quick right.
So, Uptown, those you mentioned Katsina, you mentioned Kaduna, and those states.
Kwara,
are you aware that
maybe, yeah.
Atiku won those states?
No, I hope you know that.
It's not necessarily winning the state. It's just to prove the numbers. It's not winning the state. It's just to prove the numbers.
So you are petitioning the winner of an election in states where you lost.
Why? Yeah.
I don't get
Uptown. Okay, somebody said earlier that you're just trying to uplift your spirit. I think that's what the person said, and it's good. It's good to try and do that. It was simply because they got a bunch of cases in court. Or in court, it means nothing. Right now, I don't know you. I don't know you, but I can sue you for whatever reason.
Thomas, can you mute yourself, please?
Can sue me for what did I do?
Huh?
Hakim, what did you say?
For what exactly?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly, for no reason, for the fun of it. I can make allegations.
If you are not speaking, please, can you mute yourself? Hold on, please. There's a background up from somebody. Hakim, I'm not the one. I was muted, so it's somebody else. If you are not speaking, mute yourself, please. Thank you. Go on, Uptown.
Yeah, Uptown. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I said I can try and sue you for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. Okay. So the fact, of course, we expect the obese lawyers is lawfare to present as many points or reasons why they think Obi lost. That's what they expect. And at this point in time, they're just trying to throw all the spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks. That's just what they're doing. See, apart from, listen, at this point in time, the zeitgeist, meaning the spirit of the country right now, it's beyond that. There's no court in the land in Nigeria that's going to overturn the election. We're past that stage. No, but no court is going to do that, regardless. There's no court that's going to do that. So it's even better for us to move on from here than try to pretend that. See, the best thing you guys can get is that maybe be in court for the next 4 years to the next election. But the delusionment that the election will be overturned, it's non-existent. It's a fantasy. It's a figment of your imagination, and to many for that matter.
My
Well, you know,
brother,
do you know that the electoral case is not up to, it's not more than 6 months now. You cannot stay more than 6 months in the electoral case now.
I know. Well, well, that's what I'm saying. The best they can do with the cross counter claims from Tinubu's side and perhaps from PDP side and back and forth, we might go 4 years and we have fun.
See, the issue is this. We are trying to. The only thing I will say is this: the case is already in court. I have made my position known. But the issue is this: I know that if Obi don't have any case, there is nothing will make him go to court. And for people to say that he doesn't have case, that is where I'll
my
be
brother,
objective.
you
cannot say that he don't
for you
have
to
any
make that
case.
for you to
So
make that statement, you know him.
yeah, so
You know
Nah.
him very well. He
we
won't go to
just
court
keep
if he doesn't
calm.
have a case.
You just say
Now,
you
I
cannot go
think
to court
the
if
point I
you
Prince
was
don't
trying
have
to tell
Daddy
my
any
is
brother
case.
is
right. You can still
So
continue to be a
the
happy.
only thing is don't say that going to court is a waste. We must continue trying. It's not a waste. We must continue to try. It's just to
Oh,
prove our system to be
and that
right.
is
So
and fine.
it's not bad for someone to go to court and say, let's prove this. At least it makes our system more better.
I
It's
agree
even
with you.
better. Yeah,
I agree with you.
you cannot just say that this took place. Then we can let's just put it aside and move forward. If somebody
I
can,
agree with
if
you,
somebody can,
and that's why.
if somebody can upon it,
I think Prince
it's
Daddy wants to
strengthen.
convince himself of this other than actually face the facts. The truth is, going to court is a very good thing
exactly
because
because
otherwise people could be on the streets tearing the whole place up, and following the process is the right thing to do.
Tonight,
And
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
all right.
Well, people going to court is not stupid. Let's not make it sound that stupid going to court. It's
the
very
point
yeah.
is, yeah, the point is that I find it very fun. I was smiling throughout when he was talking because I find it very funny why people from my fellow citizens can be very anti-democratic. Because when I came here, I didn't say Tinubu will be booted out of the court. I didn't say Obi will win. I didn't say anything will happen. What I spoke to was to the petitions before the learned justices. I spoke to it
But you are
because I found out that a lot
fantasizing
of people
about it.
does
You
not
are
know.
fantasizing about it. You are fantasizing
I'm
about
speaking
it.
to it. I'm not fantasizing.
You are that's
It might hurt
what
you
Prince
more.
Daddy said is
No, it
right.
might hurt you, but that
You
does
are
not change the
giving
fact that
yourself
that's what is
a
before the courts.
positive hope. You are giving
Yeah,
yourself a positive hope.
you
Hey,
read
Remy
the
Coker,
petition.
do you know that we have 18,000
Wait,
we
see.
are contesting now? That is fantasizing and giving yourself, I would say, a false hope. It's fine.
No, nobody,
It
no
is
business will say
fine.
that he will
It
not
is
be
fine.
happy if
See,
we win in
the
court.
fact that
Everybody hold on. Do you know, Remy?
exactly
Do
so
you
I
know
don't know
what
the point
baffles
of it.
me? Hold on, please. If I said hold on, please hold on. Do you know what baffles me about obedience and the Labour Party? Every time they have to bring something just to make themselves good. Look at what Uptown just said now. I I can't even wrap my head around it. It's just like somebody speaking from another planet. I don't understand. I'm very sorry.
He's
I
whining
don't
your head.
understand.
He's whining you.
Nah. Nah. It's not worrying me. I don't care. If they want to kick Tinubu out, they can kick him out. But it doesn't rhyme with reason or logic. I'm very sorry.
How is that even confusing? If that stuff compounds you, God help us. That is so straightforward. What he said. I've never seen somebody
It
put such
doesn't. It
in
doesn't
this
make
before.
to be no no
My
no
my
too like
bro,
that.
my,
You can't guard my hold on please, hold on please. You can't guard my thoughts. That is my own thoughts. You can form yours
Not the
as
thought.
well.
You said he said he have no
No no no no no no.
opinion. That's
Hey, please calm down, please, please, please,
okay.
please. This is not. Please don't let me go further, please. That is my own opinion. So you can guide. You can have your own too. Thank you. Uptown, finish. If you want to finish, please, so we can move on.
I love this job so much because it's just cracks me up most of the time when you are speaking to documents that are existing and people that are speaking through emotions are attacking you instead of speaking with a counter document. If I ask
Oh,
somebody now,
we are speaking to emotion, Abby.
if I
We are speaking to emotion.
if I
Is that
if I
Uptown? Wait,
if I
is
ask
that your
Uptown,
new term
Uptown,
from your?
Can I come
Oh,
in, please?
hold on. No, hold on, please. Progressive. Is that your new term from your WhatsApp group? We are speaking emotional. Come on, just go on.
all right.
Uptown,
Let's hear from
Uptown,
Hakim.
1 second, please.
Hold on. Let's hear from Hakim.
Okay, Hakim, sure.
Hakim, yeah.
Uptown, hold on. Uptown, you see
Hold
when
on,
you
Hakim. Hakim, hold on. Somebody is feeding back. If you are not talking, please mute yourself. I will not repeat that, please. I'm hearing some feedback. Hakim, I don't know, maybe you are hearing that as well.
Yeah, I'm hearing it. That's why I thought it was you in
No, it
originally.
wasn't me. No, it wasn't me. If you are not
Yeah,
speaking,
it
mute
stopped
yourself,
now.
please.
It stopped now.
Yeah. Oh, go on, Hakim.
So, Uptown, what I'm trying to say is that when you were reading that OB petition that they submitted to the tribunal, you read it from an obedient view, but without even making any form of references to previous election petition and how these cases are judged. So you came in here and you say, oh, 18,000, there were 80,000 plus polling units where election result was, where Obi are petitioning that the result was switched from APC to from Labour Party to APC, vice versa, right? So without even, and then you are now using beavers as an example as how they are going to prove that result was switched. If I never told you that you cannot use beavers to prove that result was switched, you already believe that position already. And you were already moving with that narrative.
That's not what I said, but I'll allow you to learn.
Take you out of it. How many other obedient believe that same narrative? That you can use beavers to prove that they were
You are wrong. I didn't
election
say that,
switching.
but you continue.
That was what you said.
That's not what I
Until
heard.
I told you that
Can I interject, please?
you can only use beavers to prove overvoting. You cannot use it to prove result switching.
Yeah, that is what
You
he
cannot
said.
impose
You
on me what
said
I didn't say.
through the
You can
beavers,
ask
you
me
are
for
able to
clarification.
detect uptown. You said through the beavers,
for
you
you.
are able to detect there was a lot of what do you call it now?
Result
they
switching.
switched
easier.
we saw switching. We saw switching. That's what you said. Until that guy now made mention of it that it's impossible. That's what you said. That's what you said. It's just a
If you
few
didn't
minutes ago. Don't
hear
lie.
me, if you
let me
didn't
say
hear
something.
no, if you
Let me
didn't
say
hear
something.
me in
Let
my
me say something.
clarifications, I can clarify you.
After, let me say something. You see, all the what Uptown
If you
said, I've
didn't,
read it
okay,
in the
can I go
paper.
on?
But me, I'm not a lawyer, and I cannot speak in that space. But I know that there is a case to prove. That's for me. So it's not up to me to begin to go and read their law, identify this and that and that. But I've seen that 18,000 something polling unit that they will. But it's not up to me to do. It's left for the judges to do their job. Understand? So for me, the case has been in the court, and there is no argument. No matter what we argue here, we cannot give judgment to that. It's the court that will give judgment to anything. But I know that The only thing I always say is that if Obi don't have any case, he will not go to court. That is what I have to say. And
Can I interject, please?
No, let me
Yes,
land.
Come in. Yeah, land it quick, please, so we can move on.
And the going to court is not a bad thing. We should not making it stop. We should not be making it as if going to court and he have committed a great crime. No, it strengthens our system.
No, but nobody said that. Ekene, nobody said that. Going to court is.
There was a previous speaker that said that. There was a previous speaker that said that it's better we move on. So it's not for me. It's not good. It's better we move on. Going to court is still.
What do you mean it's not good to move? What do you mean?
No, saying that.
What do you mean?
No, saying that we just move on.
You don't understand the guy. The guy is trying to say you are building your premise on false hope, and then you are making yourself happy, which everybody have a right to speak their mind. That's what Peace Daddy is trying to tell you. No matter what happens, what I will just tell you now is that it's okay, you are in court. That's why I answer your uptown that it's already in court. But you should also prepare your mind that if Obi lose again.
That's very important. That's very important. Everybody should prepare his mind that anybody that loses in the court, everybody should accept it.
We are not so worried, okay? But you guys are worried. So if he loses in the petition again,
I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
No, it sounds like you're not worried,
all.
my brother, because
I'm not worried at all. After all, I've made the point clear that I don't see how Obi will win a sitting president. Somebody you have just won in. I don't see how he will. But I said it last time here. Maybe
to say you do not believe in the judiciary again, because that is what you are trying
to
say.
Me, I don't put in my hope is not there. I'm telling you the fact. I'm obedient, but I don't have. I just feel like somebody has won the election, but I still believe that
I want to get something clear from you today. Is it because you don't believe in the judiciary, or you believe somebody already won?
Just like when we're talking about the rule of law here, we are talking about the rule of law.
I asked you to pick your option.
I don't believe. For me, I don't believe in. I don't believe in. Yeah, I don't believe.
You don't believe
personally. I don't believe. Okay, personally, anything can happen.
I'm going to quickly say something here. 1 second, right? So
can I suggest?
When no, just 1 second, please. I won't take just 1 second. When if you say you don't believe in the judiciary, and the way maybe a lot of obedient are saying it, that the courts are so corrupt, the judges are so corrupt, right? So my question is, when the same judges gave judgment to Obi in his governorship problem at the time, did Obi went to go and bribe them?
Went to go and bribe them? No, I did not bribe them. For me, I will not say.
Odili. Hold on, Ikene, hold on. He played Mary Odili so that I can win the court case, isn't it?
Thomas, I want to hear from Ikene or
Ikene.
If you say the judges are corrupt, if you say the judges are corrupt,
let me say what happened. Let me say
favorable judgment to Obi. So it means that Obi bribed them, right? Because they are corrupt.
I don't know if he bribed them, but I know that after the case, a lot of the judges in Anambra, their life were better. He did them well. He changed their cars, many things. He did them very well. So that's what I experienced.
So he bought himself bribe judge. Is that what you're saying now?
That was after the case, after he became the governor. That's what I saw. But if he bribed to get the judgment, I don't know. I cannot vow for him.
You know why I'm asking the question? I've always heard a lot of people support Obi say, "Oh, the judges are corrupt." So, and these same judges have given a positive judgment to Obi before. So, if they are all corrupt, it means that Obi must have bribed them. Then he said that Obi bribed them.
The only thing I'm saying, the only thing I know, if what he did in that time to get that judgment, if he can still do it, no problem. I will still accept it. I'm obedient.
Okay, you still accept him to bribe judges.
I don't know if he bribed, but I say anything he did to get judgment, then if he can still do it.
No, that means if he bribed the judiciary and he win, it's okay with you, right?
I don't know if he bribed. That's what I said.
No. I don't know what
if he wins at the basics of this conversation that you are having.
Anyhow, he wins. You are fine with it, right?
For me, I know he will not do anything to harm anybody.
No.
That's my
Answer
own
the
thing.
question. Don't dodge it. If he wins at the petition, anyhow, it's okay with you, right?
How can he win anyhow? I said he know what he did when he won as a governor. Then if he can still do, if he can still do it, if he can still do it this time around,
it's okay with you. But if he lost,
my question is,
if you win, for what I know is that if you win the,
you are talking with
what I know is that if you win the case, I'm okay. If you lose, I'm okay. That's my own.
You are lying.
You understand?
But you don't trust the judges. You don't trust the judiciary.
Huh?
You don't trust the judiciary.
Yes, you
I don't trust the judiciary. I have told you already. I don't trust the judiciary. What else do you want me to say?
So you are biased a little bit because if he wins, it's okay with you. If he wins, it's okay with you. But if he doesn't win, you do not trust the judiciary. That is your position.
No, it's not that. I said the system is already there. That anything can happen. That is what I said. So there is no need of me putting my mind that. There is no need of me putting my.
I don't understand what you guys are saying.
I don't know what you are writing. I don't know what. But I'm trying to tell you that.
Wrong. Wait, Emeka,
I'm trying to.
Emeka, calm down.
Yeah.
No, what we are trying
You are
to
the
say
one
is
that
very
is wrong.
simple.
The guy clearly said. Wait, allow me now, bro. The guy clearly said.
But can someone else also interject?
Allow me. The guy clearly said that he does not trust. He does not trust the judiciary. Means he's indifferent of whatever that is going to come out from there, whether positive or negative. That for him, he does not trust whatever you're going to do. So what you are trying to impose on him now is he's clearly telling you that if he wins, I don't have problem. If he does not win, I don't have problem. I do not trust them. Means me personally now, I trust them. Why do I trust them? Because my leader said that he trusts them. So I am a mirror image of what he feels. And that is why I am having time to assess what is before the learned justices. What is substantial, what's not substantial. I cannot be going into just like going into a contest. What?
No, everybody cannot have the same idea. Many obedient trust the judiciary, but me as an obedient, I don't trust the judiciary. I don't trust the process.
No,
but I know the only thing I
know. Because Obi said he trusts them.
Huh? What did you say?
You say you trust them because your leader Obi said he trusts them.
You know, your Upton
is not what I said. I didn't say that.
Yes,
I didn't say that I trust them because Obi. When did I say that?
It's Upton.
I didn't say that at all.
Let me make it very clear to you.
No, Upton said that.
Let me make it clear for you. Yes, I said it. Let me make it clear for you. If I'm going to a war battle with a leader, a warlord, and the leader says,
please.
You know what? We conquer these people when we get to the battle.
Can you hear me?
My stand. Yeah.
Uptown, can you hear me? Please hold on. I'm getting some feedback. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting some feedback. Where is it coming from? It doesn't sound good. You please hold on. I want anybody to speak. I want to know who is the one so I can kick him out. Please. It's getting crazy. I don't know. Remy, please speak, please.
I'm here. I'm already mute myself.
No. It's not about muting. I want to know the person. You are speaking. We are not getting the feedback. That's good. Can we hear from Akim, please?
Yeah, are you getting it from
we have Akim? Akim, no, we don't get it from you. Tunaja is muted already. Uptown, can you please speak?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm not getting it from you. Ekene, can you please speak?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is Ekene, you are the one, please. Maybe you go out and come back, please. Please. Yeah. Yeah. Uptown. Continue.
I think it has been going on for a bit.
No, it's Ekene. Yeah. Hold on, please. Uptown is speaking. I caught him. So no who is echoing. So Uptown, continue, please. Do we have Uptown? Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Uptown, are you not speaking? Yeah, that's all right. That's fine. I think through
can I come in now?
yes, yeah, Jimo, you've been trying to come in lately. Yes, just hear from you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I just want to point out some few things. You see, people, there is a misconception about this beavers of a thing. You see, the beavers is not as important as the polling result in the form EC8A, B, C, D, E. The result of the judgment is going to be based on the polling result of the form EC8D, not the beavers. You see, there's a reason why Obi's petition is centered on the process and not the result. Because the polling result will show that Tinubu won in all. He is saying that the process that led to those results is what is challenging. And that is very intelligent. If he's going to succeed, it's another thing entirely. You see, if you continue to center on the beavers, you are going the wrong way. Because beavers is only for accreditation, and it stops there. They are talking about
Jimo, we have been preaching this on this platform.
Okay.
It's just for accreditation. That is it.
Yes.
Go on.
Now, if you give all the votes from the South to Obi, all, without winning a single state from the core north, he still won't be declared winner. And that is what he knows. I'm a member of the PCC, APC, PCC. Every political party has a collation center where all the results were submitted. We had our own, PDP has, Labour has. You will not find any of the political party talking about the polling results that we have. This is our score. The only thing they tell you is we won because the process was wrong. They refused to transfer. They said they are going to transfer it in real time. Even my brother Kenneth Okonkwo, when he's speaking, you listen to him. They are talking about INEC have faith in their guidelines. INEC guideline is not more important than the electoral law. You see, they don't talk about, yes, we won based on the polling unit results we got from our agents. We scored 7 million. We scored 10 million. They don't say that.
Have you read their petition, my brother?
Of course. Of course. If you
Are you just talking about the TV
Can
interviews?
you please let him land? Can you please let him land off down? Please, I don't like this. Please.
Can you tell us on this platform what Obi said he scored totally in his petition? Can you tell us on this platform? You can't tell us because he's not putting it there. All the results are with him. He's only fighting the processes. I just want to make this clear, because we are not judges, but we should not misinform our listeners. That's my concern. Most of the people arguing, in most cases, you will see that about 80% of obedience are first timers. They are very new to the political scene. So emotions and sentiments are so much outside the facts, which is not supposed to be. Although I can't hold that against anyone because I think we all have our right to different opinion. But then, if he is fighting for the total result, that would have been different. If you look at the petition, it's a petition that he wants to cast doubt. But don't forget, you have to show proof, a substantial proof of misconduct. Look, it is an Herculean task for anyone, because we have over 136,000 polling units, and you have a particular, I think we have about 6 months. For you to be able to win in any of the units, you need to have what do you call it? You need to have witnesses. Before you take on those witnesses,
agents.
yes,
Party agents.
yes, before you are able to present your witnesses, the time has already elapsed. Don't forget that the other side is not waiting for you. You will get adjournments. You will get. I'm just saying this, for those who have followed election petitions in the tribunal, you will know what I'm talking about. There will be so many things for you to even get some of the documents that you need. It takes like 3 weeks. The time is going. It's running fast up. You see, my brother, the truth of the matter is, even if they give Obi all the votes from the South, he still won't win. He still will win. So let me just end it there for now. I just want to clear this part. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimo. Yeah.
Quickly, Thomas.
Uptown. Yes, coming.
Oh, Prince. Okay.
Oh, Prince. Prince, you've been silent. What happened?
Oh yeah, I left the studio. I got knocked off. But anyways,
Thomas, am I allowed to talk in this session now?
Yeah, you talk.
Oh, you talk. Yeah, you've been talking. What do you mean by are you allowed to
hardly
talk?
spoken since you came in.
No. To Niger, you've been talking. Don't tell me are you allowed to talk? What? No, don't do that now.
It looks like that too.
No, hold on, please. Hold on, please. When you are saying that, you mean I'm trying to stop you? No, you've been talking. What do you mean?
Actually, I don't know where you are hearing my voice in your head because I'm not.
No. Please, thank you. Let's hear from Prince.
Actually, if anyone should be complaining, I probably should be the one, because right before Thomas came in, one man said I had the floor, but somebody else took over. But anyways,
have you been hearing Tunaja's voice? Did you?
Yeah.
Have you been?
Yeah, I've been hearing his voice.
Come on now.
But I just going to make a comment. See, unless Uptown was saying that the 1.8 million votes, they were switched. Are you saying that when they switched the votes, Tinubu had 0? Is that what he's saying? Because if they switched the votes and he got 1.8, that means we're going to add 1.8 to Obi's votes, and it's probably going to be way up there. Is that the case, Uptown?
Okay, let me just answer that question directly. For the records, I did not say that will be proved from the beavers. The only thing I said about beavers is, in comparison with other election tribunals of other elections like 2019, 2015, and 2011, that there was no beavers, and it's very difficult to prove numbers of accredited voters. That's where I brought in beavers. I didn't say beavers would be used to prove. That is on the sideline.
Now, I'm sorry. I was not even talking about the beavers. Yes. I'm just simply asking.
No. Somebody raised that up. I just addressed that real quick. But on what you asked right now, it is very simple. I'm talking about when forensic evidence, forensic reports, where you move votes from a particular party to a particular party, does not mean that the party is called 0. Now there are places, example, case in study, polling units, where Obi probably got 800 and Tinubu probably got 200, and then Tinubu's 200 was pushed to LP and Obi's 800 was pushed to this. And so what happens is that you've stolen 600 from LP. So all that can happen is for that 600 to return. So it does not mean that Tinubu did 0 in that polling unit. It only means that votes were switched.
Upton, a quick question for you. So
I hope you have answered the first person.
No. Upton, quick question.
I have a follow-up. That's okay.
Upton, okay. Sorry, Prince Daddy. Upton, quick question for you. So this switching of result from Tinubu to Obi, did all the polling agents of all the registered 18 political party also sign this form EC8 after switching?
What did you say?
Sorry, my question to you is very simple. You talk about switching of results from the polling unit from Tinubu to Obi or Obi to Tinubu or something like that. And we know that there are 18 political parties that took place in this election. So when all this switching of results are taking place, all the agents, all the political agents that are present also signed this form DC-8, right?
Right. Continue with your question.
That's my question. I want you to answer that. That's the question.
Okay. All right.
Remy wanted to know at what stage was this switch.
I heard him. I heard him clear.
And
very
did all
I
these
took part actively
political
in the elections
agents,
now, so I
party
know what he's talking about.
agents of all the political parties also sign it
Yes.
after seeing this infraction? Thank you.
Yes, I heard you. I heard you. When these things don't take place in the polling units, they take place at the collation center, and this is what happens. I worked closely with agents in Lagos, so I know what I'm talking about. These agents signed these things.
Uptown,
They signed these things.
hold on, please. Oh, Uptown, can you hear me?
Okay.
If I said hold on, please hold on.
Go on, Thomas.
What Remy is saying is the later the one they switched. So do they go and call all the party 18 agents, then come and sign it later? I don't understand what you're saying.
Thomas, I think Uptown understand the question. You should have just let him answer.
I understand the question. If Thomas allow me to answer the question, maybe
you are still beating up. Just answer the question straight. I don't want you to go. Just answer it straight, please. We don't have time. Thank you.
I was answering the question, but if you have a better answer, maybe you can take up the answering of the question.
No, boss, you are being people, man. Come on.
It's really very funny. Like, I don't understand. If you have a better answer, you go on. If you don't, you listen.
Hold on, please. Please. So Niger, I'm the one moderating this section, not you. So don't tell me how to moderate. Please. Thank you. This is not that part of who you are. Please. Please. I said please. Thank you. Uptown, go on.
Thank you very much. Again, like I said before I was interrupted abruptly, it is very clear what I'm talking about. If you work, which I know a lot of you in this platform, none of you were in the polling units. Nobody worked with any collation agents or anything like that. Signing happens at the PU, at the polling unit. After the results have been written, the agents sign. Now, what happened, and this is where people are making reference to the refusal of INEC to upload results only in the presidential, because what that created was a portal for corruption to happen in the collation center. So this is what happened. When they collect signatures of agents that sign at the original correct results in the polling unit. Now, they take it to collation centers. And these collation centers, most of them being hijacked by local government chairmen and ward council chairmen. Now, when it gets to collation center, because they refused to upload the original sheet, which the agents signed, because they refused to upload it, they say they're going to upload it in the collation center. When they get to the collation center, they mutilate, they switch the results before uploading. So the signatures didn't come after mutilation. They came before mutilations. So I hope I've been able to answer what you mean. Now, in the few cases...
No, Option. You have not answered. The question is, when Jima was talking the other time, that means that the one, you have the original one with your own agent. Because your agent did not submit your own result in the collation center. So what you should be talking at now is that, okay, this is the result that they gave us, but from the one that we have, this is the value that we're supposed to get. But you are not coming up with that.
In addition, I asked whether there are 18 political agents. All of these agents have the result from the polling unit. And you are claiming as one of the parties that partake in the election that there's a lot of switch. All the other political parties, even PDP, they were not making such a claim. So you can see that
they were.
it's dead on arrival.
No, let me respond to you. Let me respond to you.
It's
Let me
very
respond to
funny,
you.
really. It's
Even
funny.
no, it's fine. But this is a civil conversation, so I'm not using my emotions to say people's opinions are dead or rival. I'm just going to state my own
I'm
facts,
not
and I
using my
listen to
emotion
yours.
too, but I'm speaking objectively. So we are not also dummy here. We
Okay,
are
so
all learned, okay?
it's your views. That's why I'm listening to what you said without countering you
So you can't use
necessarily.
such a
But
language on people like that. Be civil with your words. So at least I
all right,
apologize before.
Sorry, gentlemen. This is Jumueromo again. Can I just correct something that my brother Uptown said?
I was about answering what he said, but you can also go on with your correction.
Thank you. My last brother that just spoke just now, I don't know his name. He was referencing me, and that is very correct. You see, the form EC8A is the most important of all the forms. That is the poly unit result. The IREF is for the masses, for the public to see, has nothing to do with the result at the tribunal. The form EC8A is what OB is going to produce. That is the most important form. That is the form you use in recording the poly unit result. So if he is sure that he won, it's a question of bringing the form EC8A and tell us what is score. Not talking about the transmission of results from the IREF. IREF portal is for the public to see. Has nothing. So, you see, in most cases, some of the agents, some of the INEC workers just upload their picture. If you see some instances, they just upload whatever they see. It is just for the masses. It has nothing to do with the tribunal at all. The form EC8A is the most important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I was also happy when you said you were an APC PCC member. That means I have very
from the diaspora directorate.
Yes, I have very, very direct questions. Oh, I wish you were on ground, but I guess you might also have answers to the question. When people make unnecessary sensations about you people are dragging the IREV upload, it's a lie. It's not true. This is you people putting wool over the eyes of Nigerians. Go and read the petition. Now, let me tell you, there's 3 parts to the petition. 3. And these are 3 grounds of which you challenge an election winner. 1, qualification of the candidate that won, that you are challenging. Is he qualified? That's where you saw those sensational topics like drug and Shetima's qualification. That's where those ones fall onto. They fall under qualification of candidates. 2nd is challenging of the process of INEC. That is the 2nd ground. That's where you are seeing IREV or whatever it is coming in. 3rd is proving that you won the election, that you got the popular votes and the person that you're challenging didn't get the popular votes. That's the 3rd ground. For somebody to come and hoodwink us into believing that LP is only talking about IREV on their 100-page documents, it is really very fun. That is how you want to deceive people. That hey, no, they're not challenging you. Whereas these guys were specific. I'm coming, and whereas these guys were very specific, even in parts of the documents where they took states individually, they addressed River states individually, they addressed Benue state, they addressed a couple of states individually. I have a good
question for you.
Where they brought, I'm coming. Let me land.
No. Before you go, this will
No. I won't take it. I won't take it. I want to land.
Let me lose my thought. I quickly want to chip in this question to you. Please.
Sorry.
How many polling units? How many polling units is Labour Party disputing in Lagos State? Can you tell?
I will not respond to you. Allow me to learn.
Do you know that?
I will not respond to that.
So that means you don't know.
I'm not taking the interjection. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not taking the interjection.
So hold on, please. Uptown, let's calm down. It's asking question now. It's just a question.
No.
No. Hold on, please. You a little bit personal. It's not personal. It's a question. Please.
No,
thank you. Go on.
I'll tell you why. In fact, the reason why I didn't take that interjection is not because of him. It's actually because of you, Thomas. Because you don't allow me to interject others. You don't allow me to interject others, and immediately I start speaking.
I didn't let you interject. Why did you say that?
let me finish what I'm saying. Then
Are
you
you
can ask
sure?
this question.
You don't let
Yes.
me
Yeah, go on.
interject either,
So
but you allow
what?
some other people to interject.
Okay,
What?
Tunaja, interject then.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, these guys in their petition, case in study, things like River State, they provided their results. For somebody that the APC guy that's saying no, they never actually said this is their result versus this is the result. I think no. In some states, they provided this is what they we inspected INEC electoral materials. We inspected the beavers from EC8 and what have you. This is the original results versus this is what INEC. These things we have contained in the petition. For someone to come and say no, they didn't say they stated the states they won in that petition. They stated clearly that they won Rivers. They stated clearly that they won Benue. They stated states that they won. They stated clearly also polling units where alterations were made, which if reversed, that they won the election. They got so and so votes. For somebody who hasn't had the modesty to go through both petitions and also the counter, and if you go through the counter petitions of APC, Tinubu, and INEC, which I find as the most funny responses anybody has ever responded to petitions
Okay,
in my
thank
life.
you, Uptown. Can you now take my
And
question
because they
now?
couldn't
How
even
many
defend
polling
themselves.
units?
Hold on, Uptown. Before you
APC,
take that question,
yeah.
let's hear from Tunaja. Tunaja wants to interject it. Yeah, there are Tunaja coming.
Yeah,
Then you take the
see,
question.
I seriously have to give credit to Upton for maintaining his this in decorum and being able to present a really compelling case. I don't know how, for me, that is so clear, and it's not making judgments or passing judgments on anybody. It's just stating facts about the situation. And there is this other aspect that people have not paid attention to. That Galadima made a comment the other day that if Jabin they too came into this Kwakwaso came into this challenge, that he would have upturned the entire election itself, because him as a candidate, his logo and everything was completely mutilated, that the people cannot recognize it in the election. That technically that too is a massive breach. When you have an election where one of the major candidates, his logo and his name cannot be recognized by the voters, that is a null. But they said they pulled their petition back because they don't want to nullify the entire election, which I
And
fear
that is
that is
true.
a little
That
bit
is
weird.
true.
You know,
That is true. You cannot recognize their logo in the election. Very, it's a fact.
Okay, can I
and the part that they
interject
pulled
quickly
back,
too?
the question is, why
Because
did they
of
pull back?
time.
Is it for national interest, or they got a deal somewhere? That's why they pulled back. I don't know. So this
Tunaja,
election,
Okay,
there's
can
still
I
a lot to
quickly
be seen.
interject, please? Please, can I quickly interject? My question to
Yeah,
you,
let's
Uptown,
hear
is
from
that,
Remy. Yeah.
my question to you, Uptown, is this: how many polling units is Obi challenging in Lagos? That's my question. But I also want to make one statement. In Rivers, all these guys you are saying is just about one local government, which Premium Times really highlighted in their dailies one or maybe 2 weeks ago. The total end of the result is that APC won in Lagos State. All these things you are saying now, you already take it to court. But I was amazed when you told me that you are challenging more than
You are wrong
18,000
about Rivers,
units.
though.
No, let me finish. I'm wrong. I admit I am wrong. At least it's in court. When we get to court, we will know who truly won Benue and Rivers. You will prove your case. It's now I'm hearing that you are disputing 18,000 polling units. In the petition, in the earlier petition, you did not say something like that. So my question to you is very simple. Like, you know everything. How many polling unit results are you disputing or contending in Lagos State? Thank you.
Uptown.
Uptown, answer the question.
All right, I heard you. So what did you say? You said, what did you say exactly?
He said, how many polling units are you disputing in Lagos?
The election results that are being disputed in Lagos is basically on the computations of those results in the collation centers, which were wrongly computed. And don't take my, the Lagos State chairman, the late raised that objection at the Lagos
It's a
State Collation
simple
Center.
question.
Listen to me, wait now, let me talk. Allow me now, if you have a better answer, you can give
Well,
it.
that question is on her now. How can he
The
be
state
telling how
chairman.
many polling units that are competing in Lagos? He's just giving a
No,
clear
don't
indication
mind.
of what
I just told him how many polling units that are being contested in the country, and he wants me to start mutilating it state by state, which is really very funny. But let me answer him with the kind of answer he deserves. The person that is the contestations and the computation of results in Lagos State, apart from being part of the general polling units that I clearly stated in earlier today, apart from being part of it, in Lagos State, there were cases of intentional miscalculation by the INEC, which they are also challenging, which is also a paragraph in that petition. We have results we have intentionally miscalculated, which is also there in the petition. So that is second. One is that the polling units are part of the general polling units they said they're going to prove. It's part of the 18,088 polling units.
Uptown, I'm sorry you are being economical with the truth. I read your petition and I know the polling unit you are disputing in Lagos State. You told us that you know everything. And Lagos is one of the states you guys are contending that you have more than 1 million votes in Lagos State. That's a lot of votes to add to what you had already. I respect you that you know
nobody is
everything.
contesting that Lagos State had more than 1 million votes. I don't know where you got that from, which of the petitions you got it from. But
what you told us, listen, what Obedient told
did you
us
get that from social media or you got it from
no,
the petition?
listen. You guys said you are shortchanged in Lagos State. That your vote is way more above that you got up to 1 million votes. That Tinubu only got 200,000 votes there. That they cheated you a lot. And then when
in the petition,
no, not in the petition. In the petition, you are only contending 84 polling units. I'm telling you now. I'm trying to tell you that if you know everything, Lagos State should be this just a case that okay, how many polling units are you contending? You don't know, and you tell us to give us story here, and you are telling me you give me an answer I decide. You said you know everything. Just a single state, the most popular state in Nigeria.
I don't know everything. Let me make that point.
Oh my God! So if you don't know everything, then you cannot tell us you don't know everything, but you are giving us the impression that you know everything.
But you said the ones you know now. You said the ones you know, then you tell him the ones you know. That's how argument works now.
Okay, this is Jimo. Sorry,
like it's
my
really
brother
very
Upton,
fun. But well, let me respond to you. Yes.
Ekene, can you mute yourself, please?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes. When you were speaking, I like us to speak to each other in a very matured way so we can have a matured conversation. The words you were using, like somebody will come here to tell us this, look, my name is Jimo. Refer to me directly, or if you are talking to someone else. But let me tell you this. You are trying to intimidate people with, have you seen the petition? Have you read it? You have not read anything. I can put
because
that to
they
you.
are bringing in things that are not in existence in the petition.
Can you please let him land? Uptown, can you hold on, Jimo, please. Uptown, you do this often. Please let people land. Then you can counter them when they
but
finish.
You just proved me right now, Thomas.
No, please.
I'm
I
never
said
allowed
please.
to interject.
Oh my God. Can you please help me? Are you here to stress me off? Somebody just came in. He haven't even made statements. Let him land, then you counter him later. Let's help ourselves here now, please. Jimo, go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was trying to explain to him that he cannot intimidate people with the petition. We all saw the petition, and the questions that my brother Remy asked you, very, very cogent answers were demanded, but you couldn't. You see, the last part of the petition you spoke about, if you say you win, you will say, yes, based on the polling agent unit results, we scored 10 million. You see, the reason why he's not doing that, at the end, he's fighting the process. If you have read the petition, you will know what I'm talking about. You can never even hear any of them Obi inclusively, saying we won because I scored so and so votes. Because if you look at the polling unit result that he has, he didn't win there. The idea of saying that the petition, we are trying to change it, we are not changing it. It's what they said. I mean, if you have read the petition, just tell us here that this is the votes that Obi said he scored, and not 6 million. He scored 10 or 7 or 8. Give us the figure from the petition. Thank you.
That is a technical question he cannot possibly have the answer to.
Why not?
Of the individual polling units in the states.
Let me respond to him. It is really very funny when, and we need a lawyer in this house really to address all of this shenanigans. Sorry for that language, but it is Obi is bringing evidences to court. Now you are insinuating that I have access to all the evidences that are bringing. Remember that when I'm making these statements, I'm only analyzing what Obi's petitioning, and we have not even gone to article. But I'm only saying these guys say they have evidence to prove that so and so this, so and so that. Now you're telling me to dive into whatever evidence that provided in court, as if I am a barrister Ibazu that's going to prove those things. I'm only telling you on grounds
that is
of
the
which
impression you gave us. That is the impression you gave.
Exactly. That's the impression you gave about the petition.
I'm clearly not barrister Ibazu. I'm only analyzing.
No. See,
It's not
Uptown.
my fault
They
that you
ask
feel
me.
threatened by the analysis I'm making.
No.
But I
Uptown.
didn't import
Nobody's.
anything.
Uptown. Nobody's feeling threatened.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. So, Uptown, sometimes you throw me off guard sometimes. What do you mean by is being threatening by your analyzing? What is a childish talk, my brother? Now you don't say that to people now. Come on now.
You two should apologize.
No, to Nigeria,
very funny.
to Nigeria, please. Hold
Thomas
on.
is very funny.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. To Nigeria, I'm not speaking to you.
No.
Can you please
allow me to
hold
respond,
on?
or you want to go all through?
Can you hold on? Please. To Nigeria, I'm not addressing you. Please, I'm addressing to Uptown. So let him answer that. Not you. Please. Please don't make this work too difficult for me. Please. You don't say that to people. No. They're being threatened by your analysis. No, now. Come on now. It's not the appropriate word to use. You respond.
Okay.
Please.
All right. Thank you. It is very funny that in the same platform where I made very civil analysis based on facts, and then people counter it by saying you don't know what you are saying, and making insinuations that I claim I know everything, whereas there is no place on this record that I said I know everything. And people counter it by saying that I will be in court in next 4 years, that this will happen, this is just a figment of my imagination. I'm only exciting myself. And I don't have the right to tell them that why they believe that I'm exciting myself by just doing innocent analysis of a document is because they feel threatened by what I am saying of the document. Maybe they feel, okay, Obi probably has a strong case. And you feel threatened, he really probably has a strong case. And that is the point I made. But what you say to come and tell me in a platform where people abuse people, you tell me that for me to make insinuation, that for you to not use counterfacts to counter my facts, but you're attacking me, saying that I am only saying this to excite myself, is a figment of my imagination, it's just an illusion, which these are words people used in this platform.
Uptown.
And
Okay, one second. One second. Let me make a point.
Said, no, allow him to make his point. He is not a figment of his imagination, he's analyzing. No, he never came in. But
let me say something.
I should respond to that. So those words that you just mentioned are Uptown. Well, let me apologize. I use those words. So if they hurt you, well, my apology. I didn't mean to. But
But if please accept my apology, that's what I meant.
Yeah, accept
But
your apology, but I'm not even talking to you. I was talking to the biased umpire. And that is quote and unquote, and that's true.
okay,
Uptown,
appreciate it.
I want to quickly say something that I kind of agree with you that the word you use that people be threatened. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't think it's anything. It's an offensive word. I just think it's part of the discourse. Maybe you feel that people are kind of intimidated by the things you're saying. But for me, I don't think you said anything. That's
Exactly. I
bad.
didn't say anything. I just say that
and in
the point
addition,
I'm raising is threatening you as an APC supporter. You know,
in
APC supporters
addition,
don't
I
want to
don't
hear
think
that
that is
there
a
is this
bad word to
policy.
use.
It's very, very simple. And you start attacking me as an umpire.
Calm
It's
down.
very wrong.
In
We
addition,
know moderating is not
all
easy,
the
but
questions.
it's not fair to be picking on one
Sorry,
side
Ekene.
constantly and calling
Sorry,
him
Ekene.
childish and stuff.
Sorry,
I know
Ekene.
this in moderating is not easy, but let's try to
Everybody
Thomas
calm
try
down.
to be even-handed here.
Everybody calm down. Uptown, don't take it too personal. Everybody, because of whoever we support, we can be emotional about it. We can do because you want your candidate to win. Let me finish. You want your candidate to win.
Thomas needs to apologize to Uptown because he was saying he's been childish.
He will.
Check the word moderator. Moderator is not about taking sides. Check the word moderator. Moderator is to moderate, not to bend.
Okay.
So if you want to moderate, you moderate. If you don't want to moderate, you tell us.
Calm down.
Hold on, everybody.
People are already
Everybody,
apologizing to
hold
you.
on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on, please. I didn't say any bad word to you, Uptown. To me, that word, I don't like it. So I'm not siding anybody. Don't put that in your mind. I am not siding anybody. So I don't know where you are saying I'm being biased. I don't know where you get that from. No.
Where did you get that I'm childish? How am I childish, Thomas? How? Because I'm making an analysis.
That word is childish to me. No, that word is childish to me. That is me.
Thomas,
I
you
said
cannot
me.
create your own dictionary.
No. Akim, don't tell me how to speak, please.
But Thomas, what
You
are
don't
you
tell me how to
saying
speak.
here? You asked me to apologize and I did.
Oh my God. Oh my, can you?
But we can't tell you how to speak.
I'm not telling you how to speak.
This
I
is
said I
classic
don't
APC
like it.
supporter now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Let's just dive down like that. Let's move on. Let's deal with the issue.
Can I speak, please, Thomas?
Come on now.
Thomas, can I speak, please?
Yes, go on, Remy.
Okay, everybody just calm down. Calm down.
What's going on here?
Okay, calm down, Thomas. Everybody calm down. Thomas, the reason when you make your analysis, I ask you several questions because of clarity. I want clarity of your thought. That is the reason why I'm asking you that question.
Not Thomas, Uptown.
Uptown, sorry. That's why I asked you all those questions. And secondly, because you said, I also read Obi petition. And I guess everybody else read Obi petition. Even before you say anything, Ogbeni also analyzed the petition for us here. Even before Obi also put in his petition. A lot of people have analyzed your petition, and maybe when they filed counter, APC also find their counter, they reply to your petition. We are not, everybody is learned, and everybody wish or hope that their candidate to win. But so far that the referee of the game, INEC, have declared a winner, and we are already in court. I've read Obi's petition. I've read Atiku petition also. But you are not telling us that there is also another 18,000 polling unit, which I did not see in the petition. But now you say it is in the petition again. So I want clarity. And I asked you some questions because I know how many units you guys are disputing in Lagos and in some other states. But you don't know. But when you are talking, you are giving us the impression that you are part of the legal team. If you are not even part of the legal team, maybe you are there. You said, we went to INEC, we collected this form, blah, 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 That's what the impression you gave us. You did not give us the impression that you are analyzing it privately as your own, but you gave us the impression that you are there, you know everything. And we thought that you know everything, we're supposed to ask you some few questions. And Jimo came in and told us that he's part of the APC situation room diaspora. So everybody give their own thought. You cannot just allow, you cannot be talking and people will want to cross-check you or say their own opinion, because all of us were in court. And it's your word against my word. It's your polling unit result against the other 18 polling unit agents that are there. And I had some lot of pertinent questions, which you did not give me a direct question. I asked, when was the research switch? Is it before all the polling agents signed the sheet or after? And you are talking it was mutilated, it's in the local government or something like that. So all of these things.
Everybody in this platform heard me answer you very clearly on that question. I don't know how.
But you did not
answer
the question I asked you.
I asked you. Very simple question.
But the answer you gave me is not right. It's not right. You yourself, you know. And when you tell me you have I also asked you another question. Lagos State
did I
is the
answer
most
your
popular.
question? You said
no.
Wait, my friend. Wait. It's a conversation now. It's not a monologue. When you asked a direct question, you said when WHEN was the results altered? Was it before the signing or after the signing? And I was clear.
Ask you when. I did not ask you when.
What did I ask? Where? What?
The question I asked you is very simple. I said the form ECA blah 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 that all the political agents signed, and I asked the question that is the result changed before or after they signed? That is the question.
Wait. I don't understand. Wait. You need to be, my friend. You need to. Sometimes when you talk, you listen as well, because what you just told me you asked me was what I just actually claimed that you asked me. We just repeated the same thing.
Maybe you did not get my question
now calm down
right.
now. Wait. There are people that are listening to us and they can judge who is right. You asked me, when was this alteration done? Before the signing or after the signing?
No, I did not ask you that
very
question.
Clear. It's not
My
what you
question,
asked me.
I asked you two important questions. The first one is that you said the result was switched. And I asked you there were 18 polling agents there. Did all the polling agents sign that sheet before or after they switched the result? That was my question to you. The second question is that
what is the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying?
It's different now. It's totally different.
What is different between what you're saying and what I'm saying?
It's different. It's different.
Oh God.
Nobody asked you when, where, or how, before or after. That is what I asked you. Before they signed the sheet. I'm interested.
Wait, before and after. Wait, are we talking about English language here? If you're asking before and after question, it's not a when question.
What I am after is this. When you said the result was shift from Tinubu to B or B to Tinubu, I want to know whether all the political polling agents, they all signed this result when they see that the result was shifted. I mean, to one party to another party. That's what I'm after.
I answered you now.
No, you do not answer.
Uptown answered that question already.
Jesus Christ, I can't believe my ears.
No.
Uptown. Hello, Remy. Let me. Uptown has answered the question, and let me give you what he so that if it come from me, maybe you will believe. He said it was at the collation center after they have signed. That it was at the point of collation that they switched the results.
Exactly, that's what he said.
Do you understand that one better? Maybe it didn't come from me directly.
At the collation center, it is when they switch the result. It is when the figure were exchanged, right?
Yes.
Now, okay, I have one follow-up question.
Okay, go ahead.
When the results were announced at the polling unit, did LP political agent, do they have the result?
Yes, they do.
I'm talking to Uptown.
You agree with me?
Yes, they do. Continue.
Yes. Did the result go to your situation room?
Yes.
Uptown, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And when this result go to your situation room, and when the IRF result or whatever result were being uploaded, you said you saw more than 18,000 infractions, right? Uptown.
No, that was not what he said. He said the petition, they are
No, I'm
petitioning
asking
18,000
Uptown,
polling units.
Up 18,000 polling units that were
Yeah, but Remy,
infractions.
you're acting as if
Go
we're
over
in
your question
courtroom
again.
here. We're not in courtroom. We're just analyzing the
No,
issue.
wait now.
I would just,
No,
I
he has
want
moved
to rest
from.
my case after this one. You said now
Okay,
there were
answer. Please ask your question
18,000, more
again.
than 18,000 polling units, that there were irregularities, switching of result, or so many other points, right?
Yes.
That's what you said, yes. Now, this 18,000 polling unit result, I did not see it in your petition. You did not write it there.
It is on the petition. You can go back.
Can you tell us which page and where? So far, you have the idea of everything.
I can find the paragraph for you, though.
Okay.
It's paragraph.
When you
It's
find,
paragraph by paragraph, so I can find the paragraph for you.
okay. When you find it, maybe you let us know in this group so that we can have a look at it again. Maybe all our eyes are not seeing the right one. Maybe the one we read is fake one. Thank you.
Okay, so let me just ask something about the judge. This thing, the courts. I think it's not fair to say that the Nigerian court system is completely in shambles and everything is nothing. The judgment is not going to go well, and I think it's on a sliding scale. It's not clear cut that. When I say sliding scale, I mean based on evidence. You can't have a clear evidence and the court just rules against it. That is, I think the judges will not make it home that day if they do that. They are going to base their judgment. I will wish for the OB side is that they make a compelling and clear case. You don't want it to be ambiguous in any way. And if they do that, the judge will rule in their favor. But if it's ambiguous in any way, even like 30% ambiguous, it will just go for Tinubu clear case. So in other words, the case favors Tinubu to win, but it's not insurmountable. And people should
those
keep
people
that in mind.
those people who are going after judges these people are lazy in their thinking. The problem a lot of disobedient people have is they lack that even simple energy to follow precedents. Where is it? Which result or which petition has the court given when it comes to election matter that you can look into and say, oh, this one was fishy, where they're going to point to Imo State, right? Because of the Opus or Dima case. But what happened in Bayelsa, you won't hear it from anybody's mouth. What happened in Zamfara, you will not hear it in anybody's mouth. This for me, these are some of the dumbest people that comes. People don't even
come
understand.
on, man! Don't do that. Don't do. You are being
There's no
partisan,
need to
man.
do that
There's
now.
no need to be
No,
partisan.
I'm not talking. I'm listen
So
to
for somebody not to
look,
believe,
listen to my
for
word.
somebody not to believe in a process, does that mean that that person is
No.
No, he
I said
has the
this are
right
Trump.
to question a
I said
process
this are
now or to question whatever.
no. It's
They
not.
have the right.
It's not questioning the process. It is trying to intimidate people who are doing their lawful job.
Who is
No.
intimidating them? Am I
Calling
in the
people
is
corrupt.
anybody in the capacity to intimidate them? Nobody is in the capacity to
Nobody has the
intimidate
No,
them.
capacity
calling
to
This
people
man, we are
corrupt.
talking about
Calling
has
people
gotten judgment.
corrupt when you
This
don't
man
have
has gotten
evidence.
for me not to have hope in the system. I'm not biased
Okay,
because you
based
know
on
the
what?
country we are.
Why don't you have hope in the
Where is the
system?
rule of law working in this country? Where is the rule
Where
of law working in this country? So what are you telling me?
why don't you have hope in the
Let
system?
me
For
What
just
me
are
not
the
to
things
have
that
hope
make you
in
not
this,
have
the
hope
only
in
thing
the
I
system?
know, the only thing I said here is that somebody should keep trying. If Obi can try and get it, it's good. If any other person, if Tinubu can try to restore the hope, no problem. But for you to say that the hope is there in this country, then you are the one lying to yourself. You know that the system is not working.
Uptown, we are waiting for you. Gentlemen, can I come in this way? I think that my brother to Niger and Akim, they are almost on the same page on this issue, and I have better align with them. You see, we can't begin to castigate the judiciary because the result didn't go our way. By the time we do that and we take away the judiciary, then the democracy that we think we sought won't come up at all. You see, we have had favorable decisions in the past. Once you have one that is not favorable to you, it doesn't mean that the judiciary is completely bad. You see, If you look at the argument online, in every media, they concentrate more on the judiciary. Oh, judiciary is on trial. You know, they don't do this, they don't do that. Look, if you look at the response of INEC, of APC, what is important in this in their response is telling the judges to strike out this case because of some, one, frivolous petition, and two, the fact that they are not even talking about the winning but the process. You see, when you file a petition, and you, in this petition of Obi, he's number 1 and Labour is 2. Now, if you don't have the local standard to even bring about this petition, for example, you are not even qualified to contest in the first place, your petition becomes useless. If you are not qualified. You see, the issue of that qualification, the 30 days that LP need to submit the register of their party when Obi was still a member of PDP is there. But if you see when APC is arguing, we don't even argue much on that one. And that is the very most important. Imagine if the judiciary strike out the case based on that you were not a member of LP when they submitted their register. I think everybody that is against the judiciary will say, we told you. They did not even let them
give a judgment now. Let them give a judgment and strike it out now. Nobody's fighting about it. Nobody's biased here. I'm not saying that if APC win in the court, I will go and kill myself.
No,
nobody's.
So.
The only thing is, I didn't say so.
I'm only saying that the attack that we have mostly is on judiciary. But you have to give, usually they're not Father Christmas. They can't give you what you didn't submit. If you are fighting a petition, and maybe you are not even qualified, they will strike off that case. But most of those people that are against judiciary begin to sing a lot of songs that they are bad. But first, we need to wait and see what they will present as evidence if they make it to that point. Thank you.
Everything is on Monday. Everything is starting on Monday. For me, all this argument doesn't make any sense to me. Everything is starting on Monday.
You are sounding very much like Jagaban that doesn't like to.
Too much voices. One voice for
please,
one voice for the one.
Let me quickly add to what you said. Sorry. On the
theory,
my
Uptown, let me just add something.
Please go ahead if you are.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
So, see, the thing is, the way this could go down, it could be very, very interesting because from Monday, the judiciary has to decide which part of the case to prioritize. And the part of the case that could affect the outcome of the entire case. If they believe, within arguments, that let's say the Federal Capital Territory was acquired, they will pass that judgment very quickly. And what that will mean is that maybe what will be happening then is that we'll have to start chasing the process of either carrying out a second round election or whatever. Then that second round election, they will be trying to put that one in place while they will start advocating on who came second to go for the second round.
Stop talking like this, man.
Tuna, you see what I'm saying? Tuna, you see what I'm saying? All these things here, we are saying is valid. Okay. You are processing all these things. You are processing all these things, and then you will swear in the new president on the 29th of May. Then you are expecting a clear judgment. For me, I don't expect it. That is my mind. I don't expect it. Then after maybe, okay, if the judgment come against the sitting president, you now tell him to come down. That another person has won. So see, this is not a case. That one is a state. It's a state. This we are talking about federal. This is a state. It's not easy
my brother,
to give
you have just proven to
power
us that you are against the judiciary as well. You just said 6 seconds ago that you are not.
So you don't tell me. This is the country that I live. This is the country that I live. I live in Nigeria. I live in Nigeria. I know what is going on in this country. If you want the case, if you are talking about to give a clear judgment, then you are talking about not swearing in. After giving a judgment, then you now swear in. Then I will have a confidence in what we are doing. Well, not telling me that you are going to swear in a president on 29th of May, then expecting a clear
Because
judgment.
it's the law. Except, see,
I
it's
don't
not going to
understand
be
this
clear.
guy. Is that not the law?
If the court
Is the
says
law
that,
made for
The law,
Tinubu?
that is why I said it. That is why the system is corrupt right from the beginning. So you can't tell me to have confidence in the system. The system is
When
not
Obi
okay.
when Obi won, you see, Akim asked you a question. Akim asked you a question. When Obi won, it's the same judiciary that gave him the victory. At that
exactly.
time,
I'm
you
talking
never came out.
about federal.
Listen,
Many
my brother,
states has
listen.
won. Many states has
Ekene,
Listen,
won
don't
many
do
court
that
cases.
now.
listen,
You're
I'm
being
talking
a little
about
bit
federal.
double standard
listen,
now.
my brother.
Want to learn,
You're
if
being double
we want to
standard.
learn something good, we learn from other countries. We learn from Kenya. We learn from other countries.
Guys,
Kenya had an
now
election.
calm down.
After
You
the
see,
election, they have to wait. After court case, then there was a swearing in. You don't tell me that
You act as if,
somebody
see,
won a presidency.
Ekene, you are talking as if you care, you are making a clear case, but you are just worried that the person they are not going to rule for you because you
That is
said it
me.
yourself.
That is me. That is me.
Hold on now. Let me finish my point.
Yeah.
Because you said when P2B won, that was
yes,
in this thing. People always have an excuse whenever
yes.
they get their way. They will say, "Oh, it's because of the state." But when it comes to federal, because you are worried that you're not going to get your way, this is how Trump, when he won the election, at first, before he won the election, he was saying everything is rigged, everything is rigged. Then when he won the election, he was like, okay, now it's not rigged anymore. You can't keep doing that. Sometimes there is. I don't believe the judges will rig the judgment. If let's say the judgment is very clear, there's clear evidence of it. They
Thank
will not.
you.
They're not going to rule against
Thank
this
you.
thing. P2B
Let
when
me
there's
tell you.
clear
Let me tell you.
evidence.
Let me tell you.
Let me
Let me
Don't
tell
do
you
respond.
too,
that.
Niger. Let me tell you too, Niger. In the
Ekene,
system we are in today, you swear in a president in the country where they don't where they don't obey the rule of law. Then you now say that the president did not now win the election. You expect him to just obey the order, just like that.
Man,
When you know the
don't
country
make
obey
we
I
the
are,
rule
just
of law in
preempt
Nigeria.
even
Eh?
the
you
judge,
Go and keep somebody on your
because
road. Let's see whether they obey the rule of
even the
law.
judge can give a clear, even the judge can give a clear judgment, and it will not be still obeying
you
this
guys
country.
see this conversation you
So
people are
see,
having
you don't talk
um
as if we don't
is
talk
a
as if we don't know the country. This
post-judicial
is the country
conversation.
we are in. You see.
Ekene, you're
There is
talking from a
law. It's
layman
not totally
point, and it
lawless.
shows in your analysis.
Two Niger. Wait, you wanted to speak, and let me just make a
No, sorry.
submission
Yeah,
on
go ahead.
this. Sorry, guys, just 1 minute. Okay. So I think the argument we are having, especially between two Niger and my brother Ekene, I don't think it's necessary. Why? The reason is you are both right on your own rights, and this is the reason. Me, as a person, as Uptown, I believe in the judicial system. But when I say I believe in the judicial system, it does not mean that I don't have my reservations because of things that has happened in the past. I might have my reservations, but I choose to believe in the judicial system because what's the point? If I don't believe in the judicial system, why am I reading the petition? If I don't believe in the judicial system, why am I waiting for Monday for court to start speaking?
Exactly.
So that's the point. Now, if somebody, if it's just like when we were entering into the election and the people were raising concerns about INEC might be compromised and whatnot have you. It is their legitimate right because they've seen INEC compromised in the past. Now, it is the onus is on INEC to prove the doubting Thomas is wrong, not to tell them that why are you going to question us that maybe we might compromise? Allow us to go. No, they have the right to question you because in the past they can point to this and this that is making them to have double minds. Yeah. So, but then even people raised issues about close to the election. People said INEC is compromised. There's some people that even accuse them directly and say that they have at the agenda to block the presidential election from uploading real time. And it was published on premium on across the media. Our INEC chairman came out on TV and said that is a rumor that they don't have any server, that people that is a rumor should know that is a rumor and INEC will upload on real time. But guess what? After the election, lo and behold, the rumor happened. It didn't upload on real time. You get what I'm saying? Now, people that peddled those rumors, people that made those reservations about INEC pre-election, they had the right because now, post-election, they've been proven right. So when people argue or doubt institutions, especially citizens of a country, it is not because of anything. It is their democratic right to have reservations and say, these guys have killed my trust in them as an institution, as a citizen. Now, the onus is now on the institution to, going forward, prove those citizens that their trust deficit has increased in the institution, to prove them wrong. And the more you keep proving them wrong, the more they keep trusting you over time. So it is not good for
Uptown, a quick
interjection. That have
Uptown.
Wait, let me
3
just
days,
land, please,
3
please.
days before the
I don't want to
election.
break my chain of
I just
thought.
want you to know this. 3 days before election, Yakubu came out in public, and he said that the election might not be transmitted to the IRF. He said it. Everybody knows about this one. I just want to let you know about that one.
I didn't see the video. I didn't see the last time I saw him was in Japan House. I didn't see the video. The last time I saw him was in Japan House, where he gave us conviction.
You on strict proof to prove what you just said.
Go and look for it.
So where we saw the last time I saw him was in Japan House before the election, where he gave us confidence.
Prove it. You made the assertion, so I should prove it to the platform.
I'm going to prove anything.
So let me continue.
You yourself, you could not give me the paragraph why your 18,000 police units were being disputed. You are still looking for it. Look at you.
What? I'm not talking about what about. You're saying what about. Let me continue what I'm saying. So
I think at the end of the day,
the point I'm making is that
you
me
lose
personally,
you lose, and you guys don't want to accept. And I won't let
what
you.
you keep interjecting now? You're always
I
doing
will
it.
interject
Now
you
Thomas
if
is
you
not calling
continue
you
to be
out.
economical with the truth, and you are being emotional. And
You're just heckling me. You're not interjecting.
I'm what? I'm killing you.
You are heckling. You're in other words,
you're
not allowing
my friend. You also heck people. You also heck. So why not?
Remi Koka, see, you also did that to me. Sometimes you have to. If you have something to say, go ahead and say, but don't stop people from trying to share opinion. You know, viewers want to hear them too.
No. I interject you just to correct some insinuation.
You want to make your opinion.
Sorry, go ahead.
So allow me. Let me land. I was making a very. I was making a submission on the. Okay, fine. Thank you. You should manage your time better. But what the point I'm making is, I am on the side of 2Niger and people that is siding with 2Niger, that they believe in the judiciary. I believe in the judiciary. The only problem we have with the institution is that there has been cases in the past where some judiciaries has been hijacked by state powers and some has been compromised. But that does not mean that there are not good men and women
what are your examples?
in the same
what
judiciary.
Are your examples?
And this is what?
What are your examples of state hijacking?
Those good men you are seeing in the judiciary, the system will consume them, and that is the country we are into. I'm telling you, nobody is doubting good men in the judiciary.
No,
but the system will consume them.
No,
the bad system will consume them. That is what I'm telling you. I've seen those judiciary make their case. I've seen their stand. I've seen everything there, their opinions. I don't count their opinion because of.
Do you even understand how the judiciary system works? Do you understand how the system works? Look, judges are human beings, just like you. Hold on 1 second. Judges are human beings, just like you.
Exactly.
When you present a case before them, it is subject to interpretation. That is why in some cases you have split decision from judges. 2 judges will be on one side and another one will take a different direction. Because guess what? It is the same law, but they are all interpreting it in different way. So this idea that the system will consume you, the institution will consume you, this are bought, you need to first of all factor in that when people make a decision based on the case that you present in front of them, these are human beings making decisions just like you and I. But the only thing is that they now have a legal power that their decision is binding on people. So you need to take all of this into consideration.
All these decisions they are making, all these things, I know all of them are already established in our laws. So why are they upturning it? I saw people talking about Japan and all those things. Something that is written in the law. You don't need to waste time. You just read out the law and give interpretation.
No. Ekene,
Roe
I
versus
don't
Wade.
agree with
It's
you.
not easy
Ekene,
what
Roe
I
Ekene
versus
don't
is
agree
Wade.
with you.
Roe versus Wade was a
Wait.
settled law. Roe versus Wade was a settled law. Did the United Supreme Court not overturn it recently?
It wasn't a settled law. It was by the Supreme Court. This thing that did it, and they have a
It
right
was a
to.
settled law.
See,
I don't know
the
what you
point.
call settled.
See,
Based
guys,
It
there's
was a
nothing like
judgment of the
there
it
is.
was a judgment of the Supreme Court. So that's a settled law. But they still then to go back and upon the same law
No, the
that
Supreme
they
Court can upturn itself now. It can. It has
Exactly.
the
I don't
power
know what
to.
is a settled
But
law when
So what
but
are you
the
but
talking
history of the
about
United
then?
States
What are you
they've not
talking
had it.
about? You
I
can
think
sorry
no.
guys,
just saying.
These are interpretations.
See,
can
It
I
depends
quickly
on the judges
interject?
who is sitting there.
Sorry, progressive.
let's
According to
we
the
we are
to the 2020
we are misunderstanding ourselves, guys. We are misunderstanding ourselves.
Sorry,
The
is it
point I'm trying to
progressive?
make.
Who's there is somebody that's listening to another thing behind, apart from
It's
what they are using.
Ekene.
No,
Yeah,
it's not me. It's
can I
not me.
comes
Oh.
with some
It's
sounds,
not
but
me. Oh.
can I please mute?
It's not me. I'm muted. I'm
Okay.
muted.
You're
Please
not
let me.
muted.
So the point I'm
How
making.
can you be muted and you are talking?
No, now I'm mute now. Whenever I finish speaking, I'm mute now. But when I finish, the thing is still coming up.
Hold on, please. It's from Uptown. It's from Uptown.
Did you sound from me?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So yeah.
Can
Hold
I
on,
quickly
everybody. Hold
interject?
on, please. Yeah, hold on, Remy. I just want to check. Is Adewale there?
No.
Adewale.
Yeah, he's here. Hey, yeah. Adewale is here. He's in the corner there.
Adewale is not here because you said I'm marginalizing him like the Southeast now. I'm calling in now. He's not coming in. Yeah, Remy, go on.
I'm here.
Yes, go on, please.
Okay, please. Okay,
Adewale is here. Oh, yeah, Adewale.
Adewale is
I'll
going
be
to talk
coming
for the next
after.
10
Yeah,
minutes.
yeah. Let's see. We'll come to you after Remy. Remy.
Okay. According to the electoral law, the petition have 180 days. What you guys are saying, you want it to be speed up, they should conclude the petition before the swearing in. It's not so easy. You cannot compare Nigeria with Kenya. Nigeria is twice bigger than Kenya, I don't know whether I'm right or wrong. And then we have 180 days to prove your case. Let's assume that under 1 month, everybody should prove their case and the result does not go well with the obedient. How would you feel? You will feel you are cheated. If the same thing go to the BAT too, they will feel they are cheated. So they gave everybody enough time to prove your case. And now that this is what has been happening in Nigeria since 1999, when they declare a candidate a winner, the other candidate will take him to court. Before, it takes more than 1 or 2 years before the result come out from Supreme Court. But according to the 2020 electoral, within 6 months, we'll have the result. So you can't blame, at least the people that make that law.
Remy, it takes 3.5 years to get to Supreme Court.
Yeah, but
my
now within 6 months.
my governor in Osun State, Oyinlola, that time, Aregbesola took 6 months to the expiration of the second tenure.
Yes,
Yeah,
even
but they are saying this electoral law requires it to be
that was the old law now.
We are
talking with them, but this one has improved. We are talking about 180 days now.
Within 6 months, you can get your judgment, whether from the Court of Appeal up to the Supreme Court. So all these things we are saying here, at least the case is now in court. By Monday, they will have the hearing about the suit, that which one, like he said, Upton said before. For me, generally, in my own opinion, I think this election has been one of the fairest elections in the recent time. If you look at it very well, we have a new set of leaders, as in governorship, senators, presidency, House of Reps, and state of assemblies. And because of beavers, the beavers really helped Nigeria in this election. Tell me, if we do not use beavers, do you think Obi will have 6 million? They will have cooked up 2 million votes for APC in Katsina. They would have cooked up 3 million votes.
Go and try that one in the Southeast now.
They would have, even in your Southeast, you would have cook up more than 3 million votes.
Anambra used to give over 1 million.
I agree with the
Anambra used to give over 1 million.
So all this would have been
say it. I agree
the
with
reason why
that
most of these political
was a
parties
game
nowadays.
changer.
The game changer now is this. Most of them are now proving results because that they know that the beavers will tell the actual accreditation in each polling unit. And if you
Thank
want
you.
to
That's the
switch
point
or
I made
whatever,
earlier.
they will cancel the whole of the polling unit. That is it. So
Yeah.
that
I
is
like
why
what you said. What you said. What you said is not bad. You gave a good summary. The beavers. I said the beavers did some work.
Let me just ask you a critical
no,
question.
what
we
I'm
need to
trying
applaud
to
it.
say, is that the beauty of this particular dispensation is that the right figures are really coming out. It's not as easy like you manipulate or you just come out with
I think that point has been made. Can I just add something
Uptown
very quickly? Can I just add something quickly? I think if the court case is meant to last for 6 months, why don't we do it in such a way that the next election is done for like 6.5 months before the time the swearing in is going to happen? Because I don't see any reason stopping that from happening, because
if you are
it's really
doing that,
dangerous.
that means you are
Yeah,
reducing
that's
the
based on
amount
amendments.
of
That
years
amendment can
that
happen.
presidency, the
Yeah.
equivalent presidency will spend. Instead of spending 4 years, you are removing it to around 3.5
No, because he's still going to be sworn in at
No, he's
the
not
right
talking about
time,
from the
but it's
president.
just the
He's talking
time
about
that
from
the
the
presidential
campaign.
election is held.
I don't know. Luckily for us, all the regions of Nigeria, we all have senators and reps. We should lobby them to change the law again.
The reason why I say that is because you want to disincentivize people from breaking the law to win the presidency. Because
This is not about breaking the law. This is the precedent. This is what has
no,
been
you don't
happening.
understand what I mean here. Let me
I
finish.
understand this.
No,
You
you don't
Remy,
understand.
Remy,
Can you let me
Tunaja,
finish?
hold on, Tunaja. Remy, what Tunaja is saying is that we can start the electioneering process early. So that let's say this, excuse me, so that before this election was held in February, if we know that okay, it will take 6 months for if there's any legal case to finish it, so that whatever legal case we have, we'll finish it before the inauguration. That we can move it.
That's like giving 6 to 7 months.
And
It's not even good. It's not even good for a president to be on a seat and be attending a legal matter. It's not even good.
Exactly, it's not good. And then
It's
also
not good for a president to be in a seat and be attending a legal matter. They need to settle all these things.
There's something more dangerous.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. 5 people are talking at the same time.
let me finish. They didn't let me finish my thought. And
Come on now.
I was making a
5
point
people are
about the court case. Let me just make the.
But hold on. So Nigeria, I haven't finished speaking. If you don't mind. 5 people are talking at the same time. We can't hear ourselves. We are just blabbing. Hold on, please. Remy speak. So Nigeria speak. Then we go back to Adewale. Adewale hasn't spoken at all. And make it brief, please.
Yeah, so
we are 8 hours, 14 minutes.
We have a precedent. Election has been taking place recently, and they take themselves to court or wherever. Now, because you lost this election, you want the rule to change immediately. If you transvert it back, if you change it back, if it's Obi that have won this election, I don't think people will be calling for let's change the time they will swear in or no swear in. Every country have their own peculiarities. You cannot compare Nigeria with America or with UK, Kenya, Ethiopia, Uganda. You cannot compare. The beauty of this democracy is that we have seen cases where the judges in Nigeria in the state level have upturned the election result and declare another person winner. Now, so many cases like that. So we have seen it. So if it's going to happen in the presidential election, nothing we can do. If the judges said we should rerun the election, nothing we can do. We just have to accept.
Look,
and if they say Obi, listen,
if
they say Obi and Tinubu, you don't have Obi and Atiku, you don't have a case too. And they dismiss their case.
Remy, I want to quickly interject, please. You know, I understand what True Nigeria is trying to say, but this is my problem with all this submission now. Why is it that it's when it hurts you or hurt us personally, then we feel like, oh, they will not say fault. This has been what has been the precedent. Governors have been sworn in and then kicked out of office by the judiciary. We never complained about it. We never seen it to be wrong. Hold on 1 second. We have not seen it to be wrong. We have not said, hang on, why did we allow a governor to be sworn in? They get kicked out. Why didn't we just conduct the election earlier? so that all the petition will be done. We've kept quiet all this while. Why this has been happening? All of a sudden now, hang on, why don't we just conduct the
I
election
said
6
that
months,
too
8
on the
months?
case of the governors. I said the same thing for the governors too. But you've not let me finish my point. But go ahead. See, let me let Coca finish.
Okay. So what I will say is that the petition is in court. The most important thing is this. I like this election because Labour Party have 6 or 7 senatorial candidates. They have about 35 House of Rep candidates. The notion or what you want them to do, at least you're a member of the party. I think this is the high time you also talk to them so that they lobby their colleagues in the House of Assembly that they should tinker with the 2020 Electoral Act. So that is the beauty of democracy. You will not have people who are member of your party. I think you can sell that idea to them. And if they can lobby other senators or rep member, it's possible. But this is what we have now, and we must do with it. And if you are telling me you don't believe in the judiciary because you think it's not going to favor you, but when it favored you in the past, you say it was okay. So I don't think people should be talking about I don't believe in the judiciary. The judiciary is
Even in the past, I told you here, even in the past, I don't even believe, but it later favored you. I said it here. I said it here.
If you have a problem, I hope you don't have any problem.
Coca, is your session
I don't have any problem with that. I said it here that when he was going for the court case in the first time, I said, what is this man going to do in the court? Even in the second time, somebody won an election. So I also said it, but it favored him, and I'm still saying the same thing today. So it doesn't mean that I don't know what I'm saying.
A quick question for you, please. My question is this: if you have an issue with somebody or with some company, how do you settle your dispute? If it requires legal something, how do you settle it?
Just carry on, Mickey. See, you are dragging this on, Remy Coca. Come on.
No. I just asked a direct question to you. Like you have a dealing with a company and they are not treating you very well, that is going to involve the legal aspect or whatever. How do you settle your dispute? Because you don't believe.
Okay, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I am somebody that lives in Nigeria that don't do anything to do with the lawyers or anything, police. I don't deal with them personally. For me, ever since I became somebody in life, I don't have a lawyer. I do my things. So I don't know. I cannot assume because I don't live in that space. That is my personal life. Yeah. I don't have anything to do with lawyer. When the law begins to work, I may have something to do with them. But for now, I don't have anything to do with anyone.
See, Coca.
Can I add
let me just interject on what Ekene is saying. Wait, let me just answer Coca. Sorry for one.
No, uptown, no. Please,
wow,
thank you. Sorry, please, I'm very sorry.
No, wow.
No. If you think like that, that's fine. Let's hear from others that have spoken. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hold on, please. Let's hear from Adewale. Is Adewale there?
I thought I was supposed to say something after Remy Coca.
Hold on to Nigeria. You'll be spoken. Oh no.
Adewale, Thomas, he said to Nigeria before now. He said to Nigeria before Adewale.
Hold on now. Hold on. I'm just saying that I'll be shutting down in the next maybe 9 o'clock, 9 hours max. So everything we want to say, we have to carve it under 40 minutes. That's why I'm bringing Adewale in. So to Nigeria, come in without any interjection. Then we go to Adewale. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep it very brief anyway, which is something that I wanted to say, but nobody will let me get through. The point I was making was that there is an incentive for somebody to do whatever it takes to get into office, because while they are in office, there's going to be a court case going on. Even if they are in office for 6 months, 2 years, they could make serious decisions that are completely irreversible. They could make enormous gains while in office, knowing that they have 2 years to be in office. And that is not advisable for a system to operate like that. You have to isolate being in office from the cases that arises from the election. That's why I think it makes sense. I didn't even know that I didn't think about it from the point of view that you can, take the election backward. Well, let's say you take it back 3 months and a half so that it allows for the court case to elapse before the president can be sworn in. If that can be done, that's easiest way to do it. Or they pass another law to make it so that it's mandatory for the case to complete before you swear the new president in. But I think the easiest one to do is to put it back, put the election back, and he also give the new president time to prepare. So that's not always a bad thing. And now the last point I will make is that the idea that the court case is going to go on, I like to think that everybody is in agreement that whatever judgment that they pass has to be very, very clear. Because if it's not clear, that is recipe for anarchy for any side, really. Thank you.
Yeah, Adewale, come in, please.
I don't even know where to start now. What is the topic? Where is the middle? Where should I
We don't
come in?
even you Adewale, you know my session. We don't talk about topic. Anything you will just go. You know now. You see, we've gone to left, we've gone to right, we've gone to middle, we've gone to center. So just pick
Adewale,
on anything you
we
want
were
to pick on.
Uptime was analyzing the result recently, and it came up with the idea that their LP they have 18,000 polling units they are disputing because of so many infractions and irregularities, and that is the base of what we have been discussing for the last few hours. And we asked some pertinent questions. So emotion were drawn. So that is the base. And then later they also talk about maybe we should let the election take place maybe 6 months ahead, 6 months before the petition starts, so that before the swearing day, so that the petition case will be done over before the eventual winner will be inaugurated. That is what we are.
No, I was. I think that was the part where I joined the discussion. I think I'm not so sure. Did you mention 88,000 or 88?
More than
18,000. 18,000.
18,000 out of over 100,000 units of polling
Yes, they are
units.
from their situation room.
And
From the
I
situation room.
was kind of wondering that if they combine those 18,000 units, will it give them the figure that will be able to upturn the result, or give them the number that will, create a leverage among the candidates for INEC to, conduct another by-election? I doubt that. I actually doubt that. What I think is going to happen is that the certified copy that is INEC is going to present during the tribunal proceeding is what the court is going to use most of the time or make reference to. I don't think what is being uploaded on IREF is going to be referred to. The reason why I said this is that most of the election uh, result or election court proceedings always are judged based on the technicality. And that is why it's always good to be the one defending than you to present evidence, because the burden is on you as a plaintiff, and that is where the trouble lies. Because whatever evidence you're presenting, the defendants also are going to have access to it, and they will also have premium time to be able to counter whatever you are bringing forward. So that's the reason why I asked that. Would those 18,000 polling units make a difference in terms of canceling the election in totality, or awarding numbers? Because I know court doesn't usually deduct number. They is either they cancel or they conduct a fresh election. So that's what I will speak about that.
But Adewale, do you know from obedience quarters, some people are insinuating that they will remove some number from Tinubu and give it to Obi.
No, court doesn't usually award figures. They don't, because the
Is
reason
it not
why
funny?
the reason why is because they are not the umpire. Okay, their own case is just to look at it. Okay, if you say this particular polling unit is you are disputing this, but the result of from this particular polling unit, they will look at it, and if there's any form of irregularity established during the proceeding, the court will only counsel. They will not award numbers. I've never seen where they award number, and if that is the case, INEC will be the one to award numbers. So for that, I doubt it if that's what the court is going to do, because they are not the one conducting the election. Actually, matter of fact, court does not have the legal right to award figure. They can make a pronouncement and say they are compelling INEC to correct the irregularity, perhaps for INEC to correct and give the number to the whoever is being adjudged to be the owner of the number. But I doubt it if that's because the defendant also, they are also bringing their own counter suit forward. So it's more or less like, okay, you challenge my victory from this area, and I'm also going to challenge you from this area. Now, if you talk the entire 18,000 polling votes, I want to believe that they are not from one state only. Probably they're scattered across the country. So that means some of those results would not be enough to cancel the total result of the entire state. So that is where the problem is. So, like I said earlier in the comment section, it's best and easier to be the defendant than to you be the, because the burden is on you, and you have to convince the court, and that is a huge task. It's more than what we are talking about in this platform.
But you have to understand that Peter Obi has experience of doing this one, and the
Peter Obi, it's
number
not Peter Obi that has experience of doing it to Nigeria. What experience does Peter Obi have?
he
It's
has
lawyers.
experience of turning elections because they did it to him in the states. You have to remember.
Peter Obi
I
is not a
think
lawyer.
that is
But he instructs his lawyers.
to Nigeria, you may have a good case, but
To
if you don't
Nigeria, you are making drama here.
hold on, you may have a very
Experience.
compelling case. Now, when you take your case to court, I don't know if you've had case where you've been sued, whether civilly or criminally, and you have to defend yourself. I'm not a lawyer, but I have a little experience in a situation where I have to give, witness or testimony and all that. And I've seen some cases where you have a very good, solid case. You've practiced, you check across all the dots and all that, and you have a prosecutor trying to prove to you that what you're presenting is actually not accurate. And God help you if the judge is on your side. So that is why it's not
No, I
always.
agree with you. I agree with you that to prove a case against somebody, you have to prove it beyond overwhelming doubt or something like that, as they say. So that hurdle has to be crossed. But that is the whole point. You want to try anybody that wants to overturn a president elect, you have to prove. It's only fair that you have to prove it, and that is what needs to happen. And I think Peter B will accept that too.
I think that Peter
Yeah,
Obi
but
and lawyers know these things we are saying. They are not amateur now. They know that I have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. They are not expecting it to be a walk in the park. I doubt. Even though B says that it's not going to be a walk in the park. So I don't know where.
in our country, or shall I say in Africa generally, justice is for the highest bidder. The reason why I say that is that they both belong to the same uh, organizations. Some of these people, they are human beings too. They have friends of friends. They have ways of sorting things out. Unlike America, where they have jury system, here in Nigeria, it's only individuals that make the decision. Thank God that you have panels of judges or justice that will, make that decision. And we also, I believe that there's in some cases we do have some of them that would dissent from the general, consensus. So for me, you may have a very good, solid case, but your lawyer too has to have a way of presenting it and establish it beyond reasonable doubt. And beyond reasonable doubt is just it's not just a thing of mouth. You have to have a very compelling evidence. Now, I've heard in several quarters where they said that we should transmit the proceeding of the hearing publicly. And the least or the last thing any judge would do is to put his court in the public square. Because one thing you don't want to do is to prosecute or open your court to the public to make a decision for you. That's why here in America, judge usually sequence.
But Adewale, don't it get you mind boggled about what this English I will use that when this time of cycle of election, when it's time for Obi's petition or his prayer or his litigation in the court, all the rules are changing. I'm hearing now that why don't we backtrack our election so that they can dealt with all the election petitions. Now it's the election from Obina. They are saying they should transmit it live. I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. I
Thomas,
don't get it.
I just gave you the reason why.
Thomas,
Some people could want to cheat their way into office and cause damage before they are removed.
Thomas, hold on 1 second. Let us be realistic. I get the point that, okay, we should settle all the litigation before a new administration comes in. I get it. I think ideally that should be the case. But even in America, it's not done that way. The same system that we copy from A to Z, that we try to beat and benchmark and everything, they also have their litigation going beyond January 20 of the swearing in of the new president. So, but in a sane environment, you will expect that all cases will be, but it is not possible because you cannot put a timeline. In some cases, we go beyond the timetable because now if you schedule a case and say this case must be adjudicated before so time, what if new evidence is surfaced before then? Then that means you are going to have a mistrial, or case going to be thrown out when the right person will be not get the justice. So to me, it's good you can argue that, but we have established law, electoral law, that actually says that the electoral litigation has to be conducted between this so time, and in order to accommodate any new evidences or anything that will happen in between that, so that they'll be able to control. I mean, we have election in February now.
But that's not controversial. The current one is putting the final stages of the election until after the president has been sworn in already.
Yeah, but election, to me, that argument can't really hold water. The reason why I say that is because government has to continue. Okay. Now,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That the next time the election should be put earlier. That's what I'm saying. If the election is done earlier, the case can be completed before swearing in.
But this is what I look at. We already have electoral law that form as a guideline towards these things, right? Remember, election can also be postponed. We have some contingency issue that will happen, just like the gubernatorial election was postponed. Who would have thought that?
But you don't understand what I'm saying. You don't understand.
I get it. That
it's not about postponement. It's about just forestalling all these problems where somebody that may be illegitimate is in office.
To Nigeria, whether we do it early or we do it after the swearing in, it will still not make any difference. The reason why I said this is that if you put a timeline on court proceeding, there's possibility.
But there is already a timeline. That's what I'm saying. While you have it, set it back.
Okay, but it's not easy
for
just.
A quick interjection. Sorry, Adewale. If you set it back, you do not think about the incumbent presidency. It will affect governance also. So you don't want anything to happen for 1 year in Nigeria because of an election.
No. The current president will carry on. Didn't you hear what Tinubu said
it's not
today?
Easy. It's
only
not
one
easy.
president at a time.
It's not easy like that. They have to campaign. They have to do that. Do you think
you are making this? You are making this submission based on the fact that
no, it's not true. If it's going to affect the incumbent president, so how is it not going to affect the president you swear in?
If you affect,
because at every point in time, there's going to be a sitting president.
If anything,
so
there is a
anytime
lot
you
of
do it,
benefit from
it according to your standard.
They will campaign before they have to campaign. That means they have to move that one backward.
It's not going to affect the presidency. I'm saying that even if it's going to affect the president, whether the outgoing or the incoming.
It wouldn't. It will enrich them. If anything, I think the incoming one will have more time to prepare and the outgoing one too will have peace of mind knowing that there's going to be a
think
smooth process.
the best thing we can do is instead of 180 days, if they can reduce it to 19 days, that would be better. But
Can I remind you? Can I remind you guys something? Can I remind you guys something? In 1999, when Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over as executive governor of Lagos State, the state high court has a backlog of cases that have never even been opened beyond just a preamble, or what do they call it, the first opening in the court. And they had a lot of backlog. But when he was making a reform, actually it was this vice president that was in charge of Ministry of Justice then. And they begins to look and then introduce what do you call it, the online filings and computerizations of all the cases and all that. Now you can have a case, see judge, and the case will proceed within months. It will be over with. Now these judges that are going to be sitting for this tribunal, they are not their office or that they were not appointed as justice for electoral litigation only. They are justice of appeal court. They also have cases that are pending throughout the time that they will be sitting for this case too. Guess what will be happening? They also have cases that they need to attend to. So this is how things always interwoven, and then they try as much as possible to accommodate, everyone. So whether we started conduct the election earlier, or we do it late at this time that we're doing it, it will still not make a difference. And I'll tell you why. If you and I believe in our justice system, we won't be making this assumption or this request. We will believe that no matter how long, the justice will catch up and justice will be served. But because we never believe in it, that is the reason why
But
we
that is
have
not
this
the
fear.
point. What I just said, that what if somebody that was the court decides against later on has been in office for 6 months, and they've made decisions that is going to stay. Some of their decisions is irreversible, really, or without costing the nation significantly. So you are creating an incentive for people to do whatever it takes to get into office, even if for 6 months or a year, before the court overturns their election. You see what I mean? So you want to close that incentive, and you want to block that potential issue.
Yeah, but we've had it in Nigeria before. But I want to also let you know that no matter how you're trying to put it, you won't have any clear cut or perfect process.
But that is something that is good to block. You agree?
Yeah, but let's just say we have this election last year, February, and we've been in the court since that time up to this moment. Do you think that will prevent somebody from not perpetrating themselves in the office? What if the justice wasn't served and the wrong person is in the office?
If they know they're not going to get into office with that judgment, then they're not going to bother.
How would they know? How do you know that?
Because
how can you preempt the court pronouncement?
Because let's say the idea is that if they think that they can cheat their way and just get minimum of 2 years or 1 year or 6 months in office, they can plan for that.
Yeah, but your administration will be illegitimate even when you're out of the.
Who cares? See, if I was a criminal, you have to think like the mind of the criminal. If they mean to do damage to the country or do something to make themselves rich or whatever, they can plan that. Okay, I'm going to do whatever. I'm going to spend so and billion, get into office, make all these changes within the next couple of months. Even if they remove me from office, which there's a chance that they will not remove me, but even if they did, I would have done whatever I needed to do. You see what I mean? That is dangerous. You can't leave your nation that vulnerable to such a possible exploitation.
I believe this agitation was born out of the fact that Obi did not win the election. That's why we're saying this. When Atiku took BUHARI to yes, that is a fact.
When Atiku, what you said, if it's the two parties,
but it doesn't mean it's wrong.
Sorry, to Niger. If this election has been between PDP and APC, we won't be having this outright insinuation because we have an outright winner in the margin of 4 or 5 million votes. But this particular, listen, no, I'm being objective here. This particular election was between three major tribes in Nigeria. That's it,
What?
major truth. Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. And there is a rivalry between all the three of them. And because there is for obedient or for the Southeasterner, they believe this is the biggest shot at the presidency. For not winning this election, they want to throw everything at it. It's fine. You are in the court. Everybody understand. It's become more ethno-political situation. So we all understand what is going on.
I'm not
But
even
what I
thinking
want
at
to
it
say,
from that. I'm not even going
what
at
I
it
want
from
to
that
say is this.
perspective.
No wonder
All
that
the,
informs the way Coca has been talking all evening.
Exactly.
that is the truth. That is
I'm
not
actually more
not
of
the
It's not the
hold on,
truth. It's just your truth.
hold on,
that's not how
guys,
people
hold
are
on.
looking at it. You're looking at it as a war between these people and
No,
that people. It's
hold
very,
on,
very
guys.
important. That's why
Hold on.
you're not
I
talking
never
about
said any war. I said a rivalry. I never said any
I
war. I
still
did
have
not
the
that's
use the
why
floor.
a
word
I
rivalry is
still
political.
not
have the floor.
not
I
a
still
rivalry.
have
Yeah,
the
yeah, of
floor.
course you do.
I still have the floor. What I believe is that if the shoe is on the other legs or the other person, we will not be making this agitation. It's a fact because we are human and women tend to reason emotionally. Now, but because of the fact that people's expectations were not met, that's the reason why we've had. I think it's only the administration of Jonathan that didn't take Buhari to court. But Buhari and Atiku, Buhari and what's his name again? Jonathan, I believe. So we've had that precedent continuously being said, and it's will continue. And nobody ever raised that election should be litigation should be concluded before the president-elect being sworn in. But nevertheless, there's nothing wrong in bringing it up. There's nothing wrong. Every time we have to perfect our electoral process, who know? Maybe this current National Assembly will look into that and decide, well, let's change this game because right now APC may have majority at the Senate. But what if the opposition ganked up together and say, what, let's just change this? But I doubt if PDP will be a signatory to that changes because even the electoral law that was being enacted wasn't perfect. You see the lapses in that law. So that's to tell you that in some occasions, uh, parties or legislative make law, for their own hidden agenda. So I don't think we are going to have a perfect electoral law, but nevertheless, that agitation is also valid. But I don't think the reason why. I think the reason why it's being brought up now is because people that felt Obi should win did not win are the one making that agitation, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that in the first place.
Exactly,
You
exactly. There's
know,
nothing wrong with it
but
because
I doubt if they're going to make that changes. I doubt it.
it's like saying if there's an accident on a roadside corner and somebody advocates that there should be a sign there, and that accident may have prompted that action, but it doesn't mean it is wrong. It's to prevent another more serious
Yeah,
incidents
but
that is occurring again.
you know one thing, Wotu Niger, I've listened to the way we um, interrogate issues sometimes. We are talking from a layman perspective most of the time. See, if you're a politician, and I keep telling people that even including Governor Peter Obi and the rest of them, they are all the same. They speak from both sides of the mouth. There's no, like, what does this man say? Kashim Shettima said, a politician, good man like Oshimbajo should be selling popcorn and ice cream because politicians will never tell you the truth. If it does not favor them, they would not go into it. They won't dabble into it. The politicians have ego too. Now, majority of them, that says they're going to court, they know. If you read my comment in the comment section, and I said, look, we've had president in this country. Never have you seen a presidential election being upturned. There's always going to be disagreement. By the time this thing snowballs into months and maybe 1 year, if possible, you started seeing, noticing that people will start losing interest, and emotion will calm down. And also depends on the performance of the incumbent. So if they perform well, you started seeing changes in the society. Because I also knew that, of course, every person want to come in, put their foot on the ground, and trying to start, trying to issue some executive orders, and just to show that they are in charge, they know what they're doing, and that is going to calm the nerves, for that period of time. So that is how it always works. But
Can
let's
I
see.
interject on what you say, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, what you said now is exactly the same conversations that was going on in 2003. Remember that before Obi challenged his rigging in 2003, no governor has ever done that, has ever gone to court. Obi was told in 2003 that it is impossible to go to court and upturn an election because there is no precedent. It has not been done before. And he said, there's nothing like not been done before. There's always a first guy that did it. That's what he responded in Anambra State. And people told him that, okay, for example, we all know how Obasanjo's administration was at that time. It is even worse than what we have now in terms of election rigging and what have you. So in that time, nobody would ever think in their widest imagination that it is possible. And you're not even challenging from a main party. You are challenging from a fringe party that cannot even boast of one chance, one ward chance councillor. You know what I'm saying? So the point I'm making is that if we see men that are willing to deepen our democratic process and our judiciary by always challenging, you understand what I'm saying? It strengthens the democracy because it is after Obi was successful. That is why Adams Oshomole and every other person now started getting courage to stand up when they get rigged out of election and start challenging and also start having their way. Imagine Obi didn't take that up that year and he listened to people that told him it's never possible. Maybe people will still be compliant. People will still be relaxing till now that if you read out of election, don't bother, it didn't work. But it took somebody to stand up and say, no, you can actually challenge it and fix it. And then people are now taking courage from that eventually. And that is how that governorship level died down. So somebody's talking about presidency as well. It has to start one day. If not, people are also going to believe that they can always do something wrong and get away with it. So it takes us, you and I, my guy, in our country, that we must always challenge. Because that's how we deepen our democracy and we even deepen our judiciary.
Uptown, quick correction. Obi didn't take over until 2006 in Anambra. Remember, it was from Chris Ngige that took over from Chinwoke Dineju. So now, who the judges that constitute the electoral panel at the state level? Do you remember how they are being selected? Do you remember?
What did you say? Because Obi wants you Supreme Court.
Hold on. Do you remember how the what do you call it? The Tribunal panel are being selected.
Tribunal judges.
Okay.
No, I don't. Tell me.
Okay. So, federal government select High Court judges to constitute the panel at the state level. Now, his case went to what do you call it? Appeal court, and he won at the Supreme Court. Now, there are so many factors that played out. There were some.
Sorry, Adewale, the case doesn't get to Supreme Court. Governorship, this thing doesn't get to Supreme Court that time.
His
does get to Supreme Court.
His case. His case when Andy Uba was removed, and I think it was in was it 2014? I'm not kind of remember very well anymore.
But what I'm saying, if it is governorship,
2007 was
governorship.
Remember that he removed two governors. He removed Ngige in 2006. He removed Andy in 2008.
Yes. Now this is at the state level. Okay, I think did he go to the Supreme Court, up to Supreme Court? I think he did. But
yeah, he did. I think there was a rule change in the country.
He did. Now, remember when this were
the rule changed after Ayo Salami was removed. You remember that Justice Ayo Salami? It was after. It was
The
after.
name
It
ring
was
bell.
after. It was after 2020, 2008 or 2009 that they changed the rule. For it was. It's not something that is.
Uptown.
It's only. It ends at appeal court at that time. Doesn't get to Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Uptown. You know, even at that time, I would call that period a primitive time where anything goes, because this is a new democratic dispensation. Everybody's just trying to find their foot. That was when Ghana Must Go was reigning supreme, when it was changing hand left and right, and judges were being used. And it's not uncommon, okay? It is not uncommon to have at the state level, to have the election upturned at the state level.
No, it was very uncommon at the time. It was a landmark judgment.
Hold on now, hold on. See, if you are trying to compare that era and this era now, people that are already grown up that know what was happening at that time will tell you the big difference. Do you know Chris Ngige of a governor was put in a trunk of a car? Ayo Fayoshi of Ekiti was also hiding in the trunk of the car, an executive governor of the state, because of the hands that dealt with them, Obasanjo. So at that period of time, it was so like a trial and error.
You know, I do like Obasanjo though.
Look, he put his foot down because, of course, Andy Oba was his boy. And the way things were in the country, in fact, to a point, Mbadinuju, every time he comes to the governor's house, guess what else will happen? Somebody's already put a sacrifice by the roadside or in front of the office. That's to tell you how primitive that era was. See, justice in Nigeria, to get justice in Nigeria means you have to be the biggest bidder or the money bag. If not, you won't get justice. You and I both know. See,
You insinuating that Obi was the highest bidder between the APDP and
see, you will not know what transpired.
Adewale,
No, tell us now. Maybe, no, if you know now, it's just a question.
I won't stay here and tell you what transpired, but I can tell you during that time, if somebody gets
Adewale, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sum it up in 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I'm shutting down 9 hours sharp.
Okay.
So that we can go and rest.
So what I'm trying to say is that if you were trying to compare that era and this era now, there's a lot of differences, a lot of things that have happened. But this is a national level. We're talking about national security, we're talking about government continuity, we're talking about stability of the country. So a lot of things are at stake. For Supreme Court or even appeal court now to upturn the elections, know that they're going to throw the country into a panic mode. And they will be very careful in trying to toe the line to be able to at least justify whatever their decision is going to be. I'm not saying nothing is impossible, but let us hope, for the best and expect the worst. That's what I'll say. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Adewale. Prince, do you have Prince Daddy? Prince Daddy? No. I think Simba. Do you have Simba?
Yes, but I don't have anything to say. You can shut them.
Oh, yes, yeah. I think I'm very sorry, guys. 9 hours. I need to go for a meeting. If you guys don't mind. Thank you so much. Tu Baba, Simba, only Tu Baba, Tu Nigeria, Uptown. Somebody called you Tu Baba earlier on. Maybe that is why.
Yeah, they do that to me quite a bit. I don't know who is Tu Baba even. This Tu Baba person.
Tu Baba.
Now, this musician now, you are forgotten. Two-Face, that Tu Baba.
I see. I don't know him. Sorry.
Okay.
That's fine. Thomas, you're muted.
To Niger, you don't know Two-Face and you are a Nigerian.
It's not long I started paying close attention to what's happening in Nigeria.
Come on. To Niger, you disappointed me. Oh my! I need to kick you out immediately. You don't know Two-Face, like you are a Nigerian.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I really don't. I wish I did, but I don't.
Uptown, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
This
Somebody
is
like
the
a Nigerian.
this is the strangest thing I've heard in the last
Oh
decade.
my
But I mean,
God. To Nigeria, I'm supposed to be slapping you up and down if I'm with you. You don't know two things.
I've been absent from Nigerian space for the last more than
That
10
doesn't
years.
matter. Two is an international musician. He's not Nigerian musician.
Oh yes, I'm one of those people that were born during the time where we don't care too much for Nigerian music. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard this word in this country
I'm
in
sorry.
this
I'm
year.
sorry. It's just one of those things.
Two-Face will be depressed to hear this.
I have all those baggages too. That I know that I'm not the best on that front. So, yeah, our generation, we used to listen to all this hip hop and all that stuff. In the late 90s when we were in Lagos, I can tell I was there when all these Nadeko, all of them were coming up. But I don't know too much about this modern stuff that's going on. It's more recently I'm beginning to pay attention. Obviously, I will learn about Tu Baba now, since it looks like it's a sin not to know about him.
But you hear the song, You Are My African Queen.
Yes. Is he? Oh, okay. I know him now. If that's him, I know about the song. Yes.
But my brother, don't fall my hand now. This is his name his acronym is what they call the AKA is Tu Baba now. They always call
I
it Tu
didn't
Baba.
know. Oh, yeah, I'm African Queen. That one I know that song now. It's hard to miss the song.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. We're expecting you. Maybe you, even though you like some kumbayaism sometimes.
You and this your kumbayaism talk. My ideas are based on fact. I must say I'm impressed with the Uptown today, the way he has conducted himself. So.
No, Uptown is a yammed like me now. He always talk yam like me.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. At least we go somewhere.
I appreciate you, my brother.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Apologies for maybe I'm too frontal. I don't know. But I'm just apologies. Yeah. At least we go home smiling to everybody. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Please, we don't have issues. None of us have issue with each other. Sometimes we can just get. We will not allow. Nobody wants to agree. You understand? But we're all fine. We're all good. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. God bless you all. Thank you so much. Thank you. Everyone. Yeah, we've come to the end of the section again. Yeah, it's been a nice session. Slova is back and front. Yeah, that is good. That is good for the section. We can't be echo chamber, all of us facing the same direction. No, everybody, we have different view. We have different objective. We have different narrative. This is the beauty of this platform. That's why I love coming every time, and you guys too. You love coming every time because we are not one in direction. We welcome diverse voices. We welcome different opinion, which is very right. I would say thank you to everybody. May God bless you. Happy Friday, TFG. Thank God it's Friday here. I don't know where you guys are in your country there. Thank God it's Friday. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I will see you later tomorrow. You know where we are going. We have to sing that song. Yeah, we have to sing that song. Thank you so much. See you guys. Thank you.
I'm going to be president of this country. whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Up for